right, thanks everybody for being here. Good morning and welcome to the Delta Stewardship Council meeting. It is 9:04 on Thursday, February 26th, 2026. We're here at the California Natural Resources Building in Sacramento, California, and my name is Julie Lee and I am chair of the Delta Stewardship Council. All of today's meeting materials are available at the back of the room and posted on our website, including council written updates and outgoing correspondence. I wanted to welcome Senator Eggman this morning. Welcome to the council. She was recently appointed by the Senate. We're so happy to have her and greatly look forward to getting to work with her on the council. And I also wanted to mention two reappointments. Maria Moranian was reappointed by the Assembly. Congratulations. And Ann Patterson was reappointed by the governor. And I was reappointed as the governor as well, so you're stuck with me for a bit longer too. All right, we're going to start out with our roll call. So in accordance with our Bagley-Keene requirements, we'll conduct a roll call of the council members to establish a quorum. Emma, can you lead us in the roll call?
Councilmember Burgess.
Here.
Councilmember Eggman. Here. Councilmember Moranian. Vice Chair Miller. Here. Councilmember Patterson.
Here.
Councilmember Zingali.
Here.
Chair Lee.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. So I will be the hearing officer for these proceedings, which is the appeals of the certification of consistency with the Delta Plan for the Delta Conveyance Project. For convenience, the Delta Conveyance Project may be referred to as the project. The Department of Water Resources filed a certificate of consistency for the Delta Conveyance Project on October 17, 2025. The certification claims that the project is consistent with all applicable Delta Plan policies. The Delta Reform Act provides that any person that claims that a covered action is inconsistent with the plan, and as a result of that inconsistency, the action will have a significant adverse impact on the achievement of one or both of the co-equal goals, may file an appeal with regard to the certificate of consistency. 10 appeals have been filed, and written briefing documents have been received by the council from all the parties. Today, we'll be hearing from the appellants and the respondent, DWR. As a reminder, the council does not approve or reject covered actions. It is the council's role to make specific written findings in either denying the appeals or remanding the matter back to DWR for reconsideration based on a finding that the certificate of consistency is not supported by substantial evidence in the record that was before DWR. It is the appellant's burden to show that the certification of consistency is not supported by substantial evidence. Appellants will be heard in the following order. The Delta Protection Commission will go first, followed by the Cortland Pear Fair, County of Sacramento et al., Steamboat Resort, San Francisco Baykeeper et al., Sacramento Area Sewer District, City of Stockton, South Delta Water Agency, San Joaquin County et al., and DCC Engineering. After the appellants have concluded, we will hear from DWR. For your awareness, we will be taking a 15-minute break around 10:25 and a 60-minute lunch break around noon. Each appellant has been provided 20 minutes for their presentation. In accordance with the Council's appeals regulations, DWR will have 200 minutes for its oral presentation, which is the sum total of the time allocated to the appellants. This hearing is scheduled for 2 days. Council members will have time for questions for the parties tomorrow after all the presentations have concluded. Public comment will begin after the council member questions at approximately 10:45 a.m. on Friday. I'll now ask Emma to lead us through the instructions to make a public comment.
We will hear public comment tomorrow on February 27th. Anyone who would like to provide oral public comment during tomorrow's public comment period may turn in a public comment card at the public participation table or contact the council clerk via email at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov. Please provide a name and organization if applicable. and to note if you are a tribal representative or elected official. Those requesting to comment will be called by the council clerk to speak in the order those requests are received. If you are having technical difficulties or need assistance submitting an email during this meeting, please contact 916-204-3002. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Oral public comments may need to be time limited to accommodate as many people as possible, so please prepare your statements accordingly. All written public comments received will be distributed to council members and we will read them. Once again, the email address for the council clerk is engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov. Those representing DWR and the appellants here today to present on the Delta Conveyance Project appeals, I'd like you to listen closely to the following instructions. This entire hearing is being recorded by a certified court reporter. So please speak slowly and clearly so she can capture everything for the transcription. And if you use acronyms, please make sure that they're explained well. If you're interested in purchasing final transcripts from the reporters, please coordinate directly with them. The company's name is Regal Court Reporting, and their telephone number is 866-228-2685. This hearing is going to be broadcast and archived on YouTube, which you can find at our YouTube station, www.youtube.com/@DeltaCouncil, where the audio and video recordings will be available for later review. Council members, I'd like you to hold your clarifying questions for each party until the conclusion of that party's presentation. At that point, I'll open the opportunity for council member questions before proceeding to the next party. Please keep in mind that we have time designated tomorrow to ask additional questions. Each of the parties will be here as a panel. But if you need to have something clarified today, please feel free. Before we continue with today's proceedings, I understand that Councilmember Burgess would like to make a brief statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Welcome, everyone. Madam Chair, my fellow members, and to the parties and the public, I have an announcement I'd like to make. My seat on this council is a unique one among the members. I sit on the council because I'm the chair of the Delta Protection Commission, and as a result, have a seat on this council pursuant to the Delta Reform Act. The Delta Protection Commission has filed an appeal for the Delta Conveyance Project Certification of Consistency. As a result, the Commission is a party to the proceedings and will make a presentation before the Council today. In order to judge these proceedings fairly, to honor the ex parte communication prohibition, and to avoid even the appearance of bias, I've taken the following precautions. I've created an ethical wall separating myself from any Delta Protection Commission activities and communications relating to the Delta Conveyance Project once the ex parte prohibition went into effect on November 17th. For example, before the Commission deliberates matters relating to the Delta Conveyance Project, I recuse myself and leave the room. Often leave the whole building and drive home. I took no briefings from Commission staff on anything concerning the Delta Conveyance Project appeals. I had no role in drafting, reviewing, or authorizing any Commission materials or correspondence to the Council or anyone related to these proceedings. As a result, though it may not be clear from Commission's letterhead on the communications to this body, I am not a signatory to any document related to this matter from the Commission and have not been since we went under ex parte communication restrictions on November 17th. I take my participation as an impartial adjudicator, thank you for putting a word that I'm not familiar with as well, in this matter very seriously. I feel that it's important to state this for the record, not only for these proceedings, but for all the future proceedings we will have on this matter. I also want to acknowledge the staff at the Delta Protection Commission for really paying attention to honoring that, because it was really important to me. I look forward to a fair, impartial process for all the parties and participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Burgess. We'll now begin with our opening presentations. When you're called upon to speak, please state your name and identify the party you represent so the court reporter can hear you and so that your comments are entered into the record and can be responded to appropriately. If there is a change in speaker, please make sure to identify yourself for the court reporter. We ask all the parties to keep track of the time provided to make sure we stay on schedule. For your convenience, a timer will be visible on the screen. So at this time, I'll ask the representatives of the Delta Protection Commission to take their place at the table and introduce themselves.
Slides up. All right, well, good morning. Thank you, Chair Lee, and good morning, council members. It's good to see all of you again. My name is Amanda Bull. I am the Executive Director of the Delta Protection Commission, and joining me today are two of our commission members. We have Sacramento County Supervisor representing... I need you to slow down a lot. Oh, okay. And that's a good example. Slow and steady. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and if we could have the slides go up, please. So again, should I start over? Okay, great. Again, I am Amanda Bull. I am the Executive Director of the Delta Protection Commission. Joining me today are two of our commission members. We have Sacramento County Supervisor representing the Delta portion of Sacramento County, Pat Hume, and Tom Slater, President of the Board of Reclamation, District 999, and Chairman of the Board of the North Delta Water Agency. I'm in charge of that. Great. All right. So the Delta Protection Commission was created by the 1992 Delta Protection Act, which recognized the Delta as a natural resource of statewide, national, and international significance, containing irreplaceable resources. The Act goes on to say that it is the policy of the state to recognize, preserve, and protect those resources of the Delta for the use and enjoyment of current and future generations. In 2009, the Commission's role in the Delta was reinforced by the Delta Reform Act in significant ways. First, the Delta Protection Act was amended to call out the Commission as a forum for Delta residents to engage in decisions regarding actions within the Delta and to identify the Commission as the appropriate agency to provide recommendations to the Delta Stewardship Council on methods of preserving the Delta as an evolving place as the Council develops and implements the Delta Plan. That is why we are here today, to reflect the views of Delta residents and make recommendations to you regarding the large-scale project DWR is proposing and you are reviewing as you implement the Delta Plan. All right. More specifically, today we are here in the context of appeals. And in this context, the Council itself created a regulation indicating that it shall consider the comments and presentation of the Commission as those of an expert when the Council is reviewing and preparing findings regarding these sorts of matters. And finally, in 2009, Public Resources Code 29773 was added, authorizing the Commission to provide comments and recommendations to the Council on any significant project or proposed project within the Delta, including those proposed by state agencies, and mandating that the Council shall adopt the recommendations of the Commission if they are feasible. Your staff's position is that our 29773 role is separate from this consistency appeals proceeding, but if the Council will not consider our recommendations now, when will it? The Commission requests that the Council respect our important multifaceted role in this proceeding and view our comments today, as well as our written submissions dated November 7th, 2025, January 12th, 2026, and February 25th, 2026, through the Commission's three roles identified here on this slide. All right, so now moving on. Today, within all that context, our testimony will focus on two themes that address Delta Plan policies DPP2, GP1B2, and GP1B3. First, The project is simply too big, and there is no way that it can be consistent with the Delta plan. And second, corners were cut in analyzing and understanding the project's impacts. For a project that will impact multiple generations of Delta residents, not being thorough is not okay. Please note that there are other issues and more details included in our written testimony, in our written submission, but in the interest of time, we are limiting our presentation today. And so I will now hand it over to Commissioner Hume.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Amanda. Good morning, Chair and members of the Council. I represent the Delta communities of Freeport, Hood, Cortland, Locke, Walnut Grove, Ryde, and Isleton. If you take away nothing else from my testimony here today, please bear in mind this as you consider the consistency of this project. The Delta is not a thing, it is a place. It is the largest freshwater estuary on the west coast of the Americas, not the United States, the Americas. So if Brazil mowing down acres of rainforest bothers you, that is the same global uniqueness that the Delta represents and the consideration and care that it demands. The evidence in the record of consistency with DPP2 is not substantial evidence and does not acknowledge or grapple with the Delta Conveyance Project's massive scale in relation to the Delta communities and agricultural, cultural, and recreational resources. This project runs afoul of many of the policies of the Delta Plan, including DPR3, DPR9, DPR12, and DPR17. But it is the non-compliance with DPP2 that is most germane to this discussion. DPP2 requires respect for local land use. The project must be cited to avoid or reduce conflicts with existing uses when feasible, considering comments from local agencies and the Delta Protection Commission. We are here providing those comments. And the Council must achieve the co-equal goals in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. DWR repeatedly argues in its consistency certification for the Delta Conveyance Project that it has designed the project to reduce impacts as much as possible, but it ignores the fact that there are many other project alternatives which could achieve the same objectives that simply wouldn't have anywhere close to the same impacts. It is not sufficient to add mitigation or design elements to reduce conflicts. The siting in the first place needed to be appropriate. Other alternatives for the project and project locations needed to be evaluated. Otherwise, how else will the Council determine consistency with DPP2? Simply put, the Delta Conveyance Project is too big to be consistent with the Delta Plan, especially DPP2. As this slide illustrates, no matter how careful Godzilla walks through the city, he cannot help but do damage because he's just too big and too clumsy, and that is this project. The DPC has reviewed the project and, in its expert opinion, as codified in Public Resource Code 29703.5, does not believe it complies with DPP2 and recommends that other alternatives, more consistent with respecting the Delta as an evolving place, be considered. This will be covered in more detail during the following slides. First, let's consider the specific on-the-ground impacts to the Delta, its heritage communities, its landscape, its existing agricultural and cultural resources. Mitigation will never be significant to sufficiently reduce or avoid the impacts of a project with this scale and this location. This slide shows the geographic area along the conveyance alignment and the specific areas we will be highlighting in the next slides. First, the town of Hood. On this map, the Hood is outlined in green, and you can see significant project facilities to the north and to the south. It should be noted that the commencement of this project would likely derail a multi-million-dollar investment of a new hotel in Hood. A project that would provide more local jobs, greater access to the Delta for visitors, and act as a shot in the arm to the local and regional economy. Losing that project works against policies DP 939, D9. Okay, sorry, I'm a trained auctioneer, so I speak fast sometimes. DP 93, R3, R9, R12, and R17. Despite modifying aspects of the project to try and reduce impacts to Hood, DWR did not and probably cannot adopt mitigation measures that would meaningfully support the economic health and well-being of Hood or other Delta communities to ensure they would survive the 13-plus years of construction. As you can see on the slide, intake construction and the permanent facilities to the north and south of Hood, represented in gray, will equal almost 500 acres of farmland lost during construction and a permanent loss of over 230 acres. The intakes themselves will dwarf the town of Hood, given that together they are roughly 4 times the size of the entire town. And each of the 1,500-foot riverbank intakes is the length of 5 football fields or 6 Delta crosscut channel gates. Those would be 2 quarter-mile industrial scars on an otherwise bucolic landscape. That does not respect the Delta as place. After the intakes in Hood, the largest landscape conversions will take place at the 3 major complexes of Twin Cities, Lower Roberts Island, and the Bethany Pumping Plant and Surge Basin. These complexes are also areas where the 13-plus year temporary acreage impact is more appropriately, based on evidence in the record, considered permanent. DWR defines temporary as 2 years and yet refers to the 13-plus year construction period as temporary. This doesn't add up. So let's look at the specific on-the-ground impacts at Twin Cities, where productive farmland within the primary and secondary zones will be significantly impacted. The proposed Twin Cities complex is slated for prime farmland in the secondary zone immediately adjacent to Interstate 5, occupying 586 acres during construction and 222 acres permanently. The gray represents the temporary surface impact, the crosshatches permanent surface impacts, and the yellowish-orange crosshatching tunnel muck storage. That sounds lovely. As explained in our written submission, the extent of agricultural land DWR identifies as impacted is likely underestimated. The effectiveness of restoring agricultural lands to productive use once they have been excavated is questionable and also not supported by substantial evidence in the record. Even the final EIR acknowledges that the effectiveness of reclamation techniques is uncertain, so farmland areas targeted for such techniques are still considered to be permanently affected. I now hand it over to my colleague, Commissioner Tom Slater.
Let's please keep in mind that the court reporter is having trouble keeping up, so please try to slow down. I realize we have a time limit on everybody, but if she can't capture everything, then it makes it less useful for you later at the back end, so thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Now we've got down to Lower Roberts Island. To accommodate a double launch shaft, farmland conversion at the Lower Roberts Island complex is even larger, with approximately 610 acres during construction and permanent impacts to over 300 acres. As Commissioner Hume mentioned, the gray represents temporary surface impacts and the gray crosshatching is permanent surface impacts. And the yellow-orange is, again, the muck. Now, there you go, map of Bethany. Finally, the Bethany complex adds a massive amount of excavation into the secondary zone near Mountain House for the Bethany complex, including a pumping plant, a surge basin with reception shaft, a buried pipeline, aqueduct system, and a discharge structure to convey water to Bethany Reservoir. Excavation of the 815-foot wide by 815-foot long by 35-foot deep surge basin will produce 1,171,060 cubic yards of soil. Much will be stockpiled on-site and will require engineering described by the Delta Conveyance Authority, the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority independent review experts as on the outer edge of industry practice. Even under the EIR's own conclusions, these are permanent, sweeping impacts to existing land uses that are neither avoided nor reduced and are therefore inconsistent with DPP2. In summary, I broke the mic already. Even under the EIR's own conclusions, these are permanent and sweeping impacts in existing land uses, and I think I've mentioned that. In summary, and as a whole, the DCP utilizes locations that dwarf and significantly disrupt Delta communities and sites facilities on prime farmland in the primary and secondary zone without considering whether other less invasive locations or project alternatives would have been feasible. Next slide. This construction timeline visually explains how the construction will look for the 13 years of construction that the EIR tells us this project will take. Unfortunately, we've had to use slides from a PDF rather than a PowerPoint. We can't actually show you the video of this slide, but it's quite good. The takeaway here, and I hope you can review this at some point in the future, is that we all know construction of anything, whether it's a backyard deck or a kitchen remodel or a new house, always takes longer than initially planned. So I think it's reasonable to assume that construction for a project of this size and magnitude will be longer than 13 years. DWR is proposing construction, that will impact an entire generation of Delta residents. Let that sink in, an entire generation. DWR has not demonstrated appropriate mitigation because mitigation to address the extent of these impacts on the Delta as a place is simply not possible. Next slide. Now let's talk a little bit about mitigation. Delta Plan Policy GP1B2 requires that a covered action include all applicable feasible mitigation measures adopted and incorporated into the Delta Plan, or substitute mitigation that is equally or more effective. The Delta Plan Mitigation Measure 10-3 states that a project must inventory and evaluate cultural landscapes and develop specific strategies to avoid or protect these landscapes if feasible. DWR's consistency determination for cultural resources mitigation is not supported by substantial evidence because of the final EIR's analysis provided only a cursory assessment and limited view of cultural landscape within the DCP's area of impact. And DWR admits in its own written response that it did not fully analyze the cultural landscape. As this slide demonstrates, the Delta is chock full of individual cultural resources that must be viewed not simply as individual resources, but in the context of a cultural landscape as a whole. The blue area, of course, on this slide indicates the channel. It's where I lost my place here. The blue on this map represents the tunnel alignment and the other project features. DWR has not fully assessed the Delta unique cultural landscapes or features as required by the Delta Plan Mitigation Measure 10-3. They are missing the forest for the trees. Therefore, the record does not provide substantial evidence to support DWR's claim of consistency with GP1B2 as it relates to cultural resources. Amanda?
Great. All right. So now let's talk a bit more about cutting corners in terms of fully evaluating the project's impacts, especially as they relate to best available science and Delta Plan Policy GP1B3. Our comments here will focus on two areas, recreation and water quality. First, recreation. In summary, there is no substantial evidence in the project's record of recreational use data to support the conclusion that the project either does not impact recreation significantly or that it is consistent with best available science requirements of GP1B3. In the initial Lookout Slough certification of consistency submission, the Council found that the certification was not supported by substantial evidence specifically related to the methods used to estimate recreation use and remanded the project to DWR for reconsideration. The table of contents highlighted on the slide in blue shows the more extensive efforts DWR took to analyze the recreation impacts associated with Lookout Slough in 2021 following the remand. as compared to the mere handful of interviews and one site reconnaissance survey, none of which were thorough, that it conducted for the Delta Conveyance project also in 2021. DWR claims that more extensive surveys could not be completed for the project due to COVID-19 restrictions. However, this clearly shows that more robust data collection was feasible and was indeed completed for Lookout Slough in the same year. This discrepancy demonstrates that the project's consistency determination for recreation impacts is not based on best available science and is not supported by substantial evidence. And now I'm going to hand it back to Commissioner Slater to discuss best available science as it relates to water quality.
Now, moving towards the standards that DWR used to analyze the project's impact on water quality, DWR has a commitment to meet the water quality standards in the Delta Plan and the standards it also agreed to in the 1981 contract with the North Delta Water Agency. Article 2 of that contract states, and I'm going to quote the contract, it's not on the slide, so please listen closely. The state will operate the state water project to provide water qualities at least equal to the better of 1, the standards adopted by the State Water Resource Control Board, as they may be established from time to time. 2, the criteria established in this contract. The Delta Plan assumed compliance with the water quality standards set forth in the 1981 contract. The analysis DWR has provided in support of the Delta Conveyance Plan does not include analysis of how it will comply with the 1981 water quality standards. I'll turn it over to Pat.
Okay, I'm out of time, so let me just summarize this way. The project is too large and not in keeping with co-equal goals of the Delta Plan. We recommend that you respectfully remand this project back to DWR so we can begin to work together collaboratively. Our fisheries, our flyways, our farmers, our families, and our fund seekers deserve it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your presentation. If you could just stay seated for just a minute, I'm going to ask the council members if anyone needs to ask a clarifying question before we move on to the next speaker. Oh, okay. Yes, Councilmember Burgess.
Tom, can you give us the reference to the state will not operate, that quote? I wasn't able to write it fast enough.
Water quality standard quote that you read.
It's quoted out of the 1981 contract.
The 1981
Article 2.
For the state water project?
If you're referring to,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the contract was signed by DWR and North Delta Water Agency in 1981.
Thank you.
All right, hearing no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation. We really appreciate you being here. We will move on to our next appellant, Cortland Pearfair. If you could come to the table and then please introduce yourselves, and I'll just keep giving this reminder. Let's speak slowly and clearly for the court reporter. Thank you. Can you turn on your mic, ma'am?
OSHA Missouri for San Joaquin et al. May I ask a procedural question before, as they set up?
Yes.
With respect to the court reporter, I totally understand the issue with trying to understand the acronyms and whatnot, but we've been asked to cover a lot of material in 20 minutes, and there also is a recording of what's going on that I know for the final can be used to fill in gaps. And so I would advise, I think it would be appropriate to allow the participants to go ahead and give their presentations in the manner that they choose in order to get through their material. And, you know, because if you tell them to slow down, they may not be able to get through all of it, kind of as happened with your first set of speakers.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
So-
I think what we can do is, we've allowed a little bit of cushion between the speakers, so I think we'll just all do our best, and we understand that everyone has practiced this, and they're trying to get through a lot of information, so we appreciate what you're trying to do. We do have a recording, and we can attempt in places, if the court reporter does get a bit behind, to go back to the recorded record and fill in where we can. Yes, ma'am. Okay, understood. As I mentioned, we have built in a little bit of a cushion, so please do your best to try to speak clearly and slowly for the court reporter, and we understand if people go a couple minutes over. We won't cut you off.
Good morning, Chair Lee and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on this matter of the consistencies finding for the Delta Conveyance Project. My name is Emily Papalardo. You will be hearing a lot from me today, but for right now, I'm speaking on behalf of the Cortland Pear Fair. I have been a volunteer for the Pear Fair for the last 15 years, and an attendee of the Pear Fair for my entire life. Except for when I was like 5 and a baby. And I have with me today Anna Swenson, fellow volunteer for the Pear Fair and Delta champion, and my brother Johnny Papalardo also attended the Pear Fair his whole life, volunteered. He's our merch guy. And then I have Lisa Kirchhoff, who is another volunteer. She does all our great beverages and actually lives really close to one of the intakes, so it's great that she was able to join us today. So I'm going to kick it off with Johnny talking about, and we're just volunteers here, so we don't really, we're not as professionally put together as all the lawyers and everybody else, so I apologize for any delays that we have in our presentation, but we will do our best to give you our perspective.
Yeah, my name is Johnny Papalardo. Definitely not as polished as Pat Hume. I'm here to just give you color on the fair itself, to bring like the humanity to it, to show you. I mean, we're all here to. I don't know about you guys when you go home. I'm for the fun seekers that you're talking about. So, and sorry, I speak a little fast, so I'll try. The Pear Fair is pretty awesome. I'm extremely biased. I have been going to it my whole life. I hung out in the town of Cortland since I was like 2 years old or 1 year old. I don't know. And it's cool. Like a town of 350 people is small. You know everyone there. When you're driving around, you see the car that people drive on, and you say, "Oh, hey Jerry, how's it going?" And when the town fills up with like 5,000 people as a kid, it's pretty amazing. You go to this area that you barely see anyone at. There's thousands of attendees. There's food from all over the place. There's music. It's just an outrageously good time. So I was trying to think if there's like fairs like this that are like volunteer-run fairs for these small towns that exist in the world. Because Kelseyville also has a Pear Fair if you guys are interested in that too. It's not that far away. You live here your whole life knowing only one Pear Fair, and there's another 1 hour and a half away too. So yeah, it's really cool to have this volunteer-run fair where people just come together because they love it. They love the pears out there. The pears are delicious, and the other treats that we have too. Senator Eggman, correct? We've got stuff for you over there. We've got pear pies. They're delicious. They got a brown sugar crumble on top. They're lights out. The pear bread is my favorite now. They also incorporated a pear jam as well. That was new this last year, and they ran out. The cider? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The cider's fantastic. And the pear mimosas. I mean, I can start listing pear things for you over there if you would like, so you can record, because there is a pear thing for anyone. And there's merch too that is pretty lights out. Julie, I think we got something for you too. I don't want to be, anyways.
We got a bag of pear merch if you guys
We do,
are
we do.
inclined.
We're not trying to sway you with
No
that,
quid
but
pro quo with pears, sorry.
yeah, we have pear puns. I have a list of pear puns that is deep. I don't even want to, I could bring that out too. I have a guy I was texting last night about pear puns. It was perfect. We say things like that. But it's a jam. So like the importance for the Delta itself, it's cool. Like for myself, I don't get to see people too much, especially I have a child now. I'm like, I know what it's like to be a parent, and now my time is limited. But you get to come together as a community at the Pear Fair, and you get to see people you haven't seen since you were like 8 years old, and you say, hey, how's it going? Oh, it was nice to see you. And everyone, this is our community gathering, our family reunion for the Cortland and the Delta itself is the Pear Fair. So the Pear Fair is very rad for that reason. And it's just a great family event, and I invite all of you guys to come and check it out. You really should. It's last Sunday in July, so you can't miss it. It's that date. Don't plan anything that day. And I'm trying to think if there's anything more awesome. You guys will mention something that I forgot. So, but that's. I mean, I'm very off the cuff and unprofessional. So I'll move it off to one of our other professionals.
Professional.
Yeah, professionals. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Lisa Kirchhoff. As Emily mentioned, I'm part of the core committee for the Pear Fair. I've been there for about 10 years. I am a transplant to the Delta. I grew up in Southern California most of my life. And when I first was brought to the Delta, I met my now husband's family. And one of the very first things he took me to was Pear Fair. And it is unlike anything I have ever experienced in my life. And I can honestly say, I'll get emotional. It is one of the reasons I moved to the Delta. The community that you see, like Johnny spoke to, of bringing people together is beyond what you can imagine. And it's not inclusive. I mean, it's not exclusive, sorry. It's very inclusive. Like, I was welcoming from the start. And I think we make everybody feel that way, that they are welcome, that you come to this event and you explore pears, you explore the Delta, you meet people, and we are so excited to meet you and welcome you to our community. We also, a big part of the Pear Fair is getting to know the next generation. We are completely sponsored. We ask for donors throughout the year, and then we give that back to the local seniors who are, I don't know if I'm explaining this right, sorry, I was not totally prepared to talk, but a scholarship for those outstanding children. And it started off as just having a Pear Fair Queen. Now we have a Pear Fair Queen and a Pear Fair King. So we give out 2 scholarships every year to continue to give out to the community and continue to have that knowledge of the area and the importance of Pear Fair. We have a fabulous run that allows people to be off of the pavement and run through the orchards and really see the pears, see the community, see the landscape that they're in. So when you're from Roseville or Folsom and you want to come down to this run, you are within nature. You are outside, you are meeting new people, and it's a great, and it's not just a 5K or a 10K, it's actually a 5 mile or a 10 mile. So we're bringing really good athletes out to the Delta as well too. In addition to the Pear Fair, Cortland is now my home. I am now a resident of Cortland. As Emily mentioned, that south intake screen would probably less than a mile from my house. I can tell you just with local bridge closures that have happened, we had a bridge closure, I want to say, for almost 9 months, and it was detrimental to the local farmers. It cost raised prices to get those trucks that are going back and forth to orchards and getting fruit to where it needs to be, thousands of dollars more a year that they were not prepared to pay. In addition to kids were missing school and missing attendance because they couldn't get to school on time. The traffic that was caused just by having one bridge closed was a major impact to our community. So imagine a 13-year construction project that is happening up the street from our house. It's a hard pill to digest.
Great. Yeah, so I want to get into, why with the policies of how this applies to what the consistency finding was. And I want to mention the Pear Fair, like we've talked about, is only volunteer run. We depend on local sponsorships. Half of the money we do make goes to our volunteer fire department, but we are on very, very small margins. So any impacts whatsoever to this fair are detrimental. I mean, we can have a 100-degree day and it's a loss for us. So we really are worried about that, but it's so important to the community fabric. So I look at, you know, the DPP1 of locating new urban development wisely. You know, it's not just the one day. Now, I understand, like, there cannot be construction on the last Sunday of July, but it's not that day that makes Pear Fair. It is all of the days leading up to that. It's all of the farming that leads up to that. That's our pears come from the farmers around us that need to be able to survive to continue to provide us with the fruit for the fair. And a 13-year construction project will really impact their ability to do that, as Lisa mentioned. There will be, so we believe that there should be more analysis done on how this was located. These are industrial facilities that will be in agricultural land and not governmental buildings, I think, as it was suggested. We will have 200-acre intake facilities, which are will be the largest facilities in the area and the region, likely. And it's just not consistent with what the existing agricultural landscape is there, and the bucolic nature and the quiet that we have. And so, you know, we look at our volunteers like Lisa who live out there for a reason, because it's quiet and it's serene. And with construction traffic for years on end, will she want to stay out there with her children? Or all of the pile driving that's going to take place. I mean, that's really loud. And for just being a mile away, it's going to be like, I think I read that Hood would be like a vacuum running 10 feet away from the pile driving activities. So imagine that sound for 12 hours a day for days on end. And who knows how long it's going to take to actually do the work, because as you know, with a project of this scale, it can really extend. So that was the first one. And then the second was respecting local land use. And I believe, you know, the Sacramento County General Plan only has this zoned as agricultural area and not as industrial. And so, and it's for the point of maintaining and supporting agriculture in this region, because this is what the Delta is known for. It is what the Delta is great for. We've got the best soils in the state, in the world maybe, and you know, 66% of the pears grown in California come from the Delta. This is one of the earliest regions that started growing Bartlett pears. It's actually one of the earliest instances of commercial scale fruit production in the country. There are 6th-generation families that have been farming this land since the gold rush. It's just extremely special and should be protected at all costs. One of the things that these intakes will take out are, I think, 61 to 93 structures. We don't have a lot of structures to start out with. So that's a big impact on these agricultural uses. If these are their barns, you know, and we're in a floodplain, so then we have to redo those based on those floodplain regulations. It feels like when we go through all this, it's like a death by 1,000 cuts. And then I read that there will be production losses of 2.8 to 5.6 million annually. That's a lot of money to people in the Delta. I mean, we run off very small. We're like barely making it as Pear Fair. But we really rely on the community to support us, and it gets harder to get that support every year with all the other issues going on. And that's kind of what I have. Go, Anna.
Good morning. My name is Anna Swenson. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to speak today. It's not often that the public is brave enough to come forward and to try to have an appeal like this. And as Emily says, none of us are lawyers, but we are people who really deeply care about the Delta and very much care about the activities and the agricultural areas and definitely the communities. So I was on the Stakeholder Engagement Committee for DPC for 3 years. And during that period of time, I discovered that there were lots and lots of things that they didn't actually know about the Delta. During that period of time, they would talk about having the big dump trucks that are the size of, of 4 regular Ford F-150s, and they would have them pull over to let traffic by, which you can't really do on a levee road. That was one of so many points where we discovered that there hadn't actually been anybody that had even driven out there, right? And so they've done some work and they've refined it, but when it comes right down to it, this project is literally the devastation of not only the Delta, not only the pear fair, but it is the devastation of California history. I moved to the Delta 10 plus years ago. I became a member of the Delta Historical Society. I love history. I think history is amazing. And when I discovered that this is where the gold rush floated by, I wanted nothing more than to participate with not only the Historical Society, but then the pear fair. And why? Because we have to teach future generations history, right? Otherwise, we're doomed to repeat it. And so I became part of the pear fair, bringing the historical photos from the Clarksburg Library, which were a endeavor of a group of women generations behind me. And it's been an honor to carry these things forward. And it's a labor of love. We're not compensated. We don't make money. We do it because we love the pear fair and we believe that it's something that really exemplifies and it shows how important not only agriculture is, but how important the Delta is. And so during that time, I've learned a lot of things. I learned all about adaptive management, which was their answer to every single question we had regarding operations or maintenance of this system. And my concern is this: 50% of the farmers in the United States are going to retire in the next 10 years. 50%, which means if this project goes through, we are absolutely ensuring that the agricultural community in the Delta will be done. They're holding on by a margin. Everyone believes because they have large stakes of land that these guys are rolling in money. And the fact of the matter is that every single year is a hope and a prayer. And we have a duty to support agriculture. We have a duty to support California history. And we have a duty to follow the plan that was created to, quote unquote, it's designed to protect ag and open and rural landscapes and reduce the risk to people and property. That's the whole point of the plan. This project is not only something that's, this is the original map from when they wanted to do the peripheral canal. This project and its conception is older than me, and I'm almost 50. I'll be 50 in December, right? And so we have to think smarter, faster. 18 years construction is too long to get a result. We're not even sure what the result is, right? But 18 years of construction and all of that money, I think about all of the generations that will not only pay for this, but the idea that an entire childhood is going to be missed out on pear fair is devastating. Pear fair is literally our Christmas in July. We spend 9 months working on it. And honestly, I felt like it was not fair of DWR to not even come talk to us. This fair has been going for 50 years, and it's based upon our grit and our work and our encouragement, and the idea that DWR didn't even recognize us as one of the not only biggest, best festivals in the Delta, but also a really, really important point of history. And so I encourage you, save the Delta, but also preserve California history, preserve agriculture. This project does not follow the Delta plan in any way. It does not protect the agricultural and open space. And the idea that they believe that they are immune from any sort of criticism or even, thoughts from the public because it's for state use, that, to me, something that state use should be examined more closely. That should be an even bigger decision. It shouldn't give them a bypass to not have to follow the rules that everybody else in the Delta has to follow. There's lots and lots of projects I know from local landowners they've tried to do. The Delta Protections Commission said, sorry, it doesn't follow the Delta plan. It doesn't follow, it's not consistent with land use out here. We're sorry. It'd be awesome, right? But everybody has to follow the rules. And the idea that DWR believes that they don't is not fair to us. So I really, really appreciate your time in allowing us to, as the public, to come forward and be a little Johnny Goofy and celebrate it, right? And we really do hope you come out, because it really is a celebration of the Delta, and it's also a celebration of our pear farmers and agriculture and history in the Delta.
And it is just a warm hug. So please, we ask you to overturn and remand the consistency finding with DPP 1 about locating new urban development wisely because it was deemed not applicable, or, provide more, have DWR provide more backup on the local land use when citing facilities, because there were other alternatives that were presented, like Sherman Island or West Sacramento as a place for intakes that weren't right in this heart of the Delta and the heart of the Pear Fair. So please, we invite you all, come to Pear Fair early, stay all day. It's the best day we have in the Delta. We are the last one, right? Other than the Bass Derby in Rio Vista, because we used to have a catfish jubilee in Walnut Grove. But it's all really hard to do. So it's an honor to be part of Pear Fair. Over 50 years. We're looking for 50 more years, and we hope to see you there.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
Okay, my last thing is, when I moved to the Delta 10 plus years ago, there were no young families. I remember when I brought my children, and everyone in Clarksburg was so excited because we're kids, right? And families like the Kirchhoffs and families are finally coming in. They're finally repopulating, and they're finally bringing their youth and enthusiasm, and it is such a refreshing, beautiful thing. And the idea that these people now who have dedicated themselves to the hardest job in the entire world, which is agriculture, will be turned away from living in multi-generational historic farms really makes me sad. So thank you.
Thank
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Before you dart off,
We're trying to dart.
okay, don't dart, sit. Do any members have any questions? Yes, Daniel.
I just want to say that your communication skills, every one of you, are lights out.
Well, thank you.
I don't believe you.
I think we've convinced them to come to Pear Fair.
I hope.
Absolutely. Councilmember Burgess?
And apparently, Johnny, apparently,
Apparently.
you are a little bit more polished than you think you
Oh,
are.
I appreciate that.
Emily, question. How
Yes.
many buildings did you say?
I read 61 to 93.
Okay. And then they did not talk to you? DW?
No,
Okay.
actually, I think there was a table that had different groups that were talked to, and we weren't listed. There was like the Rio Vista Bass Derby, and then the Asian Spring Festival, but Pear Fair was not in that list.
And one more clarifying question. Not only does this threaten the Pear Festival or Fair, but it also, the purpose of the fair is to bring people to the area, and so that would also diminish that activity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Eggman?
Good morning, and thank you for coming today. And I have been to the Pear Fair, and it is quite a spectacular event.
Thank you.
How many years has it been going on?
52 pear fairs, but we missed COVID, I think 2021. So it's like 54 years, but 52
That
of
COVID,
them,
that
yeah.
COVID.
That was unfortunate.
We still have the merch from 2020.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
that counts. I think that counts.
It was a parasite. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. Have it on sale this year. Have it on sale this year.
I think this year we're going to go with Pat Hume's Godzilla.
Yeah.
That'll be the theme.
Thank you very much. And just another clarifying question. But not only would the reason for people to visit be gone because the Pear Fair would be gone, but it would also have an impact on the pears that are grown in that area. So on the agriculture, which has all the other jobs and activities and families that are attached to those jobs.
Yes. Yes, it is a huge industry out there. I started, my first job was working at a pear packing shed. Really made me appreciate the the community and the work that goes into actually getting the pairs out to people.
Thank you.
All right. All right, seeing no other questions, thank you very much. And I'll just say that your T-shirts and your signage are beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's the guy that does the posters right there. He's great.
Yes.
Thank you.
July 26th.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate your participation. All right, next we have the County of Sacramento and the Sacramento County Water Agency. If you guys could come up to the table and then introduce yourselves.
Okay, good morning. My name is Kelly Tabor, and I'm here today with the Appellants Sacramento County and Sacramento County Water Agency. And I'll just say that I am a lawyer. I apologize for that. Unlike the Pear Fair, I expect our presentation will not be nearly as fun, but it is important, and I appreciate you having us here to listen. With me today are Sacramento County Supervisor Pat Hume, who's also a member of the board for the Sacramento County Water Agency, Carrie Schmitz, the Water Supply Division Chief for the Sacramento County Department of Water Resources and the Water Agency, and Amber Veselka, who's the Recreation Supervisor for the Cosumnes River Preserve. So as you've already heard, Sacramento County is ground zero for the DCP's impacts to local communities and land uses. DCP infrastructure in the county includes 2 quarter-mile-long intakes along the scenic Highway 160, encompassing the community of Hood. The nearly 600-acre Twin Cities Industrial Complex, which includes a more than 200-acre, 15-foot-tall tunnel spoils pile, plus new access roads and large volumes of heavy construction traffic. The infrastructure, construction, and operations will have a significant impact on the county, particularly affecting the community of Hood, its serene culture, its local businesses, and its only water supply. It'll also impact the Delta National Heritage Area and recreational uses and opportunities, including agritourism and those at the Cosumnes River Preserve and the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge. If full consistency with the Delta Plan is not feasible, certifying agencies must demonstrate that their covered action is nonetheless consistent with the Delta Plan because it's consistent with the co-equal goals for the Delta on the whole. As the county's appeal establishes, the DCP is inconsistent with the co-equal goals because it makes the Delta water supply less reliable, it substantially damages and degrades the Delta ecosystem, and it does not protect or enhance any of the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, or agricultural values of the Delta. The county's appeal and written submission show the DCP is inconsistent with 4 Delta Plan policies. But before we dive into those specific policies, I want to briefly discuss the standard of review. You must evaluate whether substantial evidence in the record supports DWR's certification. And substantial evidence is evidence that is, quote, reasonable in nature, credible, and of solid value. It's important to note that case law provides that substantial evidence cannot be flawed or contrary to evidence, and we cite a case in our written materials for that point. The county's appeal demonstrates with substantial evidence in the record, including that of your own independent science board and state regulatory agencies, how the evidence relied on by DWR for its certification is flawed or contrary to the evidence. Thus, the certification is not supported by substantial evidence in the record. So first, DWR failed to include all applicable feasible Delta Plan mitigation measures as required by policy GP1B2. DWR has failed to include measures to protect agricultural land uses, and the DCP was sited directly within or adjacent to natural communities, habitats, and recreational areas. DWR also failed to use best available science. As Sac Sewer will explain later, the Independent Science Board analysis confirms that DWR did not use best available science. DWR also provides no evidence that the DCP's environmental analysis was peer-reviewed. And finally, DWR didn't adequately consider, avoid, or mitigate impacts related to noise, water quality, and water supply, especially in Hood. Next, as you've already heard, the DCP is inconsistent with policy DPP2, which requires water management facilities to be sited to avoid or reduce conflicts with existing uses or uses described in city and county general plans, considering comments from local agencies and the Protection Commission. The DCP, however, conflicts with the county's existing uses, and DWR failed to consider city and county general plans. It failed to meaningfully consider agency comments, and it failed to demonstrate that the DCP infrastructure could not have been sited to avoid these conflicts. On that last point, DWR states that siting of the tunnel avoided or reduced land use conflicts. However, in the same section of their written submission, they state that the tunnel's alignment will be chosen based on existing and additional geotechnical investigations to avoid conflict and protect existing utilities. DWR can't show that the DCP was cited to avoid existing uses when it's waiting for results of investigations to choose the tunnel location. The policy also requires the DCP to be cited to avoid or reduce conflicts with existing uses and uses that are described or depicted in city and county general plans, but DWR didn't adequately consider uses in general plans, and it fails to consider city general plans at all. You'll hear more about that later. It argues that this policy allows it to consider either existing uses or those in general plans, but it cites no authority for its interpretation, which is plainly inconsistent with the regulation. Case law supports that DPP2 should be read to require an analysis of both existing uses and the uses that are depicted in the city and county general plans. Further, DWR's very cursory discussion of general plans doesn't reflect any actual consideration of the plan uses, which is what the regulation requires. For example, Sacramento County's general plan is reduced to just 3 sentences. DWR merely restates its purpose, strategies, and land use designations before listing where the DCP components would be located. And it doesn't show that these land use designations informed the siting decisions, nor that DWR analyzed any resulting inconsistencies and ways to avoid or reduce them. It has completely failed to show that it satisfies this policy. And this is a really important issue, but the DCP conflicts with the Delta's existing use as a Delta National Heritage Area. In 2019, Congress designated the Delta as a National Heritage Area, and it's California's only heritage area out of 62 nationwide. As was stated by Dr. Nancy Morgan, who is the nation's preeminent expert on heritage areas and the coordinator of the Delta National Heritage Area Management Plan, these NHAs are congressionally designated cultural landscapes that use land use coordination, or local coordination and partnership to conserve, enhance, and promote nationally significant resources. As Dr. Morgan's testimony, which is in your record, explains, each NHA is defined by a strategic assemblage of natural, cultural, historical, and recreational resources that, when considered together, form a cohesive landscape capable of sharing nationally important history. In this way, the NHA represents a cultural and historic landscape that itself is a land use. And the DCP poses threats to the mission, vision, and goals of the Delta National Heritage Area Management Plan, which Dr. Morgan identifies are, quote, substantial and compounding. She described how the DCP threatens the Delta as a place, which the 2008 Blue Ribbon Task Force emphasized must be the third foundational pillar of the Delta Plan alongside water supply and ecosystem health. The specific location DWR chose for the DCP in the middle of the Delta Legacy communities adjacent to the Cosumnes River Preserve and Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge creates multiple land use conflicts that cumulatively impact the heritage area and conflict with the legislature's intent that the co-equal goals be achieved in a way that protect and enhance the unique cultural, recreational, and natural resource and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. The DCP also will conflict with Hood's water supply infrastructure and its associated residential and commercial uses. Groundwater is Hood's only water supply for its residents and commercial operations. And Sacramento County's groundwater expert highlighted significant omissions in DWR's groundwater analysis and mitigation that fail to ensure that the DCP will not disrupt or contaminate Hood's municipal supply wells. DWR's evidence is flawed, and it fails to meet the standard for substantial evidence. The DCP also will conflict with Hood's community action plan goal of providing infrastructure that supports the community's needs. And finally, the county's expert evidence also demonstrated that DWR has not met its burden to show that the DCP will not impact the South American Subbasin and local efforts to comply with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. So as you've heard already, the DCP will also conflict with Hood's residential and commercial uses through the significant noise and traffic impacts lasting well over a decade by removing numerous homes and structures and degrading the overall character of the community. The county's appeal demonstrates the DCP noise analysis is flawed, in part because it doesn't include any analysis or evidence that the extended duration of construction noise on communities won't have significant impacts. And this is a primary concern, as you've heard, for the Delta residents and business owners, and it lacks adequate mitigation. Angelica Whaley, who owns the Willow Ballroom, a wedding and event center on the Sacramento River in Hood, emphasized these conflicts in her testimony in the DCP water rights hearing. So the siting of the Twin Cities complex conflicts with habitat connectivity and recreational uses. And here on this map in green, you'll see the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge and the Cosumnes River Preserve. These protected lands create habitat for hundreds of wildlife species, including many special status species. And together they create a contiguous corridor for migratory Pacific flyway birds, plants, and wildlife. These protected lands also provide recreational opportunities to over 100,000 annual visitors. Yet, DWR cited the Twin Cities complex directly adjacent to the Cosumnes River Preserve and cited the intakes immediately adjacent to the wildlife refuge. These industrial facilities will create significant noise, visual, and environmental disturbances during the lengthy construction period, harming protected species, including the sandhill crane, which is pictured on the slide, and they'll deter recreational visitors through construction noise, dust, traffic, and permanent visual impacts. You've also heard that the DCP conflicts with the county's agricultural production and agricultural tourism. It'll result in the temporary and permanent loss of a significant amount of classified important farmland. Sacramento County's agricultural commissioner testified that, quote, the cumulative toll of the DCP impacts on Delta agriculture would be profound and long-lasting. Delta farmers, many of whom have stewarded this land for generations, may not be able to recover from these disruptions. And fourth-generation Delta farmer and winery owner David Ogilvie testified that construction impacts, including noise, traffic, and access issues, along with overall changes to the area's character from the DCP facilities, will deter visitors from seeking the Delta's agrarian experience and harm the regional tourism economy. Even the State Water Board and the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board commented that impacts like, and these are their words, undesirable visuals, loud noises, increased congestion associated with DCP construction would negatively impact local tourism. DWR also failed to meaningfully consider the county's comments. For example, 4 separate comments from Sacramento County specifically addressing conflicts at the Cosumnes River Preserve were submitted, but DWR omitted any mention of the preserve in its consistency findings. And this table on the slide shows just one of these 4 comments, but it illustrates DWR's failure to adequately consider the comments. The county's comment discussed the impacts on the preserve from the Twin Cities complex, but DWR's consideration merely summarized the county's position, and the analysis doesn't even mention the words Cosumnes River Preserve, nor does it address the specifics of whether the Twin Cities complex conflicts with the identified existing use. And therefore, DWR has failed to meet the requirements of DPP2 to consider local agencies when citing the DCP. You'll hear about this a lot today from multiple parties, but DWR has also failed to establish consistency with policy WRP1. And this requires covered action proponents to show that water suppliers who receive water from the Delta have both reduced their reliance on the Delta and improved regional self-reliance. And DWR relies on an obvious misreading of the regulations to conclude that its contractors have demonstrated reduced reliance on the Delta. They conclude without any legal support that it's sufficient to conclude that a water supplier either reduced reliance or improved regional self-reliance, which is contrary to the plain text of the regulation, which says that both of these prongs have to be satisfied. If, as DWR argues, reduced Delta reliance and improved regional self-reliance were indeed 2 sides of the same coin, why did the legislature include them as 2 separate explicit requirements? If they were equivalent, why could each supplier that was able to demonstrate improved regional self-reliance not also meet the criteria to have established reduced Delta reliance? DWR's logic just doesn't hold up. By its own admission, less than a quarter of the State Water Project contractors receiving Delta exports have demonstrated reduced reliance on the Delta. But regardless of this error, DWR and its contractors' clear statements in the record show that they actually plan to increase, not decrease, reliance on the Delta, both by increasing the amount of water exported and because they're counting on Delta water to replace other diminishing supplies like Colorado River water. It simply defies logic to conclude, as DWR does, that the failure of over 75% of State Water Project contractors to reduce reliance on the Delta did not significantly cause the asserted need to export more water through the Delta Tunnel. And finally, DWR admits to 16 significant and unavoidable environmental impacts in its final EIR for the DCP, which triggers the 3rd prong of this policy. So for all these reasons, DWR has failed to provide substantial evidence that the DCP is consistent with policy WRP1. And finally, DWR has failed to establish consistency with policy ERP1, which requires that the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan flow objectives be used to determine consistency with the Delta Plan. I'll discuss this more later in Sac Sewer's presentation, but the key fact here is that the State Water Board, who's the ultimate administrative authority on water quality objectives, found that the same modeling that supports DWR's consistency certification is inadequate to determine appropriate Delta flow criteria and satisfy the Delta Reform Act. So given the Water Board's finding, there can really be no argument that the DCP is inconsistent with policy ERP1. So in closing, we encourage you to review carefully the county's appeal and all of its written materials. They demonstrate the DCP is inconsistent with at least 4 Delta Plan policies, and maybe even more importantly, that it's inconsistent with the co-equal goals. As it's shown in the county's appeal and its written submission, the DCP makes Delta water supply less reliable. It substantially damages and degrades the Delta ecosystem. It doesn't protect or enhance any of the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, or agricultural values of the Delta. And so for these reasons, the county and the County Water Agency respectfully request that you remand the certification to DWR. And that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you.
If I may, since I was very respectful of the clock earlier, I'd like to just take a little bit of time that we
You have
have
a minute,
left.
51 seconds. Go for it.
I won't even take that long, but I just want to say that you're going to hear from appellants today that represent a variety of perspectives: tribes, environmental justice organizations, counties, reclamation districts, sewer districts, and the Pear Fair, near and dear to my heart. And Johnny, those words were in my speech before he gave a shout out to me. But if Johnny Pappalardo's still in earshot, I want to throw out a couple of puns here. There he is back there. The peristocracy used to exist, but now they're barely getting by. And so when you heard that lights out testimony, Councilman Zingale, I want you to remember the things that I said about the Delta being a place and not a thing. But I also want you to remember the warm feeling you had when you were listening to good people talk about a good thing in a good place. This project squashes that spirit. It executes that soul, and there is no mitigation that accounts for that. Please remand this back to DWR so that we can work on something that fits the Delta as a place. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. We really appreciate it. Council members, does anyone have any clarifying questions? Yes, I'll start with Councilmember Eggman and then Councilmember Burgess.
Thank you, and good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I commute every day from Stockton to Sacramento, up that 5, so I'm through that area that we're talking about every day, and often we'll pull off. Now, because there's at least 3 different public districts there, you have the Consumnes, and then you have Stone Creek, that are different levels of government who oversee that. Has the project got the releases from all of those and the impacts on all of those public projects that exist out there that will be impacted?
I can't speak to the question of coordination with the federal government on the National Wildlife Refuge. Perhaps Ms. Vazelka wants to speak to the Cosumnes River Preserve.
Sure. I work for Sacramento County Regional Parks. We are a partner at the Cosumnes River Preserve. There is some federal oversight with BLM there, but the Nature Conservancy is also there. And so it's a partnership agency. And so I'm speaking from my point with recreation, and because I oversee the recreation in the Delta for Sacramento County Regional Parks.
Was there contact coordination?
There is, but there is no formal, they have not come out formally of, for or against this project in any sort of way.
The real issue, I think, with the preserve and the wildlife refuge, as has been emphasized in the presentations, is simply the location and scale of the project. I mean, it's directly adjacent. You can stand on the Twin Cities site and look across the road, which is a small country road, and you're looking at the Cosumnes River Preserve and all the birds that are floating in the wetlands there, and the sandhill cranes.
Snow geese right now.
Yeah. I mean, the cranes don't know the difference between a jurisdictional boundary. So they're on the Twin Cities Complex site, they're on the preserve site, and they're a fully protected species under state law. There's no opportunity legal opportunity to harm that species unless you go through a planning process that DWR is not proposing to do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Diane.
Trying to do quick clarifying questions, but I just wanted to give you a chance to give me a couple sentences on ERP1 that you were talking about. You said State Water Board did not found the modeling was inadequate for them, and I'm sure DWR will have a difference, but can you just state what you were saying again, just so that I can clarify on ERP1?
Sure. So DWR is in the middle of a parallel administrative proceeding before the State Water Board to modify its water rights. And a significant evidentiary component or issue in that proceeding is the adequacy of the modeling that regarding water quality changes in the Delta. And the administrative
law judge, administrative hearing officer who's presiding over that proceeding, determined in October, before the certification was submitted to you by DWR, that the record that DWR had developed as of that date was inadequate to inform the Water Board's decision, and these are her, I'm quoting her language, which is on my slide and her letter, concerning what delta flow criteria would be appropriate for the DCP as required by the Delta Reform Act. So that is a issue that the Water Board has decided that will be part of its decision on the water rights. And I don't know if there are any council members, perhaps Councilmember Moranian, who were on the council back in 2018 when the California Water Fix proposal Twin Tunnel project came before you. But at that time, as I recall, in your staff's draft determination and in subsequent comments from the council staff to DWR, DWR was advised that it needed to get that water right determination secured before it came to you to with its certification of consistency with the Delta Plan. And the hearing officer's determination that she doesn't, her record, which is the same record before you here right now, was inadequate to support that determination, I think confirms what the council has been saying to DWR for years, which is hold your horses, don't come in until you've got that authorization.
Okay. Thank you. Trying to be quick.
Thank
Southern.
you.
Thank you.
Yes, any other clarifying questions? No? Okay, so it's 10:30. We're going to take a break until 10:45, and I just want to mention that the council members are under our ex parte communication restrictions. And that means that we have to avoid discussing the conveyance project while we're on break or on lunch. So we can say good day and we can say how many kids do you have, but we're not going to talk about the project while we're on break or lunch. So we'll come back at 10:45 and we will begin with the Steamboat Resort. Thank you. Thanks for being here, guys. It's 10:45. We're going to get started again if people want to start taking their seats. And we will have the Steamboat Resort appellants. Please come to the table and get situated.
I get asked about it, but I'm out of the mix sometimes, so it's harder to.
Yeah.
People still ask me, and there's still more things that can be done.
Yeah. My other seat's in front of me, so.
He's back. Good. All right, we're missing member Moranian, but I'm sure she'll be right in. I can see her outside. So let's go ahead and let you guys do your introductions and get started. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Emily Papalardo, and I'm here as a child of Steamboat Slough. And Steamboat Resort is the business that my parents co-own with Phil Vermeulen, who is here with me today, and Kyle Vermeulen, his son, who I grew up with. And again, we know Johnny Papalardo, born and raised on the slough. That's correct. Yes. And we got our slides up. Okay, so I've introduced that. I think I'm going to hand it over to Phil, who can give us kind of a historical perspective on Steamboat Slough and Steamboat Resort.
Good morning. My name.
That right there.
There we go. Good morning. My name's Phil Vermeulen. As Emily alluded, I am one of the 3 families that have owned Steamboat Resort. My partners, Steve and Emily's dad, Brad, and I bought the place in November of 1989. How many partnerships have lasted 36 years? Also, I hate to say, we're kind of aging as a part of the process, too. It has been, originally it was an investment that, besides having been raised myself by my family on boats in the Delta, It was an opportunity, a once in a lifetime, and it has grown over the years. It's incredible. To be able to have a place on the Delta, to be able to kayak every morning, literally, during the summer, off of my dock, is beyond spectacular. The raptors, just all the wildlife there is just beyond incredible. As I said, when we bought the place, we originally bought it not only because we love the Delta, but also because we looked at it as an investment. I can say honestly today that it is what I'd like to call our Hyannisport. It's something that our generations are. My son Kyle was 2 years old when we bought the place. Now my grandchildren are coming there. They're in their early kiddie years, and it's a legacy. So I can't emphasize enough the quality of life there. It's so close to Sacramento, and yet it's so far away. You're a million miles away. We are deeply concerned. Let me put on my other hat. This is my 53rd year of working at the Capitol. I was 5. I was one of those child prodigies when I started. And I've represented the construction industry for the last 45 years. I represent literally all the biggest contractors, not only in California, but nationwide. And so I know a thing or two about construction and about what goes on. Let's take some history here real quick to say, how about the high-speed rail? We can look back on it and say the problems that have befuddled the high-speed rail, simply had they done some foresight, I think a lot of the problems would have been resolved. Had they used the right-of-way on 99 for putting the high-speed rail in, I think we would have not had the problems we have today. I can go on and on and on of different stories like that. Let me talk about the Conveyance project. The Pike plan that has been presented makes so much sense to us. All the problems that we're talking about quality and stuff, so many of them could be resolved if we look seriously at the Pike project and used the ship channel to divert the water down through the ship channel. Sherman Island's owned by the state, and the tunnel would be half the size of what it is, what they're proposing. On top of that, I think we have to be mindful that we know that the climate change is causing serious problems. It's only going to get worse, particularly in the Delta. I think there's obligation or opportunities down the line with possibly desalinization in San Pablo Bay that could hook up to the Pike project if we looked at that. My point being, we need to look at things besides what we're looking at right now. And with that, I want to turn it over to my son briefly and then back
And
to
can we go to our next slide, please?
So while that's going on, again, my name is Kyle Vermeulen. I want to piggyback on something that Phil said, specifically the word legacy. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. As Phil mentioned, we have the place at 89. I was 2 years old. I've gotten 1 or 2 gray hairs since then. But with the Papillardos, we grew up together, scores of other families, the Latonins, the Tulliodices, and growing up, going through it, and now we're at a point where my kids, 3 and 6, are going to the Delta. Latonin, Matt Latonin, shout out, he had a baby recently, so congratulations there.
New River Rat.
Yes, but seeing all these families come together, now my generation is having children and bringing them and getting to experience the beauty and the majesty of the Delta. And it's not just Steamboat Slough that'll be affected. I mean, there are scores of communities, Oxbow, Dagmar, Walnut Grove Marina. I mean, these are all families. If you ever go through Oxbow, float through there, there's just houses all along there. You see tons of families, kids having a great time, getting to experience what it's like being in one of the gems of Northern California. We even have some of our tenants coming from San Luis Obispo. That's a 5-hour drive to come experience one of the greatest things about Northern California. And something like this tunnel project will absolutely destroy not just the environment, but it's going to destroy legacy. And that is extremely heartbreaking to me.
Thanks, Kyle. All right, Johnny, give us the vibes. What does it feel like on Steamboat Slough?
Yeah, that family that drives up from San Luis Obispo does it every weekend, and I can't believe they do. But I see the reasons why they do. I was blessed enough as a child to grow up on this particular resort, and now I live in Sacramento, so, you know, you guys can judge me how you want. My wife won't let me live out there yet. We're working on it. We did live out there before my child was born, and nothing was better. You wake up, you get to see the glassy river, the egrets that fly. We named one of the great blue herons, Hank Heron. That was Matt Latonin that named him. And the wildlife, the serenity, it's unmatched. I could cry if I think about my daughter not experiencing the life that I experienced. She may not, she might, we'll see. I'm working on that. We're at least gonna be out there every single weekend. It's only a 20-minute drive. But the rivers out there are amazing. The best thing I say about Sacramento are the rivers. And when people come here and they experience 110-degree weather, they're like, oh, this is terrible. Why do you guys live here? I'm like, let me tell you what 9 p.m. on a night like that is like on the river. It's 80, 85 degrees. Yeah, I mean, you don't even, you're like, you're swimming at night. It's fantastic. You can't beat that. You're kayaking at night in beautiful weather, 80 degrees. Like, there's nothing like it on the planet. There probably is. You know, I'm wrong in this. It's out there. But we have it right here in our backyard in Sacramento. And the tributaries and the vast array of it, I've been out there my whole life. I don't know all those small sloughs. There's a ton of them, and they're beautiful. The trees overhang them, even though some people say the trees aren't good for the levees. I disagree. I think they're beautiful. And the wildlife love them. But it's amazing what you can do. The kayaking is incredible. The boating is incredible. I heard it was pretty wild. And I don't want to look at you, Senator Eggman, for this, but the 70s and the 60s I heard in the boating time. You're not that old. They were good. They were good back then. They're good now, but boats are expensive. But the boating is incredible. Don't tell anyone. This is bad. This is going to be on the record and on YouTube. Yes. But there's somewhere on the Sacramento channel that's glassy, especially at the end of the day. So if you like to ski, there's two gentlemen that ski every single morning at 6:30 in the morning. These guys are ripped. They're like 78. I don't know. They're pretty old, but they keep it good.
Hey.
Yeah,
I want to join them, actually.
It's awesome. But you can float a boat at night, listen to music. You can kayak any time of the day. You can have kids playing in the rivers. You throw dirt at each other or mud. You get mud in your eye. You have to wash it out with some water. That happened several times. Kyle might have been involved in that. It's just a wonderful experience. I try to show everyone, what we have. And we bring people out for field games too. We play water polo in the river. It's pretty wild. The game is as long as the dock, from one end of the dock to the other end of the dock, depending on what the current is that year. So it could be long, it could be short. It's a good time. But I mean, the river experience, what we have in Sacramento, in the Delta, is amazing. And it's incredible that people in Elk Grove, I could talk to people I grew up with in Elk Grove because I went to school out there. And they're like, I don't know what the Delta is. I don't know what you're talking about, which it's perplexing. So we have to do a better job at showing them that, and we have to do a good job of protecting it so you can show future generations about it too.
Thank you, Johnny. Yeah, I really want to highlight the pictures you see on the slide. That is what we feel. That is the serenity that we get on Steamboat Slough. Actually, I want to say that the picture in the sunset, that was taken in November. I had one of the best wakeboard rides ever that night. And I just thought, wow, I'm going to wakeboard all the way to December. I did not because it rained. But it's our best kept secret. And I hate saying that because we want to keep it a secret, but we also want to share it with the world because it is incredible out there. It is one of the most special places. And I think everyone looks at Lake Tahoe like it's, this gem of California. The Delta is the gem of California. I mean, I can't say what better water you could get anywhere in the world than where you can for skiing and wakeboarding in particular, than, right out Steamboat Slough or Sacramento River right there. It's just situated so perfectly that you have glassy water all the time. So, do what you will with that information. But don't come out between 7 and 8 because that's when I go. No, I welcome everybody to come out. Anytime you want to see the slough, you are welcome to join us. But I want to talk about how how this would affect from the Delta Conveyance Project. On ERP1, this would be impacts to beneficial uses like recreation. So the noise from pile driving for years will make it really hard for our tenants to want to come up to enjoy this because it's all about being quiet and calm. And people stay up not just on the weekends. They're out there during the week. And during the weeks are kind of some of the best times because they're really calm because there's really no traffic or no weekend traffic. And then, there's no guarantee, there will be barge use, but there's no guarantees as to how much barge use there will be. I work on levee projects, and when it comes to bidding your project, you determine your bids based on what maybe the cheapest bid is for your construction project. And we know this construction project is going to be expensive, and they're going to want to try to save money anywhere they can. And sometimes barges are just the better way to move material. And so I want to make sure that there's guarantees that there will be limited barging in the Delta because of the impacts to recreation and navigability. And honestly, every time the barges go through, the bridges have to go up, and then there's more traffic. So that's one of the concerns there. Additionally, talking about traffic, a lot of the construction traffic will be on their own roads, but it also is going to go onto Highway 12. Well, Highway 12 is a disaster, and I would really encourage the project proponents to try to avoid that at all costs. I mean, even with the Rio Vista Bridge getting stuck up all the time, it's going to be problematic. And so what that's going to do is put pressure onto all the other roads in the area and just put a bunch of traffic on there. I mean, we are a commute route for Bay Area traffic. And actually, a lot of our folks come from the Bay Area. So will they really want to spend hours and hours trying to get to the river? We do have the people coming from San Luis Obispo, and so maybe they do, but it's an impact, and we really, it's not we're there because we love it. It's not easy to manage and run a marina in the Delta any longer. There's a ton of regulations. Replacing anything is extremely expensive, and so we really are just there because we want to be there and we love it there. It's not like going to make us any money, but it's going to give us a ton of joy. And it's going to give my children a ton of joy, I hope. They don't want to wakeboard yet, but we're working on that. Actually, that's my son there catching a fish right there in the slough. And we need to get into that a little bit more. We don't fish enough. But it's fantastic for recreation. So here's a picture of, oops. Where am I in my slides? Yeah. So here's an example of a barge going up the river when we're also out there. And then another concern I had was there wasn't too much study done on flows in the adjacent sloughs downstream of the project. So I think there was just one point downstream to look at changes in water levels, and it was 1 to 2 feet of a difference in water level from operations of the project. Well, we don't really have 1 to 2 feet to spare. As you can see, that's the inside of our dock. We need that for access. And so if we lose a couple feet there, we also lose that access, and it becomes more of a haven for all the invasive plants and vegetation that we also experience there that we would rather not have to deal with. Next, DPP1, locating new urban development wisely. I think as you see, and you remember those pictures, it is a beautiful place to be. It is calm, it is relaxing, and nothing about the Delta Conveyance project will be calm or relaxing. It is just going to be a huge construction site in the North Delta. Lastly, Phil noted this. He talked about other alternatives for the project, and that there would be better locations for this that would be less impactful to life in the Delta and recreation. And then I would like to read a letter from one of our tenants who has been coming up for 30 years and kind of want to highlight, how much harder it will be for them to want to enjoy it if it is a construction zone nearby. Because we're only, as a crow flies, 2 miles from the intakes. And so I'm positive we'll be able to hear the pile driving and all the trucking from where we are, because water does convey sound really well. So here's Nick's letter. Chair members and council, my name is Nick Tiliadis. I own a houseboat docked on Steamboat Slough at Steamboat Resort, right near the Sacramento River. I'm here because navigability is not an abstraction for me. It is how I safely get my family on and off the water, how we reach services, and how emergency response could reach us if something goes wrong. Steamboat Slough is part of a tidal conveyance corridor where flow conditions are complex and where small changes can have real consequences. The USGS has documented that Sutter and Steamboat Sloughs are important conveyance channels and that Steamboat Slough is more tidally dominated, meaning it's especially sensitive to changes that can alter circulation and net flow patterns. I want to focus on 3 concrete points. First, the Delta Plan treats the Delta as an evolving place where recreation and tourism are core values, not afterthoughts. Chapter 5 describes a strategy to encourage recreation and tourism and sustain a vital Delta economy. Any action that predictably reduces navigability or degrades recreational experiences conflicts with that direction and must be avoided or meaningfully reduced where feasible. Second, we have evidence that depth changes and sedimentation are real in this connected waterway system. USGS bathymetric change analysis covering the junction of Cache and Steamboat Slough shows historic accretion and erosion patterns over multiple periods. That means the risk of shoaling is not speculative. In 30+ years I have been at Steamboat, I've seen it change from year to year. If a change reduces local conveyance or changes in velocity patterns, it can increase the risk of deposition and harm navigation. Third, data sufficiency matters. The USGS gauge on Steamboat Slough near Walnut Grove ceased data collection on October 1st, 2025 due to loss of funding. That makes it even more important that any approval affecting navigability or flow includes enforceable monitoring requirements and public reporting using the official DWR CDEX stations on Steamboat Slough. So my request is straightforward. Do not approve and do not allow to proceed any change that would diminish navigability, reduce local water flow, or degrade recreational value in Steamboat Slough unless the proponent meets these standards. 1, providing transparent station-based analysis using CDEC USGS data and disclose uncertainties. Commit to enforceable navigation protections, minimum access, no unsafe constrictions, and real contingency plans. And 3, include monitoring triggers and mandatory corrective actions for if depths or navigability worsen. The Delta is not just a conveyance corridor. It's where people live, recreate, and depend on safe waterways. Please protect the existing navigation and recreational uses that define this place. And I would like to go through, that was my other, I'm not good at following slides, but this is just kind of showing that, this is the Sacramento County General Plan, and it's really tied to agriculture and less to industrial facilities. So in conclusion, we would like that you remand the certification of consistency to DWR and protect the beautiful recreation that all can enjoy on Steamboat Slough, Sacramento River, and the entire Delta. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Members, does anyone have any questions, clarifying questions for these appellants? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. By the way, we did urge you to come for a boat ride around the area there.
Yes.
Our boat, Cirrhosis of the River, would love to take you.
That's an awesome name. All right. We'll invite our next appellants up, the tribal and NGO appellants. And while you guys are getting situated, I'll read off the names of everyone involved in this, all the organizations. We have San Francisco Baykeeper, Winnemem Wintu, Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, Restore the Delta, California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, Center for Biological Diversity, Friends of the River, California Indian Environmental Alliance, Sierra Club California, and Little Manila Rising. So if you could introduce yourselves, and we'll get started. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Lee. Good morning still, I guess. Yeah, sorry, is that better? All right. Thank you, Chair Lee. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name's Eric Busher. I'm the managing attorney at San Francisco Baykeeper. I'm here with my colleague, Christy Ralston, also with Baykeeper, and we are honored and privileged to represent those list of 10 organizations that are on the screen and that joined together in the appeal of the consistency determination. I want to start with what I think has been the most kind of touching moments of the hearing today with the Delta as a place. Conflicting uses of the Delta must be avoided under the Delta Plan and the Delta Reform Act. And the Delta Conveyance Project fails this aspect of consistency. For environmental justice communities in the Delta, unavoidable impacts on these communities are acknowledged. And as the Stewardship Council has written to DWR, Those communities currently bear high environmental burdens or heightened base level social vulnerability to environmental stressors. And the evidence shows that there will be disproportionate impacts from the projects on these people who are an integral part of the Delta community and the Delta as a place. DWR acknowledges those harms and states that in surveys, those same communities were concerned about preservation of natural resources and about the Delta as a place. DWR says it's impossible to site the tunnel to avoid those harms. But that does not make the tunnel consistent. That is a demonstration of what the Delta Protection Commission told you this morning, that it is too big to be consistent with the Delta plan. There will also be significant impacts on tribes in the Delta. There was inadequate consultation according to the tribes who should have been and were contacted. And the tribal cultural landscape that is the Delta, as well as specific tribal cultural resources, are admitted as having to suffer significant and unavoidable consequences. There is no evidence that this is consistent with the Delta plan or with protecting the Delta as a place. And again, as DWR admits, it is simply impossible to site the current project in the Delta without significant and unavoidable impacts on tribal cultural resources and the tribal cultural landscape. In addition to those communities and the tribes, it is also inconsistent with existing recreational and economic uses of the Delta. As we just heard from the prior panel, the recreation that occurs in the Delta is a fabric of the place and of the lives of the people who live there. The Delta Conveyance Project would increase the severity and frequency of harmful algal blooms, which prevent recreation, especially by those environmental justice communities and urban residents. Construction over more than a decade will eliminate and reduce recreational opportunities. And DWR's assertion that those lost opportunities can occur elsewhere in the Delta lacks any evidence and is inconsistent with the Council's own comments on the Environmental Impact Report, where you explained that environmental justice communities face barriers to access that prevent them from just using an alternative location. On the economic front, DWR relies primarily on a community benefits program, a slush fund of money with no benefits to date, no evidence of future benefits that will actually come to fruition, and no evidence that those theoretical future benefits will mitigate or avoid the negative consequences. In a 10-plus year construction timeline, impacts to local businesses are not temporary. Small businesses or volunteer-run organizations that we heard about this morning cannot just close for a decade and then reopen as if nothing happened. Given those consequences of the project, there is not substantial evidence to support DWR's determination of consistency with existing uses and with the Delta as a place. In addition, the ecological consequences of the Delta Tunnel and the Delta Conveyance Project would be devastating for an ecosystem that has been acknowledged by this council, by state and federal expert agencies, by the State Water Board, to be in crisis for more than the last 15 years. DWR relies on mitigation of the negative impacts of its project. But mitigation is about reducing harms, not about improving conditions. The Delta Reform Act and the Delta Plan require restoring a healthy Delta ecosystem. Merely limiting negative consequences does not do that and is not consistent. More, the evidence in the record demonstrates that the Delta Conveyance Project would foster habitat for invasive species like the golden mussel and for non-native fish that prey on native fish, many of which are already endangered and at risk of extinction. The Delta Plan and the Delta Reform Act also require the use of the best available science. The best available science is information relevant to the Delta, to its ecosystem. It is void of non-scientific and political influence. It is open and transparent. It is inclusive across disciplines and communities, and it is peer-reviewed. For a host of reasons, DWR's consistency determination fails this aspect of the Delta Plan as well. First, with respect to climate change, DWR typically relies on the existence of a hotter, wetter future in California. And while that may be a possibility, it ignores the equally likely or more plausible future that is hotter and drier. At the time of submission of the consistency determination, the state board, water board, described DWR's climate modeling in the future as incomplete because they had failed to incorporate a reasonable range of future climate conditions. If we have to pick and choose and cherry pick what potential futures may exist in order to justify the existence of the project or its consistency with the law, we have failed to use best available science. DWR also ignores the aspects of best available science that demand inclusion, specifically of traditional ecological knowledge. The Delta Plan and this council recognize that traditional ecological knowledge is part of the best available science according to the Delta Reform Act. Traditional ecological knowledge is the knowledge, innovations, practices, and beliefs that tribes who have lived with and in the Delta for time immemorial have accumulated. It includes knowledge from biological, cultural, physical, social, and spiritual systems, and it cannot be separated from those tribes and those people. It must come from them, and it must include them. But it was not used or included by the Department of Water Resources. DWR did not consider traditional ecological knowledge with respect to impacts to fish and wildlife, with respect to tribal uses of water, with respect to harmful algal blooms, and with respect to tribal cultural and religious practices. The absence from the analysis means that DWR's assertion ignores the best available science. That, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Ralston, to talk about DWR's failure to demonstrate reduced reliance on the Delta.
The DCP also violates the Delta Plan's Water Supply Reliability Policy Number 1, or WRP1, which is codified in the California Code of Regulations at Title 23, Section 5003. Section A of WRP1 states that water shall not be exported from, transported through, or used in the Delta if all of the following conditions are true. One or more water suppliers that would receive water from the project have adequately failed to reduce reliance on the Delta and improved regional self-reliance. 2, the failure to reduce reliance on the Delta and improve regional self-reliance have significantly caused the need for the project. And 3, the project's export, transfer, or use would have significant adverse impact on the Delta's environment. Subsection C1 further details what is required for a showing of reduced reliance on the Delta and improved regional self-reliance, including A, a complete urban water management plan with B, identified, evaluated, and commenced projects that will reduce reliance on the Delta, and C, the expected outcome for measurable reduction in Delta reliance and improvement in regional self-reliance. From this framing, one thing is clear, and as Ms. Tabor discussed in her presentation earlier this morning, it is not enough for water suppliers to reduce reliance on the Delta or increase regional self-reliance. Water suppliers must show both. Unfortunately, as the next several slides will detail, water suppliers have failed in this respect, and for this reason, compliance with WRP1 has not been satisfied. Notably, the majority of water suppliers have failed to show a reduction in their reliance on the Delta. This is no surprise, of course. The entire premise of the DCP is incongruent with the concept of reducing reliance on the Delta. In fact, it would do quite the opposite. It proposes to increase diversions from the Delta and sends more water to suppliers in the south of the state, water that is essential to prevent ecosystem collapse in the Delta. In its certification of consistency, DWR attempts to sidestep this rather glaring misinterpretation of the Delta Plan in California law by claiming that recipients that failed to show reduced reliance were still compliant with WRP1 because they had showed increased self-reliance instead. But instead is not both. Increased self-reliance is, of course, an important key to compliance with WRP1, but it is not a sufficient condition. just one water supplier failing to show adequate contributions to both reduce reliance on the Delta and increase regional self-reliance is enough to show noncompliance with WRP1 Section A1. But DWR pulled this sleight of hand for 186 water suppliers, nearly 80% of all the urban water management plans that it reviewed in its certification of consistency. DWR's smoke and mirrors go further. In its review of those 186 water suppliers, DWR fails to note that 19 actually showed a decrease in total quantity of supplies contributing to regional self-reliance from 2010 to 2040. Instead, without explanation, DWR opts for an inconsistently applied standard, apparently allowing water suppliers 2 bites at the apple if they failed to show an increase in total quantity of supplies contributing to regional self-reliance by accepting increases in supplies contributing to regional self-reliance as a percent of total demand. DWR's calculations to determine reduced reliance on the Delta and increased regional self-reliance remain inconsistent throughout the remainder of the certification of consistency. As a general note, DWR uses an arbitrary year as its baseline, 2010. Unfortunately, 2010 is a largely unrepresentative year, as it was a year with unusually high water exports. Accepting 2010 as the baseline year then artificially inflates reductions in Delta reliance. And as mentioned during the previous slide, DWR cherry picks between percentages and volumes depending on which is more convenient to show a decrease in reliance on the Delta or an increase in regional self-reliance. Digging deeper into the raw data, rather than just DWR's representations of that data, we can see among water suppliers that DWR categorized as showing increased self-sufficiency, a total of 32 water suppliers saw either a decrease or no change in the total quantities of supplies contributing to regional self-reliance, or supplies contributing to regional self-reliance as a percent of total demand. Likewise, for those water suppliers that DWR categorized as showing reduced reliance on the Delta, 15 showed an increase or no change in total quantity of Delta supplies or Delta supplies as a percent of total demand. For those water suppliers that did not outright fail, DWR accepted even the most de minimis improvements, flying in the face of WRP1's instruction that water suppliers show adequate contributions to reduce reliance on the Delta and improved regional self-reliance. DWR's arbitrary calculations obscure the fact that many water suppliers will be increasing reliance on the Delta in the coming years. For example, these 7 water suppliers will contribute to a total of nearly 35,000 acre-feet of increased reliance on the Delta between 2010 and 2030. Even if there are small reductions in Delta supplies as a percent of total demand, the fact remains this is more water being removed from the Delta, not less. The DCP would exacerbate this trend. WRP1 precludes the export of additional water from the Delta if the need for such water was significantly caused by a failure of water suppliers to adequately contribute to reduce reliance on the Delta and improve regional self-reliance. But DWR ignores the 186 water suppliers that failed to show reduction in reliance on the Delta and how their demand for Delta water stacks up. Worse yet, the underestimated demand that DWR does attempt to calculate for a mere 5 water suppliers is measured against an inflated value of total contractual allocations of 3.99 million acre-feet. This is more water than the State Water Project has ever delivered and roughly 1.75 times the historical Delta water use. This is not a meaningful calculation, and it is not substantial evidence to show that water suppliers' failures did not significantly cause the need for increased Delta exports. DWR also fails to apply the best available science when it comes to population projections. Disregarding the fact that recent decades have shown that population growth and water demand are no longer directly related, the population numbers that DWR does use are not reliable. These largely come from urban water management plans, which in turn rely on disparate sources that utilize inconsistent methodologies for analysis. DWR fails to acknowledge credible sources, like the California Department of Finance, that show decreasing populations in California in the near future. In Southern California in particular, this decrease could begin as soon as 2038. And DWR makes no mention of the fact that urban water management plans consistently overestimate water demand and significantly. These plans have been off by as much as 25% for 5-year projections and nearly 75% for 20-year projections. DWR altogether failed to provide an analysis of the impacts of increased water exports on the environment and ecosystem. In combination with the other 2 factors already mentioned, WRP1 of the Delta Plan precludes additional exports if those additional exports will result in a significant environmental impact in the Delta. And the DCP will have adverse impacts in the ecosystem, including on 7 protected fish species and many other native species. No meaningful review of DWR's certification of consistency with WRP1 is possible without an analysis of these harms, and there is not substantial evidence of consistency with WRP1.
In addition, sorry about that. The last policy I'd like to flag is the DCP's inconsistency with providing protective delta flows and meeting protective delta flow objectives. DWR analyzes protective delta flows only according to Water Rights Order D-1641 requirements, but it ignores the science, including reports from the State Water Board issued pursuant to the Delta Reform Act, that much, much more is needed, and ignores the Delta Plan's observations of the same. An abundance of evidence demonstrates that existing regulatory minimum flows, the one DWR analyzes, are insufficient to protect the Delta ecosystem, to protect public trust resources, fish, and fisheries. The Delta Conveyance Project would significantly reduce the frequency of the flows that are needed to support the ecosystem and native fish, an ecosystem that is already in crisis. In conclusion, first, DWR's approach to the consistency determination, failing to use the best available science, failing to incorporate tribal ecological knowledge, failing to adequately consult with tribes, failing to listen to the community, failing to adhere to coherent population and water demand methodologies, undermine the evidence that it puts forward. In short, DWR's conclusions require cherry-picking data and ignoring science. This is not substantial evidence. Second, there is no evidence, and barely even a claim, that the Delta Conveyance Project would restore or protect the Delta's ecosystem. More extraction of water, less in-stream flow, the master variable that the Water Board and the Delta Plan have identified as necessary to restore and protect the Delta's ecosystem, will harm the Delta, not protect or restore it. Third, the Delta Conveyance Project is destructive and unneeded. It will cause harm to communities, to tribes, to recreational interests, to businesses, to farms, to native species, and to fisheries that support communities and economies throughout the state. This harm occurs against a backdrop of an ongoing and worsening crisis. The first rule of holes is stop digging. The first rule of a crisis is stop the conduct that causes it. Yet DWR, with the Delta Conveyance Project, doubles down and does the opposite. Local water supplies would increase reliability and avoid further harm to the Delta's ecosystem. This is what the Delta Reform Act demands. This would be consistent, not a bigger tunnel and more extraction. And finally, the Delta Conveyance Project betrays the promise of the Delta Reform Act. Rather than protect and restore the ecosystem, it would further degrade it. Rather than reduce reliance on the Delta for a water supply, it would increase it. Rather than preserve the Delta as a place, it would fundamentally change and destroy aspects of it. And there is no evidence that it is necessary for water supply or would address future unreliability due to climate change, because DWR ignored the best available science. The record does not contain substantial evidence in support of the consistency determination offered by the department. We respectfully request that the appeal be sustained and that the covered action be remanded to DWR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, members, does anyone have any clarifying questions? Yes, Member Burgess?
These are clarifying questions, trying to go quick. At the beginning, there's a lot to unpack here, but one of the things that you talked about was the, I want to quote, but I didn't write it down. The tribal communications. Can you clarify if there was some, or if there was, why it wasn't acceptable? And I know that for the Delta Stewardship Council, we've really leaned in on helping create policy and understanding how to do it. But I know that we're still learning, but can you communicate about that?
Yeah, absolutely, Councilmember Burgess. So California law requires meaningful consultation with impacted tribes. That starts with identifying the tribes who would be impacted and then communicating with them in a way that you ensure that you can actually reach the right people, communicating with them as the sovereign nation that they are, and that consultation be meaningful. So if you just contact by email and never follow up, it doesn't count. If you contact by email, talk to somebody, and then never change anything, that doesn't count. You have to engage in meaningful consultation. And I think one of the things that this council has correctly and eloquently articulated in what you describe as its process to set up appropriate tribal consultation methodologies is that the people you ask whether the consultation was meaningful are the tribes that you talked to. And the evidence in the record from the water rights hearings, from the comments on the EIR, from those tribes, the ones that were contacted and the ones that were not, and from independent third parties looking at those communications, all say this was not adequate consultation from the tribe's point of view. Thank you.
Yes, Daniel?
Did you say that there are surveys that show that environmental justice communities are concerned about the project?
Yes, so in DWR's written response, in their the 200-page submission, in section 3.1.5.1, the bottom of page 62 and the top of page 63, DWR described its outreach to disadvantaged or environmental justice communities. And what it said is it conducted a survey, and the top-ranked priorities were clean air and drinking water, and followed by the natural environment, levee repair, and agricultural preservation. Prominent themes from the disadvantaged community respondents were the natural environment, which they connected with their concern for the potential effects of the diversion of water from the Delta and protection of fish and wildlife and preserving the Delta and community. And so I have concerns about how adequate that outreach was, but the outreach that was done made clear that the priority of those communities were those things that DWR described and the consequences that the DCP would have on those interests.
So when you said that about the concerns, you were referring to the DWR survey?
Correct. That's DWR's own survey identified those concerns. Those are consistent with concerns that some of the groups that we're here on behalf of have as well.
Can you repeat the citation?
Yeah. Section 3.1.5.1, and it's pages 62 and 63 of DWR's submission.
And while you're at it, could you also point to the record of the tribal engagement?
Give me just a second. So this is cited in our written submission. Sorry, hang on.
I'm not trying to stump you. But
No, it's fine. I should have. This should be
You
easier.
can feel free to get back to
Yeah,
us
it's
on
okay
that,
to-
for sure.
that's completely
Yeah,
fine. I don't wanna
That's
slow
totally
things
fine.
down.
You don't need
I'll find it in a second.
page
Thank
or
you.
everything. And I think Member Maranian had a question.
Were you able to obtain any kind of like logs of the public outreach in engaging the communities and the tribal groups or any of that?
Use your microphone.
It is on. Oh.
Yeah, it just needs to be closer.
Okay. My question was if you were able to obtain any kind of log of the activities during the public outreach and who were contacted and in what manner and all of that. I mean, I understand that you said it's not, but I'm trying to see the basis of that. That's one question. And the second question, to decline the modeling after 2070, is it something that you...
Get close.
Oh my God.
So
We're
people
accused of
online
being
can
not
hear.
being loud, so.
Yeah.
That's right. Did you hear me, or should I repeat?
I caught the first part.
Okay.
About the
first
logs.
one was,
Yes.
yeah, the first one was if there's a log that shows activities of the public outreach. And then the second question is that you said that there was a rejection of going to model after 2070. And I want to know if you're referring to a precedent of another project that is 2070 a number, and anything that is beyond 2070 is how accurate it could be.
Yeah, so with respect to the logs of outreach, I know those exist. I don't have a citation for them. I think they're in the record. DWR tracked the groups it contacted. I think there was a mention of that with the Pear Fair this morning, that they were not on that list. But that is in the record. I just don't have a citation for it. I would caution that the fact that somebody received an email or shows up on that log does not mean that there was a back and forth that could influence the project in any way, but they're on the log. Those logs do exist.
The logs will show if the right people were contacted, at least. I mean, even the emails or the contact.
I'm not even sure they show that the right people. I think for a lot of the tribes, for example, it says we contacted this tribe, but it doesn't say who we reached out to, who we heard back from, whether we heard back. Some of that is confidential information that the tribe and DWR don't share publicly, but that doesn't necessarily even have that level of detail. It does say this is the list of tribes or community organizations that participated or that were contacted, but it doesn't tell, I think, much beyond that.
Maybe what I'll ask is that we flag that for our questions tomorrow and see if either you or DWR can point to that in the record would be helpful. Okay.
And then the 2070 modeling after and beyond, and how the accuracy of anything, the precedent and what is being done on a project this size generally, what is the land, I mean, the land or the defining year that we go to forecast, and how accurate it is after a certain date.
So I'm going to be a little bit cautious here. I am not a climate science modeler. What we were referring to was a letter from the State Water Board from the Administrative Hearing Office. This is similar to what Ms. Tabor talked about this morning. As part of all of the modeling information about how the project would operate in the future that was submitted to the Water Board in connection with the water rights proceedings, the hearing officer responded and said, "You have not adequately given me information to understand what the future beyond 2070 looks like." And that was the determination that she made at the time that the consistency determination was submitted, was that the modeling beyond 2070 was just absent from the record at that point. How reliable that modeling is, the farther you go into the future, the more variance there is. That's one of the reasons it's important to not pick one scenario. You can't focus just on a theoretical hotter, wetter future. You have to say it might be wetter, it might be drier, it might be about the same, just at different times, right? All of these are possibilities in terms of determining how a project that is supposed to operate from 2045 for 100 years is actually going to function, and that there's just not evidence in this record that answers that question.
Right. My question mostly is that, where does the number come from? 2070, we just put it there. Is it a convention that is agreed on? Is it, I understand that we could go beyond, and probably the accuracy goes less and less the longer we take. And I'm not a scientist like you're not. But I'm trying to understand where the 2070 comes from.
That 2070 year came from the State Water Board's letter to DWR asking for information beyond that date.
We should ask them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any clarifying questions? No? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
We will move on to our next appellants, which is the Sacramento Area Sewer District.
we ready to begin? Okay, hello again. Kelly Tabor here on behalf of Sacramento Area Sewer District. I just want to recognize that you have heard a lot already this morning, and we are the last presentation before lunch, which is never a great position to be in, but we appreciate your attention as we present Sac Sewer's appeal. With me today is Christoph Dobson. He's the district engineer and general manager for Sac Sewer. Brian Young is the district's environmental program manager, and Supervisor Hume sits on the Sacramento Area Sewer District Board. He wears many hats, and we're happy to have him here. Sac Sewer has been before this council many times since the council was established as part of the district's ongoing efforts to support Delta science and the Delta Plan. It's here today because for nearly 2 decades, Sac Sewer has been advocating to ensure that plans for a Delta tunnel do not adversely affect its facilities and operations. Yet, despite the district's continued efforts to engage with DWR, Sac Sewer is forced to bring this appeal to protect its essential infrastructure, its investment, and its ecosystem restoration efforts. And this is because DWR located the Delta Conveyance Project facilities immediately downstream of Sac Sewer's wastewater discharge and in the middle of Sac Sewer's landmark Harvest Water program, which is the first project to receive funding under Proposition 1, the Water Storage Investment Program. Despite Sac Sewer's, sorry, do I need to change? Okay. No, I do not yet, thank you. Despite these repeated efforts, DWR failed to acknowledge or account for harvest water in designing and citing the DCP to the detriment of the environment, Sac Sewer's ratepayers, and the state's taxpayers. The DCP also threatens operational impacts to Sac Sewer's Echo Water recycling facility, a nearly $2 billion investment by Sac Sewer's ratepayers for the benefit of the Delta environment. So in 2023, Sac Sewer completed a decade-long upgrade to the Echo Water wastewater treatment and recycling facility. I mentioned this was almost $2 billion in cost. And Echo Water discharges to the Sacramento River just upstream of the proposed DCP water intakes. Sac Sewer's Harvest Water program was approved in 2016, and Sac Sewer obtained a water right to deliver up to 50,000 acre-feet per year of highly treated wastewater to agricultural lands within Sacramento County to raise groundwater levels and improve fish habitat in the Cosumnes River, as well as provide numerous ecosystem benefits. Recycled water delivery infrastructure is nearly complete, and deliveries are expected to begin in 2027. Harvest Water is a key management action supporting the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act for the South American and Cosumnes groundwater basins. And I mentioned Prop 1 funding. Sac Sewer has entered into a contract for the administration of public benefits with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife that quantifies numerous ecological benefits that Sac Sewer is required to provide in exchange for this substantial amount of Prop 1 funding. And to date, Harvest Water has been awarded approximately $365 million in state funding, plus an additional $30 million from the federal government. So these figures show how the Harvest Water program will benefit groundwater in Sacramento County. They show the percentage of time that the depth of groundwater is less than 25 feet. Green corresponds to 90 to 100% of the time, while the light red is on the opposite end of that spectrum. And as you can see, groundwater levels are anticipated to improve dramatically with Harvest Water. Along with raising groundwater levels by at least 10 feet, Harvest Water is contractually committed to providing a wide range of specifically quantified ecosystem benefits. And Sac Sewer's appeal establishes that the DCP is not consistent with either of the co-equal goals. First, the DCP will diminish water supply reliability because it will substantially interfere with Sac Sewer's ability to deliver recycled water through Harvest Water. And second, the DCP will not protect, restore, or enhance the Delta because it will substantially impede Harvest Water's ability to provide the critical ecosystem benefits within the Delta that it has contracted to provide. And Sac Sewer's appeal also establishes that the DCP is inconsistent with 4 Delta Plan policies. We'll review those as they specifically pertain to Sac Sewer's interests. So under policy GP1, in relevant part, covered actions have to meet 3 distinct requirements and support that showing with substantial evidence. And again, I want to emphasize the standard of review here. DW argues that when there's a disagreement between experts, that's not necessarily fatal to its certification. However, expert evidence showing that DWR's evidence is flawed or contrary to evidence is fatal to DWR. And as Sac Sewer's appeal establishes, the DCP is not consistent with this policy or all of its applicable components. So DWR did not include all the necessary Delta Plan mitigation measures or adequate substitutes. In particular, it failed to include mitigation measure 4-2A, which requires project proponents to select project sites that would avoid special status species habitat. And it also fails to include measure 4-2F, which requires project proponents to avoid habitats of special status plant species. A major component of the DCP that you've heard about, the nearly 600-acre Twin Cities complex, and other substantial DCP facilities are sited directly adjacent to, as you've heard, the Cosumnes River Preserve and the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, which disrupts a special status species habitat and a contiguous habitat corridor. And this map shows the location of the Twin Cities complex in red, overlain on locations of greater sandhill crane flock locations that have been mapped. As I mentioned, this is a fully protected species under state law. And you can see that the complex is proposed to be located directly on top of crane habitat areas. And those are mapped flock locations, but if you go out to this site now, the cranes are here, you'll see that cranes are not just limited to these mapped locations. They're everywhere. They're all over this property. It's great. You can drive down the road and park and watch them. And Sac Sewer's appeal explains how DWR has not provided adequate mitigation to avoid impacts to the habitat of special status species such as the greater sandhill crane and others. The third prong of policy GP1 requires documenting the use of best available science. And in 2024, the Delta Independent Science Board provided extensive comments on the final EIR for the DCP. And these comments made clear that DWR has not used best available science. Specifically, the Independent Science Board told DWR there were flaws in its methodology and modeling for climate change, in its ecology analysis, and its analysis of impacts to fish and terrestrial species. The Independent Science Board also believes that DWR has overstated seismic risks in the Delta, which substantially undermines DWR's arguments against an alternative to this project, a through Delta conveyance. And certainly, as the Council is well aware, the Independent Science Board is comprised of prominent scientists with expertise in the Delta. As the legislative mandated scientific advisors to the Council, the board's findings on the DCP must be given tremendous weight. DWR cannot have relied on best available science, as it contends, and on faulty science, as the Independent Science Board opined. Also, DWR has failed to use best available science in several ways that specifically impact Sac Sewer, including the operation of the Echo Water facility and the Harvest Water program. For example, there are times when the Sacramento River reverses direction due to tidal activity, and Sac Sewer has to stop discharging under those reverse flow conditions. Expert evidence shows that DWR did not adequately analyze the potential for the DCP to increase these reverse flow conditions and impact the Echo Water facility operation. And there simply isn't time enough in our presentation to detail the myriad ways that DWR's record is insufficient to satisfy the best available science standard. However, I will emphasize that the failure to include model runs, and you've heard this from other appellants, that represent the conditions under which the DCP will actually operate, does establish that DWR has not used best available science. The data supporting those model runs is and was available to DWR, and they simply chose not to use it in their certification. You've heard today already the DCP is inconsistent with Delta Plan Policy DPP2, regarding siting of water management facilities, and the DCP fails to meet each one of DPP2's requirements. DWR has argued that the DCP's operational impacts aren't relevant to a DPP2 analysis, but to the contrary, the operational impacts that Sac Sewer describes to its Echo Water facility are a direct result of DWR's decision to site the DCP intakes just downstream of the Sac Sewer discharge. They are therefore relevant to the evaluation of DPP2. So first, the DCP wasn't cited to reduce conflicts with existing land uses, including the critical land use of Harvest Water's eco plan. Harvest Water is fully approved and it's well through its construction phase. It's been granted, as I mentioned, over $400 million in public funding in exchange for the contractual commitments to provide specific quantified ecological benefits. On this slide, you can see the DCP facilities in green and blue overlain on the Harvest Water Program area, which is the white outline, and the Recycle Water Delivery area, which is outlined in red. The bluish-green areas to the west are the DCP intakes, and I'll just note that the northernmost intake is not part of the approved project, but our version of the map wasn't included, that was corrected, wasn't in this record, so you can ignore that northern one. But the big green and blue shape in the middle is the DCP Twin Cities Complex site, which is a location of one of the key Harvest Water sandhill crane habitat enhancement areas. In its written submission, DWR argues that there's no evidence in the record for this proceeding that Sac Sewer has entered into any specific agreements with landowners for this habitat creation that it's pursuing that would be contrary to the DCP. But I just have to point out that Sac Sewer was limited to the record that DWR created. So the lack of information about Harvest Water only underscores that DWR failed to take it into account when designing the DCP and certifying consistency with the Delta Plan. The Harvest Water Eco Plan and recycled water areas have been defined with specific goals that must be met within these defined areas per Sac Sewer's contract with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, which was submitted as part of its testimony in the water rate proceeding. And Sac Sewer is here today telling you, as it's been telling DWR for years, that it's planning to use the areas that DWR now wants to use for the DCP. DWR claims it'll provide compensation for Harvest Water infrastructure that will be destroyed if it can't be relocated, but compensation does not account for the injury to Harvest Water's ability to meet its contractual obligations regarding groundwater recharge and raising groundwater levels by at least 10 feet in the Harvest Water Program area. So if the DCP's effects on local groundwater levels, which are impacts that even DWR will admit that it will lower groundwater levels in this area, undercut Sac Sewer's efforts to raise those groundwater levels, compensation is not adequate. With the DCP, the Delta will not only potentially lose out on Harvest Water's improvements, but it will also be subject to serious, significant, and unavoidable environmental impacts. So not only did DWR cite the DCP without regard to Sac Sewer's critical facilities or uses, it did so despite Sac Sewer's repeated objections. Sac Sewer consistently raised its concerns going back to the Bay Delta Conservation Plan and Water Fix and from the outset of the DCP design and CEQA process. Nevertheless, DWR cited the proposed intakes downstream of the discharge in the Twin Cities industrial complex in the middle of the Harvest Water Eco Plan area, which will remove 644 acres of high-quality crane habitat that, as I mentioned, provides important habitat connectivity between Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge and the Cosumnes Preserve. Also, DWR has not meaningfully responded to Sac Sewer's concerns regarding the effect of the DCP on reverse flows in the Sacramento River and that significantly impact the ability to operate and use the Echo Water facility. And so for these reasons, DWR has not provided substantial evidence that the DCP is consistent with policy DPP2. You've already heard a lot about Delta Plan Policy WRP1. I don't think I'll need to repeat that
discussion here. I'll spare you that, going through that one more time. But it's clear that DWR has failed to establish consistency with this, with that policy. And same for, well, we'll go in a little more detail here. Their Delta Plan Policy ERP1. DWR has failed to establish consistency with this policy, which requires that it Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan flow objectives be used to determine if a covered action is consistent with the Delta Plan. And I think my battery maybe gave out here. I'm not sure if I can advance. I don't know if you have the ability to advance the slide. It seems like my clicker is not working. That's okay. I can't seem to advance it.
Can we advance the slide for them? Thank you.
So we should be going up to a slide that shows ERP1 with a flow objectives and a cutout of the, oh, here we go, okay. So the State Water Board's Administrative Hearing Office reviewed the DWR's modeling in support of its water right change petition, which is the same modeling that DWR is relying on in its record here. And after reviewing it, the hearing officer notified DWR that its record was inadequate to inform the Water Board's decision concerning appropriate delta flow criteria as required by the Delta Reform Act, and the additional modeling would be needed for the Water Board to determine whether the DCP is consistent with the Bay Delta Plan. And DWR has argued that because the DCP cannot be constructed without the Water Board's approval, and the State Board cannot approve the project without finding that it would be consistent with water quality control plans, the project will necessarily be consistent with policy ERP1. But the council cannot overlook the lack of substantial evidence in the current record on the assumption that a subsequent action by a separate agency may correct DWR's error. As we sit here today, it's entirely possible that the Water Board might not approve the petition, and you just don't have the evidence in the record before you to support a determination of consistency. As I mentioned, this is an issue that goes back to at least 2018, where the council staff has advised DWR that it should wait to submit its certification of consistency until it had a determination from the Water Board on the water rights. I think the AHO's recent findings confirm your staff's advice was correct, and there's just no substantial evidence to support a determination that the DCP is consistent with policy ERP1. So Sac Sewer's appeal has demonstrated the DCP is inconsistent with at least 4 Delta Plan policies, and these inconsistencies further contribute to the DCP's inconsistency with the co-equal goals on the whole. DCP will interfere with Harvest Water's planned delivery of 50,000 acre-feet of recycled water annually, which will make that water supply less reliable and impact the county's groundwater supplies. And not only does the DCP fail to protect, restore, and enhance the Delta, it will actively interfere with and impede Sac Sewer's efforts and local, state, and federal investment to provide ecosystem benefits for the region. So for these reasons and everything that's laid out in detail in our appeal, Sac Sewer respectfully requests that you remand the certification. And that's the end of the formal presentation, but since we have a little bit of time left, I would just turn to the Sac Sewer representatives in case they have anything they would like to add.
No, I didn't have anything further.
And we're available for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Members? Yes, Councilmember Burgess.
Just clarifying, so how long ago did the Harvest Water Program get started?
That's an interesting question, depending on when we first started this was about 2004 timeframe,
Okay, so-
in terms of the visioning and planning for it.
Okay, and how much have you raised over the years to pay for this?
So
Approximately.
the total project cost is about $600 million. The grant funding from the various local, federal, state sources is around 400. And so really the challenge is closing the gap. The rest of the funding, whatever is not grant funding, will come from our ratepayers.
And would you say that this program reduces the reliance on the Delta and improves self-reliance?
Yes.
Okay. And so if this project is not able to do that, then this would actually threaten that, correct?
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
I have one.
Yes, Maria?
Is there a way, since you're the engineer and probably know all this, have you quantified the impact of the harvest water in raising the levels of the underground water over the years, or per a year? I mean, however you calculate that number.
Yes, so I don't have those numbers in my head, but we have the modeling that shows the projections as to our impacts to the groundwater and how much it raises the groundwater table. And that's where you get all the various benefits, because it's bringing it closer to the surface. You have riparian forests that can reach the water, and so these different benefits come in as you raise the groundwater.
And I know you don't have the number, but generally in terms of significant, very significant, or moderate, I mean, can you even, quantify it that way? In the context of this discussion, I mean.
It is significant within that groundwater basin.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So one of the obligations of harvest water, if I could just add on, is to raise groundwater levels by 10 feet. And the DCP EIR acknowledges reductions, lowering of groundwater level anywhere from 1 to 5 feet, depending on the area. And that modeling, we dispute the accuracy of that modeling, but even if you take the EIR at its word, it's undercutting those efforts. And Sac Sewer has only a limited amount of recycled water to apply. It has a water right that limits the amount, and there's a limited time in when that water can be applied. And the contracted benefits, contract requires these improvements to be achieved within a certain time period that coincides with the DCP's construction period. So it's, the impact is clear.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, and there we go. Just to clarify, and Kelly, let me know if you meant something different.
I probably got it wrong.
Yeah, it should be on. There we go. Okay. All right, good. Yeah, we're seeking to, within areas and per our commitments under the contracts for administration of public benefits, is to raise that groundwater, not just 10 feet, but to within 10 feet of the ground surface.
Sorry, that is an important clarification.
So it's so 10 feet is as a threshold. That was defined.
That's, so in certain areas where we are taking credit for these benefits to existing ecosystems, we need to bring that groundwater up to within 10 feet of the ground surface. It won't be across the entire eco-plan area, which is that white boundary you saw there. It'll vary, but on the average, I mean, just as far as just like in general, we're looking to raise that groundwater up about 30 feet in the first 15 years of the project.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Chair, if I may add, one of the slides shows the impact of that rising of the ground. There you go. Thank you, Diane. And the other thing to note is that the benefits of this project are calculated within the South American Subbasin GSA for their drafting calculations, which includes the city of Sacramento. So it is a significant groundwater benefit.
All right, any other questions from members? All right, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
And with that, it's 12:02. We'll conclude for our lunch break, and we'll resume at 1 p.m. with the City of Stockton's appeal. And I'll just once again remind our members that we're under ex parte, so let's talk about other things at lunch. Okey doke, it's 1 o'clock. We're going to start getting settled so we can get started this afternoon. All the council members are back from lunch, so I'll ask the City of Stockton, our next appellant, to come up and start getting situated at the table.
Just quickly, did we check that the batteries in this? I wasn't sure if that was my
Public participation?
operator error.
There was a lag.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You could get started whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon, council members. Thank you for having me again. Kelly Tabor here on behalf of the City of Stockton. And with me today is Dr. Mel Lytle. He's the director of the city's Department of Municipal Utilities. As the largest municipality wholly within the Delta, Stockton is uniquely affected by the Delta Conveyance project. To understand how Stockton is impacted, it's important to understand Stockton's Delta water supply. Under the city's water right permit, the city diverts water at the Delta Water Supply Project on the San Joaquin River at the tip of Empire Tract, which you'll see in the middle of the map labeled Stockton Drinking Water Intake. This facility includes a 30 million gallon per day water treatment plant, and it's Stockton's primary source of water. Stockton has a non-consumptive water right under which the amount of water it can divert for municipal use is limited to the amount of treated wastewater it discharges to the San Joaquin River. At the bottom right of the map, you'll see the Regional Wastewater Control Facility, which provides sewage treatment for Stockton, the Port of Stockton, and the surrounding unincorporated areas of San Joaquin County. The RWCF contributes to Delta outflows by treating and discharging water into the San Joaquin River. These facilities are subject to stringent regulatory requirements, and Stockton has invested over $460 million in the DWSP and RWCF to support Stockton's water rights and protect the Delta environment. The two red dots at the top of the map indicate the approximate locations of the DCP intakes, just above a side channel where cleaner Sacramento River water flows south to Stockton's drinking water intake. You can see how adding new diversion in the north and reducing Sacramento River inflows into the Delta has the potential to affect water quality and water supply downstream, including for Stockton. And as Stockton's appeal establishes, the DCP is not consistent with the co-equal goals. First, the DCP will degrade Stockton's water supply, making it less reliable. And second, the DCP does not protect the Delta ecosystem and degrades natural resources in the Delta. Stockton's appeal demonstrates the DCP is inconsistent with 4 Delta Plan policies. First, the DCP is inconsistent with policy GP1B2 because DWR failed to include a number of mitigation measures, including mitigation measure 20-1, which requires DWR to ensure that DCP waste, including vast amounts of tunnel spoils, does not overwhelm local landfills. Impacts from the tunnel spoils are of particular concern to Stockton because it's downwind of proposed tunnel spoil storage, and the city is concerned about air quality and public health impacts from tunnel spoils blowing towards the city. DWR asserts that mitigation measure 20-1 is unnecessary because tunnel spoils will be reused on site and not hauled to landfills unless the materials are hazardous. However, DWR does not know how much of the 9.3 million cubic yards of tunnel spoils will be hazardous, and there's no substantial evidence to support DWR's conclusion that this measure is not needed. Stockton's appeal also demonstrates that DWR did not use best available science as required by policy GP1B3, and I'll highlight 3 examples of how DWR failed to do this. DWR did not provide any evaluation of impacts of the DCP water diversion operations under conditions when the DCP would be operational in 2040 or later. It didn't adequately consider climate change impacts, and it failed to use best available science when evaluating water quality changes at the Delta Water Supply Project and Regional Water Control Facility. So first, as supported by substantial evidence in the record from Dr. Susan Paulson, who is the preeminent authority on Delta water quality and hydrodynamics, DWR's record does not present operations and impacts based on conditions projected to exist during the actual DCP operations. And this is important because over time, the Delta is going to get saltier, and the DCP will be exacerbating impacts of climate change, making those impacts more consequential to Delta water users. Without a reasonable representation of the future hydrologic baseline, there's no substantial evidence on which to base conclusions about water quality impacts. And I'll just use a fever analogy here. Stockton's concerned about the effect of the increment of change from the DCP. And if I have a fever of 99 degrees and it goes up by 2 degrees, I'm probably okay. If my fever is 104 degrees and it goes up by 2 degrees, I'm dead. The baseline and understanding the baseline under which the DCP's impacts will occur is critically important to Stockton. In its written submission of February 9th, 2026, DWR states that it completed another round of modeling for the water rights hearing that includes updated operating criteria, and it didn't find substantive changes that would affect water quality. But this new modeling, which DWR was directed to do by the State Water Board, has not been accepted or endorsed by the Water Board. It's not included in the record for this proceeding, and it can't be used as substantial evidence to support DWR's certification. If anything, the fact that the Water Board directed DWR to do additional modeling shows that the modeling used to support the certification is insufficient. Substantial evidence in the record also shows that the water quality analysis suffers from numerous flaws, which were identified by the Delta Independent Science Board and other experts. There's a complete explanation of this in Stockton's appeal materials, but some of the major problems are summarized on this slide. And these are highly technical issues, but they are critically important. And the key takeaway here is that DWR has not analyzed or presented the DCP's impacts on Delta water quality in a manner sufficient for water users in the Delta, like Stockton, to understand the scope of impacts to them and to the environment, or to demonstrate that the DCP will not make their water supply less reliable. Next, and as supported by the record, Dr. Paulson found that DWR's analysis of harmful algal blooms, or HABs, is flawed for multiple reasons. She found that a correct evaluation of residence time, which is a key factor in HABs formation, would show that Delta residence time will increase with the DCP, particularly when using 2040 climate conditions. Longer residence times increases the likelihood that there will be more HABs. And again, this is highly technical testimony and issues, but the takeaway here is that the DCP is likely to increase the magnitude and frequency of harmful algal blooms, which is a critical concern for Stockton, as HABs present significant public health risks to the city's residents. HABs are an existing problem in Stockton and the Delta, and diverting more water upstream of Stockton will exacerbate that problem by reducing flushing flows and increasing the opportunity for these toxic blooms to form and to grow. Because expert evidence shows that DWR's HABs analysis is flawed, its determination that residence times would be minimally affected by the DCP is not supported by substantial evidence, and DWR can't show that it used best available science. Another way DWR failed to use best available science is in its evaluation of bromide and salinity impacts at Stockton's drinking water intake and wastewater discharge. There were a number of fatal methodological failures in DWR's water quality analysis, and as a result, DWR has not provided sufficient information to assess the DCP's water quality impacts to Stockton's water supply. DWR's analysis evaluated impact threshold that doesn't reflect the city's operational threshold of 110 milligrams per liter. The city's drinking water system was designed to accommodate existing chloride levels in the Delta, and it lacks the capability to accommodate sustained increases above its operating threshold. DWR also presented the DCP's changes in water quality by using long-term averages and summary statistics, masking shorter-term increases that can adversely affect Stockton, which measures its salinity in real time. And it also didn't evaluate bromide impacts adequately, and these are a major drinking water concern. You've heard a lot about policy DPP2 today, which requires facilities to be sited to avoid or reduce conflicts with uses that are depicted or described in city general plans. Stockton is, as I mentioned, the largest municipality wholly within the Delta, Yet there's no consideration or mention of Stockton's general plan in DWR's DPP2 analysis. And this alone is sufficient for you to remand DWR's certification. In its written submission of February 9th, 2026, DWR offers some analysis of Stockton's general plan, but this is too little and too late. Water Code Section 85225 requires that the certification of consistency include detailed findings as to whether the covered action is consistent with the Delta Plan. And by failing to consider Stockton's general plan in its certification, DWR failed to meet this statutory requirement. And because it didn't include the analysis in its certification, Stockton had no opportunity to consider it in its appeal or its own written submission, which was required to be submitted January 2nd. And further, the citing of the DCP is inconsistent with Stockton's existing land uses of its water supply. And as was Sacramento County and Sac Sewer, DWR failed to meaningfully consider Stockton's comments and operational impacts as required by DPP2. But this figure, the DCP impacts Stockton's water supply. It shows the percentage of Sacramento and San Joaquin River intake and alters the composition of water at Stockton's intake, reducing the amount of fresher Sacramento River water, which is shown in green, and increasing the amount of lower quality San Joaquin River water, shown in yellow, which degrades the quality of water available for Stockton for its use, conflicting with its operation of its drinking water facilities in and around the city. The citing of the DCP conflicts with Stockton's existing uses in three ways. First, by locating the quality of Stockton's water supply, the DCP the existing Delta Water RWCF facilities, which despite a recent $220 million modification are not designed to accommodate the DCP's impacts to Delta water quality. Lower water protection by wastewater discharge requirements. Second, by increasing the risk of HABs, the DCP will impair recreational by Stocktonians. And third, long-term air quality impacts from DCP construction activities, the stockpiling of tunnel spoils and vehicular traffic on unpaved roads will create health risks conflicting with residential and public land uses. DWR's consideration of the city's comments failed to avoid or reduce these known conflicts. And as is shown here, Stockton commented on how the intakes will impact the city's wastewater treatment facility and its ability to divert water at its intake. But DWR's consideration merely repeated Stockton's comment, and then the analysis, where it finds consistency, makes no mention of Stockton, its facilities, or its concerns, and it lists a mitigation measure that's inapplicable to Stockton's concerns. This is just another example of how DWR did not comply with DPP2. And in addition to failing to consider the city's general plan, it did not demonstrate how it cited the project to avoid or reduce the conflicts identified in the city's comments. Next, I've already discussed with Sacramento County and Sac Sewer's appeals how DWR failed to establish consistency with WRP1 regarding reduced reliance on the Delta, so I won't repeat those points here. Also, as previously discussed, DWR failed to establish consistency with policy ERP1 regarding Delta flow objectives, so we'll spare you that discussion for the third time. So in closing, DCP is inconsistent with at least 4 Delta Plan policies. It's also wholly inconsistent with the co-equal goals. And these inconsistencies make Stockton's water supply less reliable. It fails to protect the Delta ecosystem or the natural resource values of the Delta, and it worsens natural resources in the Delta. And that concludes my PowerPoint presentation, but I'd like to now turn it over to Dr. Lytle to offer his perspective on and thoughts on our appeal.
Thank you, Kelly. I had the great pleasure back in 2018 to come before this council. At that time, we were considering a different project. And I had the opportunity to represent the city of Stockton during that effort as well. And it boiled down to the humanity, our people. Let me read you a couple of things I've written down. No matter what happens regarding the DCP or no DCP, one tunnel, 2, 3, 4, and the resulting impacts. It truly matters to us, people in Stockton. We're the largest municipality in the Delta. A project of this nature impacts us the most, the people that need it the least. Stockton is a Delta. Our people are the Delta. Our lives, the water we drink, the sky we see, the air we breathe is the Delta. So what is it? Help me understand. Don't our interests, our needs measure up? Don't our concerns measure up? Don't our lives, our humanity, our youth, our jobs, our place in California matter? I've been here for 14 years as director of the department. We've spent nearly $500 million to build and rebuild our water and wastewater facilities. Some of that was federally funded, some was state funded, but primarily it comes from ratepayers. Ratepayers that can't afford it in the first place, just so we can eke out a sufficient water supply for our community. And what happens now? Another project comes through, disrupts our water quality. How much more do we spend? Billions? RO? Can you imagine? For these types of things. I'll say this in final. Our homes are California's too. Our people are California's too. Our lives are California's too. And our hopes stand with California too. Don't we matter? Because in our realities, Stockton is a place too. And so I rely on this wonderful council to make those kinds of decisions for our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Members, do we have any clarifying questions? Yes, Member Burgess.
I need a lot of clarifying, sorry. Sir, can you tell me your name again?
Mel Lytle, Lytle.
And what is your background?
I'm the Director of Municipal Utilities for the city of Stockton.
So are you an engineer?
No, I'm actually a scientist.
Okay. I've got to say that the people of Stockton do matter. And sometimes there's certain people in certain industries, certain specialties that can't talk about the human part of it, but I really appreciate you bringing it today.
Thank you.
That was a lovely clarification. Thank you. Yes, Member Eggman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mel. I just want to ask a clarifying question also. You've depicted a lot of the humanity. Can you talk a little bit maybe about what happens, like, let's say August, when the weather gets really hot and our flows are down and the algae blooms start landing in and around Stockton? And what happens to the water, and what happens not only to the people, but to the animals who live around there?
Thank you for the question. I think our Stockton Channel, I don't know if you've ever been to Weber Point in downtown Stockton. The Stockton Channel goes out, connects in with the San Joaquin River at the port, and it's becoming such a popular place that we almost have to have a lotto to allow all the various agencies that want to come in and study our HABs populations. And that's exactly what happens is we've been fighting against that for well over 20 years. City installed a bubbling system to help de-stratify the channel and things of that nature. But we have DWR, they've been in there, USGS is in there now. Hey, maybe I should rent it out by the square foot as far as the studies that they're doing there. But what has really shown something there, though, is that stagnant water, high temperature, the inability for stratification or anything like that leads to, that's sort of a perfect circumstance. So if this project slows the water down, allows it to heat up, less current and turnover, it's ripe for that type of thing. And come on down, I'll show you. I'll show you what goes on. And how can you possibly imagine that if it pervaded itself throughout the smaller channels and areas of the Delta into the future? What's the price? Is it truly worth it? I think you have to truly think about those types of things, particularly to the people in Stockton. It's a hazard to any animals or fish, things of that nature. We're a little bit further with our Delta intake over on Empire Track, so we're not quite right in the middle of it, but still a great concern to us.
Daniel.
You said 3 factors: the high temperature, the static water, and stratification. Does that mean if the water gets in layers?
Yeah, there's, it's in the Stockton Channel, it's fairly shallow. And so what we've tried to do with a bubbler system is try to keep the water moving, just to help so that doesn't happen, because what happens if it becomes more stagnant, stratification is based on hot water on top, cooler water on the bottom.
Got it.
If we don't do that, it makes it worse, because those colonies will they'll sort of create these little pads or islands where they kind of die and start degrading, more smell and all that sort of stuff. You drive down Center Street there on Stockton, you can, if the wind's blowing, you can definitely tell if the problem's going on. But I don't see a future like that. Why should our people have to take that in consideration just on a daily basis? I mean, what are we truly accommodating? Are we less? Is our beneficial use less than somebody else's? I have a hard time justifying it. And so that's kind of my thoughts on it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. All right.
Thank you for your time. I
Thank you
appreciate it.
very
Thank you.
much for your presentation. All right, next up, we have the South Delta Water Agency.
Oops, we did.
Timer hasn't started yet, or else you're 5 minutes behind already. Oh, there we go. Is your mic on, sir?
Yeah. Green.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, bright green. I got it. Okay. Let me start my stopwatch here. Okay. Okay, I'm ready. My name's Dan Nomalini Jr. I'm an attorney for the South Delta Water Agency. And we agree with everything that's gone before us. So I'm going to cover some slightly different things, and I'm going to try to rush through it. I like to speak slowly, but there's a lot of things I'd like to at least have you hear a little bit about. So I'm going to read quite a bit from my slides. I'm going to skip quite a bit, but I'm going to explain to you why DWR certification must be remanded to DWR. A DWR certification contains a shocking lack of substantial evidence that the DCP is consistent with the Delta Plan's policies and the co-equal goals. In many instances, the certification contains zero evidence that the DCP is consistent with the Delta Plan's policies and the co-equal goals. And I'm going to just get right into it. And speaking of zero evidence, the first example where there's literally zero evidence is there's zero evidence to support the consistency of DWR's undisclosed objective to use the DCP to max out its Delta export water rights. Now, if you read DWR's certification or read through the giant stack of papers, you would not be aware of this because it didn't talk about it. But back on January 21st of 2025, approximately 9 months prior to filing its certification, DWR filed a petition for extension of time requesting an additional 76 years to max out its Delta export water rights. In that petition, DWR informed the world that it specifically intended to use the DCP to max out those water rights. Now, maxing out those water rights means two things. First, it means exporting more water than DWR has ever exported from the Delta, and it means sustaining those increased exports in perpetuity. For those of you that are familiar with water rights, the water rights at issue are appropriative rights, and those are the type of water rights where you either use it or you lose it. If you go 5 years without using it or without using the maximum amount, you will lose that maximum amount. So their plan is to increase and keep it that way. And this is a major change to the DCP. The prior objective in the DCP's EIR was to restore and protect the reliability of the SWP exports. So since that time, they've gone from restoring and protecting exports to now exporting more water than DWR has ever historically exported, and to sustain those increased exports in perpetuity. Let's see here. Oh, shit. So in its certification, DWR did not even attempt to provide substantial evidence to support the consistency of its objective to max out its Delta export water rights with any of the Delta Plan's regulatory policies or the co-equal goals. In fact, DWR didn't even mention this objective at all in its certification. Accordingly, and for example, there's literally zero evidence that using the DCP to max out its Delta export rights is consistent with the reduced reliance on Delta Export's regulatory policy, the reduced reliance on Delta Export's statutory mandate, the Delta flow objectives, or the co-equal goals. And this is not something that can be swept under the rug and completely ignored in the certification. DWR already approved this objective over a year ago. It's now part of the DCP. DWR is perfectly entitled to change the DCP, change objectives, and it did that. The good news is that DWR is currently working on environmental review and modeling of this new objective. It expected to have that information to start coming out in early 2026, so basically any time now. Hence, the information needed to support the consistency of this new objective will be available later this year. So this is a no-brainer that the certification must be remanded for DWR to fix this deficiency. It's going to have the information it needs to start talking about this and demonstrating that it's consistent with the plan. So we urge you to send it back so it could provide you that information. Next, I want to talk several minutes about the flow objectives. I got to kind of rip through this, but the flow objectives, your policy, it requires, or it says the State Water Resources Control Board's Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan flow objectives shall be used to determine consistency with the Delta Plan. So what that means is those objectives are embedded in the State Board's D1641 decision, and so DWR has to show that it will operate this project consistent with those flow objectives in that decision. Now, there's at least 5 fatal deficiencies I want to go over quickly. The first one is DWR omitted all salinity-based flow objectives. I thought this was extremely bizarre that it even took this position, but it's claiming that it only needs to deal with flow objectives that have a CFS, cubic feet per second, criteria. It doesn't have to pay attention to any flow objective that is based on salinity as the measurement. And we explain this in our papers, but just to let you know, this is a major omission. Hopefully your staff is going to straighten this out and clarify that all flow-based objectives apply, and DWR basically left out half of the objectives in its analysis. The second fatal deficiency is what we just talked about. DWR omitted any analysis of its use of the DCP to max out its Delta export water rights. One of the things we need to know is how much more water are we talking about if it maxes out its export rights? For the total year, how much more water is that going to entail? Even on an instantaneous basis, you need to know that to see how is it going to do that and at the same time meet all the flow objectives. So, huge deficiency in its flow objective analysis. The next thing I'd like to talk about is levees, levee failures. I love this topic. I wish I could talk more. I'm going to skip this slide really because I got it fleshed out better in my notes. So you can kind of ignore that and try to listen to me here. Addressing levee failures is one of the fundamental purposes of the DCP. If you read any literature on the project, the first thing you see them talk about is how this is so important to address seismicity and levee failures. It's shocking that you'll see there's no analysis, no discussion of how they're going to address levee failures at all. And the situation that DWR is addressing is a situation where one or more levees fail, and those failures cause an increase in salinity because it sucks in the bay water. When a levee breaks, it opens up a void. And DWR has located the DCP's intakes high enough in the northern delta, i.e. upstream enough, that levee failures will not degrade the water quality at those intakes. Accordingly, DWR intends to divert Sacramento River freshwater through the DCP's intakes in the event one or more levees fail, or in the event one or more levee failures makes the water quality at its South Delta intakes so salty that it does not want to divert the water from those intakes. This is an important part here. The only reason the water quality at its South Delta intakes would be so salty that it does not want to divert the water is if DWR stopped maintaining the D1641 flow objectives. Those objectives are specifically designed to ensure that the water quality within the delta, including at its South Delta intakes, will not be so salty that it does not want to divert the water. Hence, DWR's masterful plan that it came up with to address this fundamental concern with levee failures is to take Sacramento River freshwater that is needed to meet the D1641 objectives and export that water away from the Delta through the DCP. In other words, DWR's plan is to directly violate the D1641 flow objectives in the event of levee failures by taking water that is needed to meet those objectives and exporting it through the DCP. Now, intentionally violating the objectives is a major problem because it needs to show that it's going to operate consistent with those objectives. And I have problem one here, is just there's no description whatsoever of its operation plan. How is it going to use the DCP to address levee failures? We know it's going to violate the standards, but how? For example, and I challenge any one of you or your staff to answer any kind of question like this. There's literally nothing that talks about it. Like, first one, how degraded must the water get as a result of one or more levee failures before DWR will decide to violate the flow objectives? There's no answer to that question. How much water does DWR plan to export away from the Delta through the DCP that is needed to meet and maintain the D1641 flow objectives? No answers. There's no answers to any of these questions, and it's actually shocking because, again, this is one of the main purposes of the project, is to deal with this problem, yet there's no information on how it's going to actually do it. So I kind of summarize the problem. The first is we don't have a plan of what it's going to do. Problem number two, as a result, there's zero evidence to support the consistency of that non-existent plan. And three, there's zero evidence that it is infeasible for DWR to refrain from diverting fresh water into the DCP that is needed to maintain the D1641 flow objectives. On this point, your plan allows somebody to be inconsistent with a policy, but that's only justified if they could demonstrate that it's infeasible to comply with the policy. So here we have DWR doesn't even say it's infeasible to comply with the objectives in levee failures, nor does it demonstrate that it would be infeasible. For example, why can't the exporters weather the storm in the event of a levee failure and rely on other sources of water? There's no answer to why that would be infeasible, and that instead we have to take the fresh water through the tunnel away from the Delta when it needs it the most. So DWR must demonstrate that its operations of the DCP in the event of levee failures will comply with the flow objectives, or that compliance is infeasible, and it did neither. Again, there's a shocking omission. I'm going to move over to sea level rise, which I'd love to talk a lot about. This is very scary. This is worse than levee failures. Let me read some of this stuff. Another one of the fundamental purposes of the DCP is to address sea level rise. DWR designed the DCP so that the tunnel intakes would be high enough, i.e. upstream enough, so they would not be vulnerable to salinity intrusion from sea level rise. What that means is that if DWR were to stop maintaining the D1641 flow objectives, which includes salinity control, and let the Delta water quality substantially degrade as a result of sea level rise, then DWR could use the tunnel to export fresh water from the Delta because it is upstream enough to not be affected by that degradation. Now, we quoted in our comments, DWR did a study for the water fix, which was very similar to this project, and believe it or not, it said one of the strongest arguments in favor of investing in the water fix was the ability to let the water quality degrade in the Delta as a result of sea level rise and export water that would otherwise be used to maintain good water quality in the Delta through the tunnel. Now, this is what we've feared since day one. They've been talking about a tunnel for 50 years or more. We feared that once they get the intakes up in the north, they're going to disassociate them with the water quality in the Delta. So what's stopping them from just taking as much water as they want? Because now, in order for them to export, they have to flush that water through the Delta first. So the Delta gets fresh by the system we have now. It's like a fail-safe program. And I have here DWR in the middle of this slide. DWR can never abandon maintaining water quality within the Delta as a result of sea level rise with its existing facilities, because its existing facilities export from the South Delta, and it needs to maintain good water quality in the Delta so that it is good quality at those intakes. It needs to do that for its own self-interest, not because it cares about South Delta farmers or others. Its own self-interest ensures that the Delta will remain good quality. So I have here in orange, this DCP tunnel is an existential threat to the ongoing maintenance of good water quality in the Delta. With the tunnel, DWR will, for the first time in the history of the SWP and CVP, be able to let water quality substantially degrade in the Delta as a result of sea level rise or other conditions like levee failures, and still continue to export fresh water from the northern tip of the Delta. So this is scary stuff, and if you take a look at that study, they're basically saying they plan to do what we've always feared they would do, is that eventually let the Delta degrade, turn it into a sea, and get all their water from the new intakes that are conveniently high enough. And again, with levee failures, there is zero evidence to demonstrate how it's going to operate to address sea level rise. We got to put the pieces together ourselves. Instead, there's every reason, including DWR's design of the DCP and its own economic study, to believe DWR will operate the DCP in a manner that is inconsistent with those objectives. And again, if you're going to violate the objectives based on sea level rise, you have to show that it's infeasible to operate in compliance with the objectives, and they completely failed to do that. And another failure that I'm going to skip over is in droughts. We don't know how they're going to operate in serious droughts. Are they literally not going to use the tunnel? It's going to be very tempting for them to use the tunnel. You will find no discussion of that at all. And this is kind of a summary of the thing. I'll just hit it real quick. They were supposed to do two things: provide substantial evidence that the DCP will be operated in compliance with the objectives, or if it determines that compliance is infeasible, it was required to state that it is infeasible and provide substantial evidence to support that infeasibility. And it did neither. It did neither of those things. There's nothing, first of all, they messed up on what are objectives. There's nothing about maxing out the export rights. There's nothing, no discussion at all about levee failures, no discussion about how they're going to operate for sea level rise or droughts. And they didn't say it would be infeasible. They didn't prove why it would be infeasible. So this is a colossal failure in terms of the flow objectives that we urge you to send it back. It's fixable stuff. I mean, they could go back and fix it, and they should. So I'm going to run through this stuff pretty quick. The next thing I want to talk about is reduced reliance. You've already heard this discussed a few times. For the largest export project since the inception of the CVP and SWP, it is nothing short of astounding how poorly and incorrectly DWR handled compliance with this policy. Just shocking misinterpretations of the policy, shocking misapplication of the policy. And at the bottom of the slide here, there was not a failure of 8 of the 257 export water suppliers to demonstrate reduced reliance as required by the policy, nor was there a failure of 194. It was a failure of every single one of the 257 export water suppliers. A DWR suggestion, believe it or not, it said it doesn't matter if everybody fails to reduce reliance. It doesn't matter because this project is necessary regardless of their reliance on the Delta, and that is just entirely wrong. DWR is contending that the largest export project since the inception of the project is somehow magically exempt from complying with this policy. It's truly ridiculous. The reduced reliance is directly affected by how much water they need through the DCP. If they reduce the reliance good enough, they wouldn't even be talking about the DCP. They wouldn't need it. I wouldn't be sitting here running out of time. You wouldn't be listening to me. So it was very poorly handled, and I would like to say this undisclosed objective to use the DCP to max out its export water rights makes a mockery of the reduced reliance regulatory policy as well as the statutory policy. One could not devise an objective that is more offensive to and fundamentally irreconcilable with the reduced reliance policy than this objective. This objective is going to max out exports beyond levels in the past and sustain them. Just an awful objective that they could remove. They could go back and take that out, and they should, because that's a fatal deficiency. Next, I wanted to talk about major data deficiencies. This has already been talked about. The state board is right now trying to sort out the operational details of how it can and will operate. You need that information in order to certify it. They were gonna wait for that information. The plan was to wait, and then they just said, you know, we're running out of time. They're on some time schedule, and they said, forget it. Let's just go file it. That's fine. You could file the certification, but it's gonna get kicked back. It should get kicked back, so you can supply that information and send a recertification. The other one is the construction details. This is an unbelievable situation as well. According to DWR's own sworn statements under penalty of perjury, and DWR's attorney's statements in judicial proceedings, DWR needs to complete hundreds of additional pre-construction geotechnical investigations before it will have sufficient data to support the certification of the DCP. And many of you were here and went through that. They said how important that geotech was for them to even come before you, to have the information, the design details. In their own sworn statements in the middle of the slide here, the DCP's design is too conceptual to be certified. So their own statements, their own view, they know their project better than anybody, said it's not ready to be certified. Now today you're going to hear them say, we got everything we need. Just forget about all those sworn statements that we made. You know, we changed our mind. So that's unbelievable, and you should remand it back so they can gather that information. And if you can give me a minute, I could like to say something about this. Okay, then I'll leave you be. On this geotech, I've spent a long time, a lot of time over the years on this geotech, and what I have here, there's no substantial evidence to confirm the efficacy of DWR sealing of the hundreds of past and future borings. I'm aware of a situation on Ringe Track in the middle of the Delta where the landowner went out and hired a geotech person of his own to watch what DWR was doing. And when it watched them, it turns out that they were not able to seal this CPT hole. What happens is sometimes when you try to go back into the hole, like the hole collapses so you don't get down to the bottom, or sometimes you lose it. You can't even find the hole. These are 100 to 200 foot holes. So they were unable to seal it. So the question is, was that just a rare incident? The one time somebody looked and watched what they were doing, they didn't properly seal the boring. So we've been asking and urging you as the stewards of the Delta, you should be concerned whether they're properly sealing all these borings. We're talking about hundreds of future borings. We're talking about hundreds in the past. So we ask you as stewards, you should be concerned about the efficacy of sealing these borings. If they're not sealing them properly, they should revise their procedures so that they are, but they're not providing the information. They just completely ignored this. But you folks have the power and I believe responsibility to care about stuff like that. The borings affect levees, they affect groundwater, you can contaminate the aquifers. So please send it back. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. All right, members, do we have any clarifying questions? All right, seeing none.
You don't
Thank
want
you
20
very
more
much.
minutes to talk? Okay.
Always.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have the San Joaquin County, Solano County, Yolo County, Central Delta Water Agency, and local agencies of the North Delta.
Wait for my slides. Okay, make sure I can. Okay. I did them too fast. Yeah. I see there's a lag. Okay. I'm testing my abilities here. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Osha Meserve, representing the 3 counties, Central Delta Water Agency and local agencies of the North Delta. I'm joined here with Tom Keeling from the Freeman firm, also representing these parties, Dwayne Martin from Martin Ranches, who ranches at the Twin Cities, proposed Twin Cities complex, as well as Ryan Elliott from David Elliott and Sons in Stillwater Orchards, which is under the proposed footprint of the intake proposed north of the town of Hood. And our appeal group consists of the 3 counties and the local agencies and reclamation districts located across the Delta. And as you've heard from the commission and others today, this Delta Tunnel project is so large that it would affect the entire Delta, which is why there are so many appeals and so many concerns about this covered action. And it's the most important decision that the council will likely ever make about the future of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. And you can see from our voices in the previous panels that we are responding together to this threat. And we are not necessarily focused on individual impacts to specific properties or resources. Every acre of Delta farmland, every acre of wildlife habitat, every molecule of water flowing through the Delta, including maintaining that quality, is part of this greater whole. And the tunnel would denigrate those resources, and that is why we're here today. You have heard from 8 appeal groups so far, and I've listed on this slide the issues that we filed in our appeal and are fully briefed. The topics in bold are the ones that we will try to touch on today. You've heard a lot about respecting local land uses, and we will be touching on that as well, and try to bring a bit more perspective to it. And we describe in our appeal how DWR certification fails to show that it considered how to reduce the impacts to the Delta Tunnel via siting the project in the first instance. And this failure is visualized by the tunnel muck locations as well as the siting of the intakes. And here you can see a mock-up of what the permanent 223-acre tunnel muck stockpile might look like at the Twin Cities Road proposed complex in Sacramento County. And I want to mention that DWR calls this material reusable tunnel material, and they do aspire potentially to reuse it, but this is known as tunnel muck in the tunneling industry, and that is what it's called. And when I Googled reusable tunnel material, the only thing that came up is things that DWR had posted. During DWR's presentation, you will also see a slide number 11, that shows this same muck area being 123 acres and only 15 feet high. I believe this is an error. If it was only 123 acres, it would likely be 30 feet high. So there seems to be some mistakes in the way that the muck piles are being represented to the public, even years into this process. In addition, DWR hasn't, in its engineering documents, discloses that it hasn't accounted for the need to have benching on its side slopes to maintain stability. So these muck piles at Twin Cities Complex and also at Lower Roberts Island in San Joaquin County are likely much larger than reported. And I will turn to Dwayne to talk about the impacts at Twin Cities.
Thank you. I am Dwayne Martin, and I've been running the cattle on this Nevin Ranch for 20 years. And I know every family that has run cattle on this place for almost 100 years. This ranch lays just north of Twin Cities, to the west of Franklin Boulevard, and goes all the way across I-5. The Delta Tunnel project will cover most of the ranch. The industrial facility will have huge berms. 220 acres of this thing will be covered with, as she said, tunnel muck. There will be a huge drilling shaft site on this property. And there'll be 5 million cubic yards of that muck here. Those of us in the community have to look at this. This ranch has been providing beef for people for at least today, 7,500 people this ranch helps produce beef for each and every year, as well as the wildlife. Construction of the tunnel will also require a batch plant just to the north of it, up near Lambert Road, which is very close to the community of Point Pleasant. They will have to deal with this batch plant running 24/7, noise, dust, as well as all the traffic from the trucks. The Twin Cities facility, the drilling site, and the muck pile will cut off the surface water rights to this ranch, the way we convey it to irrigate this ranch, the way it's been done for almost 100 years. The parts of the ranch that are not able to be, or not going to be used under the facilities site will be cut off from this water and basically will not be able to be used for farming or ranching. The overall effect of this facility, of the Nevin Ranch, is going to take away my ability to produce food for people. It will take away habitat for wildlife. It will change the community around that area for a long time, if not forever. I live right next to this place. All my friends live around it. I can't imagine the friend of mine that lives across Twin Cities Road from the muck pile that's going to be there, how he's going to look out the front window of this every day. It's going to devalue our properties. It's going to devalue our lives and the way we've lived there for the last 30 years. And many of these people have been there for much longer than I have. As you can tell, I'm not comfortable in this setting. I'm comfortable with my butt in a saddle, taking care of cattle and taking care of the land. I'm here to fight for my friends, fight for my livelihood, fight for the community that's agriculture that is in the Delta. And I'm not just talking the cattle agricultural part of it. I'm talking the grapes, the wheat, everything. We are all a community. Doesn't matter what we produce, we're all producing food for this great state of California. And I want to continue to see the Delta be the great community it is. And this project will take away from that and ruin the Delta.
Thank you, Dwayne. Now, there's a similar facility for another dual launch shaft facility in San Joaquin County, as I mentioned, at Lower Roberts, and there's not a similar mock-up of how that would look. But this would be west of Stockton, and as Ms. Tabor mentioned, there's concerns about how that would impact the city of Stockton. It's also right next to Windmill Cove, which is a popular boating destination. Concrete batch plants, noise, traffic, and the permanent muck piles, along with other industrial uses, would be just as much in conflict with the existing farming and recreational land uses on Lower Roberts Island as in the north that Dwayne just spoke about. And we've heard quite a bit about impacts on the town of Hood. We're going to hear later from Ryan Elliott about the impacts on his ranch, which is under that northern gray area you see in this slide. But suffice it to say that the facilities are incongruent with the surrounding area. I'm going to mention another issue in our appeal is golden mussel, which DWR completely failed to address this recent but known invasion of golden mussel into the Delta and throughout the State Water Project in its certification. DWR has no mitigation that meets the Delta Plan mitigation measures, which requires that invasives be kept below pre-construction levels. The citations that DWR provides are not part of the certification itself and apply only to the construction phase. And so there aren't detailed findings to show how the mitigation measures would achieve the standards in the Delta Plan mitigation. And there's in the southern part of the Delta already, you can see from this October 2025 picture, an irrigation pipe is covered inside and out with golden mussels. And the same thing may happen with the interior of the 36-foot proposed tunnel that would run 45 miles from the northern part of the delta all the way to Bethany Reservoir. So just counting the intake, sedimentation basins and interior surface of the tunnel, that would be almost 10 million square feet of new substrate and surface that the invasive golden mussel could colonize. And we know from DWR's own employees that they have already found at Clifton Court Forebay, golden mussels are colonizing what's called the trash racks, which are very similar to fish screens, so aggressively that the panels need to be removed and scraped on a weekly basis. So here DWR is saying that it will clean the intake screens every 3 to 6 months, and has no plan for the inside of the tunnel. So this is a failure to apply best available science, which is another requirement of the Delta Plan. As I said, the certification doesn't even mention the golden mussel, despite the fact that DWR is one of the agencies already being affected by golden mussel and being tasked to address it by the state alongside the Department of Fish and Wildlife. This is unacceptable. With respect to, there's also a failure to address mitigation for to ensure that recreational users are provided replacement recreational opportunities. You heard from Steamboat Resort how important the area around the proposed intakes, and the same could be said for the areas down that would be subject to construction near the lower Roberts launch area as well for recreation. And the Delta Plan does have mitigation measures that require replacement mitigation, and DWR has failed to do that. In addition, this project, through its incidental take permit issued by the Fish and Wildlife Service from the state, there is not a federal take authority yet. There's no documentation provided in the certification that there's funding for the vast adaptive management program that would be required for this project. And this lack of funding for ongoing adaptive management, and especially maintenance of habitat in areas like perhaps where habitat may be placed for mitigation in counties like Solano and Yolo, maybe outside of the direct footprint, but there is a very large habitat demand that is placed on these counties, likely as a result of the mitigation required under the California Endangered Species Act. So DWR has has just promised that it would have the money without providing the documentation, and then also failed to disclose that it currently lacks the authority to issue bonds that could fund the Delta Tunnel, as determined by a court on January 31st of last year in the Court of Appeal. So this is critical information that is required by the Delta Plan and was not provided. And DWR also points to the community benefits program as a way of addressing, in some part, impacts on the community. But this program is just scattered throughout the area. Many of these groups are not even in the Delta. And if you add up the amount of money that they've already discussed giving away, it's almost half gone already. So it doesn't address the kind of impacts we're talking about. And I'll turn to Ryan to talk about impacts on his ranch in north of Hood.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Elliott. I'm a sixth-generation farmer. My family's been farming on the Delta since 1860. We started planting pears way back when. Today, Stillwater Orchard grows pears, peaches, cherries, kiwis, and almonds near Hood, California. These existing land uses in the Delta are supposed to receive protection under the Delta Reform Act. Our operation is in the direct path of the destruction of the proposed Delta Tunnel. Intake B would have a construction footprint of 243 acres and a permanent footprint of 123 acres. It would be placed right on top of our rose ranch, which grows pears and peaches. This industrial scale facility would completely change the area north of Hood. The small portion of the ranch that would remain after the construction of the proposed intake would not have direct access to the river or the river road. This remnant land also has poor soils and drainage and the portions of the ranch that would be taken by the proposed tunnel. If constructed, massive diversions of the tunnel would cause increased salinity intrusion into the Sacramento River. We are concerned about the increased salinity in irrigation water that would build up and also build up in the soils and could negatively impact crop yields throughout the Delta. The impacts to our ranch illustrate the failure of DWR to consider how to avoid impacts through prudent sitting choices. Thank you.
And Mr. Keeling?
Well, you haven't left me much, thanks. Really, by way of a kind of summary, you've heard a lot repeatedly today about DWR's certification of consistency, which must be supported by substantial evidence. I think by now it's clear that in many ways DWR failed to meet that standard. Unaddressed impacts of the Delta Tunnel arising from the failure to conduct a siting analysis required by regulatory policy, DPP2, by the way, means that tunnel muck disposal sites, which is a euphemism for mountains of muck, and other project features will have a substantial adverse impact on the Delta ecosystem and on existing land uses. I'm late to the show on this. You've already had testimony to that effect from this panel and also from panels earlier today with wonderful visuals. I love that visual this morning. You saw a map showing the relative size and location of a muck mountain disposal site adjacent to Hood. Can you even imagine? A site analysis done with any kind of conscientiousness would have avoided that. Unaddressed impacts from the golden mussel would damage the Delta ecosystem, as we know already, and thus damage the protected values of the Delta. I'm not going to read you from the Water Code, but if you want to take a look at the policies inherent in the co-equal goals, take a look at Water Code section 85020, subsections A and B. Unless you want me to read all that to you. The failure to incorporate required mitigation, to use the best available science, and to show funding for adaptive management also underscore the abysmal failure underlying this certification of consistency. DWR has failed to apply best available science with respect to the emerging threat of the golden mussel. DWR has failed to include or require any mitigation measures to address golden mussel proliferation as a result of the construction and operation of the Delta Tunnel, consistent with Delta Plan Mitigation Measure 4-1E, and restricting the best available science discussion to topics included in the FEIR contradicts the inclusiveness and timeliness requirement, of best available science listed in the Delta Plan. Take a look at Appendix 1A, page 1A-2. And by the way, your own Delta Independent Science Board's concerns were not addressed in the FEIR. I wonder why. Go to page 17.
I did.
Oh, you did. That's just... The Delta Tunnel is not consistent with the Delta Plan nor the goals of the 2009 Delta Reform Act. The tunnel would export water to entities that have not complied with the dual requirements of reducing Delta water and, not or, and improving regional self-reliance. No or. There's no or in that sentence. DWR concedes that not all water suppliers have reduced reliance. They analyzed a total of 257 water suppliers for consistency with WRP1, and they conceded that a total of 8 of those suppliers failed to demonstrate reduced reliance as required by WRP1. But as you have heard today, it's worse than that. And rather than go back over that, I would refer you to Mr. Nomalini's presentation on this point. I believe I've run out of time. I want to say one more thing. The tunnel also, the tunnel presentation from DWR also fails to demonstrate consistency with ERP1, which requires a demonstration of present and likely future compliance with D1641. DWR cannot dismiss this burden by shifting it to a future decision by the State Water Resources Control Board for a host of reasons. That is the epitome of sophistical reasoning, and I'll stop.
Thank you. Chair Lee, with your indulgence, I just want to correct one thing that my esteemed colleague said that I think was incorrect, and I want to correct the record. There is no muck storage facility at Hood. It's at Twin Cities Complex.
Yes.
Got that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that clarification.
I can't take her anywhere.
Or you should take her everywhere.
All right. Yes, Diane Burgess.
Just for folks that are watching, we've talked about batch plants. Can you just give a quick, and then I have one more question.
Certainly. So a batch plant is the facility that provides the concrete demand for the project, and there's a very large concrete demand in particular for the tunnel because there are, and I could come prepared tomorrow maybe to give you more detail on that, but there's 2 batch plants there's 6 batch plants proposed total, 2 at each of the dual launch facilities, and then also 2 at Bethany Reservoir. And so they're basically producing concrete 24/7 during a certain time period when that concrete requirement is in place for the construction.
Yeah, I can ask DWR too. I just wanted to kind of, as people are listening and paying attention, I just wanted to kind of give that clarity. My more important question is, you were talking about the funding for adaptive management, and it made me wonder what is the mechanism that it would normally pay for that? And you said there's a problem. And the other part of that that's connected, would dealing with the invasiveness of the golden mussel be part at, do I need to move it closer? Okay. Would that be part of the costs of adaptive management should the invasive golden mussel get involved? You were talking about needing to clean them every so many weeks versus how many months. Who pays for that? And I could ask DWR, and this is a clarifying question, so it needs to be a quick answer from you. You don't need to go into complete detail.
Yeah, I think in terms of there's adaptive management, which the Delta Plan policy requires, a proof of funding for. And so my point was more general around whether that proof had been provided, because the certification just says, hey, DWR has this way of having its contractors pay for things and, through the State Water Project, and they've never defaulted before. And so because the tunnel is not part of the State Water Project and bonds cannot be issued for it, I don't believe they are able to meet that burden. With respect to paying for things that are required, for instance, in the incidental take permit, yes, control of invasives could be, considered part of adaptive management. It might also be considered maintenance of the State Water Project, so it probably could fall under either category, and that would be a good thing to ask DWR about.
Thank you. Daniel, did you have one question?
Just curious, Mr. Keeling, I have a good sense of where the other 3 panelists, what brings them here in terms of their stories and their communities and their affiliations. Did you say what brings you to the panel today?
What brings me here
Yeah,
today?
you work for the counties or?
Oh, I've been an attorney in San Joaquin County for 26 years. I've represented the county for 26 years in various types of litigation, including the validation action Ms. Meserve just referred to, where we got judgment against DWR. DWR appealed, and the third DCA came down in our favor on December 31st, I might add. I'm counsel for the county I was in water fix proceeding, and I was here. And I was counsel for the county in the 2016 through 2018 hearing on the petition for change in point of diversion. And I represent the county in many other respects. I also represent the city of Stockton, but not in this proceeding. Ms. Tabor and her firm, the SOMAC firm, represent the city of Stockton there, but I've represented the city of Stockton in Delta Water Supply Project matters. So yes, I am here, I live, I recreate in the Delta, by the way, I photograph in the Delta, and if they had good trout fishing in the Delta, I'd fish there, but I'm a trout fisherman.
Thank you for a very thorough answer. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you all being here today. Oh my gosh, sorry, yes, Senator Edmund, I didn't see you. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. And I'm not sure if this is for our attorney, because it's clarifying, but just something I didn't hear today. And I didn't know if the Delta plan maybe doesn't cover it or it just hasn't come up yet. But we know with doing big projects, the issue around land acquisition is really important. Does this project consider any kind of eminent domain, or is that an issue for this hearing, or is that for another time?
I think it's a question for DWR as far as any plans for land acquisition, but DPP2 potentially it does consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And our final appellant today will be DCC Engineering.
Should have brought a different hat. Daniel, turn on your mic over there.
Okay. Hello again, Chair Lee and Council. Thank you for allowing me to, for the third time, provide comment on the consistency of finding for the Delta Conveyance project. My name is Emily Papalardo. I am an engineer for several reclamation districts in the Delta, and I am honored to have with me Ron Galindo, who is a contractor in the Delta, lives in the Delta, and Daniel Wilson is a farmer of pears and various other things, and he's also on several reclamation districts and has been working in the Delta his whole life. And these guys are pretty much the reason why I think we have really great water supply reliability currently, given their experience with flood fights and levee projects in the Delta. So that is what we're going to be going into today. The first is RRP1, prioritization of state investments in Delta levees. This was deemed in the certification as not applicable because the project involves no investment in Delta levees, but the consistency determination plainly states they will perform targeted repairs to existing levees to address flood risk, geometry, and historic performance issues that could reoccur during the potential high water events. So it does include levee alteration, and so this would not be consistent with what the finding was. Additionally, the project's going to go on for 15 to 20 years. And during that time, the system's going to be wholly reliant on the Delta levees to convey water, in addition to it also being a dual conveyance project, which will continue to rely on the levies for water conveyance for the lifetime of the project. And so I have a slide up here that goes over the cost of repairs to the levees. We estimate it could cost $3 billion to $6 billion to completely repair our system. The higher value of $6 billion would be to address seismicity issues that we could have with the levee system. This is just a fraction of the cost of the entire tunnel project. And I have to say, since 1972, when there was a failure on Brandon Andrus, it was a sunny day failure, which required a release of significant amount of water to flush out the delta to maintain salinity, or push back the salinity gradient. We have not had a failure of that magnitude since that time. And it's all attributed to folks like this that have done the work and done the repairs and made sure that the system was up to snuff. And also the Delta Levee Subventions Program, which thankfully we've been able to keep going. That's through DWR. It's a $16 million program per year for maintenance and mitigate, and all the work that would be included in vegetation and everything you do on a levee to keep it maintained and improved. We also have special projects which are more sparse, and those can do much larger levee rehabilitation projects. For instance, I've just completed one on the Sacramento River just south of Isleton that was $20 million, and that cost share was 95% state cost share and 5% local cost share. And this is a large reclamation district. This is Brandon Andrus. They are having a lot of trouble cost sharing that project right now because they have a lot of other costs they have to consider. And I have a fun fact here about investments in the levees in the Delta. And I feel like this project, because it's been around, has already impacted our system. The focus the state has is not on fixing our system and making it resilient. It's been on the tunnel vision of doing this isolated conveyance facility. And so I've read that it's cost $300 million at least to plan for this project. And this, I estimate, if this has happened over 10 years, that's $30 million a year on planning for the project. Our maintenance program for the entire Delta is $16 million a year. We could really use a little bit of that money for the levees to keep the system running and keep that reliability up, because the levees are really, I don't think, the issue. It's a drought that's going to be the problem with water supply. And I think we've done a really great job in the Delta maintaining our system, and it's not easy. But it's also not that complicated. I mean, we know where our issues are, and we know what we need to fix. We just need the funding to do so. So the next part of that prioritization on state investments is this project is going to tie up a bunch of construction resources, and that's why I have Mr. Ron Galindo with me today to talk more about that.
So, born and raised in the Delta, been here my whole life. I'm 65 years old. I've seen a lot of change, and going from school and then getting out of school and start my own company. Been in business for 30-some years. Do a lot of work for DWR. The impacts that are going to arise from this, it didn't all set in until sitting in on this meeting and listening to everybody come up here. And it finally setting in. It's amazing of the impacts that it's going to put the strain on. And it seems that the state has always been good at acquiring things, never any good, just like the feds, of maintaining things. And it's always been a problem. It's been a problem for years and years, but I've dealt with it all my life. So I look at the impact of what this is going to bring as far as traffic. That's just one facilitation of what we've got. The traffic is horrendous right now within the Delta. Caltrans did a little bridge job down in Isleton. They shut the bridge down. they forced all the traffic to the county side of the island. You had to go up that other side of the island. They made no improvisions with the county on maintaining the road. The road is shot right now. They came in, the state came in and paved half the road. We fight potholes. I would love for everybody here at the panel to take a road, just to take a drive down the Delta and tell me what it feels like. And if you would put your finger between something on the bottom of your frame and that tire going up and down, and you tell me how smooth you want that road, you'd want it really smooth. It's unbelievable how it is falling apart. And we call the county, we call Caltrans, well, we're working on it. We're working on it. The county has no funding to do this. And the magnitude of what you're talking about in millions of yards of this sludge. I've worked with tunnel. We did the PUC tunnel down from Palo Alto to Newark. This sludge is dead material. It doesn't produce anything. There's no organics in it. It's been underground for so long. And the landfills used it because it was great capping material, because it didn't produce any vegetation. So they didn't have to worry about keeping the vegetation down. But to take these piles and think that you're going to use them somewhere down the road, they are going to have to be amended by unbelievable amounts of amendments to make them even workable down the road. But just moving those spoils from the tunnel site to the off-haul, the dump area, is huge impacts. And I look at where that's going down Lambert Road, all these different places. If they could not take care of that road going from a bridge shutdown for, I think it was 10 months what they did it, I can't imagine what's going to happen with these millions of yards of, besides the traffic in the towns. It's crazy. We're seeing more and more traffic impacts all along. The construction side, we're so short-handed anyway of good contractors. I'm not sure this tunnel project would be taken up by be a big joint venture amongst many big contractors that are going to suck this up. They're going to suck up all the small stuff, the smaller companies to come in. We still have to do our levee work. The levee work still has to be done. And we're still fighting for money just to do very minimal repairs right now. And I see this as an oversight. We should be starting on our repairs now if that's what the state wants to do down the road of these tunnels. We got to repair our levees to make sure we can keep them going. We can't do it after the fact, not after the tunnels are working, because you know how that all works. Once the tunnels are in and sucking water, well, it's going to be back to pinching pennies again to whoever needs to get it done, just like our bridges. The tolls were supposed to quit after so many years. We just had another rise in our tolls, and it's been, 25 or 30 years since the Antioch Bridge, and that was supposed to quit after 10 years. So whatever's coming, you know it's what's coming down the road. You know how the procedures are going to be. It's never going to be a give back. It's just seeing the impact to the water quality, the salt. We went through a drought here not too many years ago, and everybody was worried about where all the dams were going to be put in because the salt was coming up. And we watched it come up all the way by Rio Vista, all the way up to Egbert, up around Ryer. We go through another drought year. We need some absolute positive re-emplacements that nobody is going to use those tunnels. And that's a hard thing to come by because those tunnels are going to get used no matter what. And that salt is going to come up. And that's going to be the South Delta that's going to take the hit. And that's going to bring water up. And once that salt comes up, it's hard to get it back. It takes years to get that salt back out again. So I just see, if I look at it, is that if I was filling out a DWR permit and I omitted all the things that have been left out, DWR would kick that permit back on me in a heartbeat and say, well, give it at our next meeting. We need more information. And I think that's what we're all coming to. We need more information. You guys got to justify the things that you're telling us that you're going to do. You need to justify those numbers because we're not feeling it. And it just, I don't know how many of you live within the Delta. There's probably a lot of you, but we really like it there. We really like it there. We want to keep that way of life, and it is a community from one end, from the south to the north. Everybody looks out for everybody, and everybody's fighting for everybody. Yeah, there's times when things get a little rough, but the goal is the good of the Delta and the water. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. So our next regulatory policies are RP3, protect floodways. That one was found to be not applicable because it, quote, did not include any proposed actions that will encroach in a floodway that is not either designated floodway or regulated stream. That finding is inaccurate. The facilities are cited on a state plan of flood control levy in a floodway on the Sacramento River. And we would like to know see more backup on this finding, given the facilities are in the river in at least a mile of location, and all the use of the barges to go through it. And I just would like to see more backup on that finding. And then our last policy is respect to local land uses. So I want to go in and let Daniel speak on his experience. He's been fighting this isolated facility since it was a canal, and how, in his experience, this project would hurt everything that he's built in his lifetime.
My name is Daniel Wilson. I am a cherry and pear farmer, been in multiple generations like the Elliots. I serve on 4 reclamation districts, the big one, Grand Island, 17,000 acres. The effort to build a packing shed or fix a levee or do anything in the Delta requires years of permits, all kinds of details. The fact that this project can just wave away all these different criteria just boggles the mind. I've been in this since 1972. I drove a bulldozer in that ledge he was referring to. We've been alerted to this one when I saw the original plan for this tunnel, and it literally went under my bedroom on Andrews Island. And the first shaft went through our farm and covered our entire packing facility with 20 feet of muck for about 300 acres. That really got my attention, and we sort of pointed out that maybe you might want to place it a little closer to Interstate 5 where you have a little support for your construction, and that's why the tunnel is now on Twin Cities Road, which is a road that I go into Sacramento multiple times. I don't take Twin Cities Road. It's too dangerous. It's got people passing cars. I take a longer route that's a couple miles longer down by Thornton because Twin Cities Road is just a nightmare. This would, from a reclamation district perspective, this would suck up all the equipment, all the riprap, all the things that we use to keep these levees maintained. And, we're functioning, as she pointed out, on a shoestring. We are funded by local taxpayers, and farmland does not generate enough income per acre to support huge projects, so we try to get funding. But as she pointed out, if you're going to do a $20 million project and you only have a 5%, share for your share, it's still more than the farmers can afford. This tunnel project, they've been talking about, well, we need to help the Delta. Let's do something nice for the Delta. And they talk about, we'll give you $1 million to fix your library. The Delta needs probably, in my estimation, $2, maybe $3 billion to maintain the Delta. Even if you were going to abandon it when the tunnel was finished, you still need it for the next 20 or 30 years to get to the finished product. And quite frankly, the clue is in the name. It's a dual-use facility, so you're going to need the tunnels forever. It's pointed out, if we have an earthquake, the levees are all going to fail, and we need to have this tunnels. Well, in my experience, if the tunnels were maintained, if the levees were maintained correctly, and that's a lot of money, I'll give you that. But it pales in comparison to the amount of money this project's gonna cost. I've watched this thing my entire life. 1978 with the peripheral canal was gonna be 25,000 cubic feet a second. Thank God we've got you tuned down to 6,000 cubic feet a second. But even at that, many times a year, the entire flow of the Sacramento River is 7,000 cubic feet a second. It's been our philosophy for the last, in my case, 50, 60 years, that if the plumbing is there to screw us over, we're gonna get screwed over. That's kind of how we look at it. And that's why, we're gonna continue pointing out the flaws in this and complaining and trying to stop it, probably for the rest of my grandkids' life. So we'll see what happens. Where's my timer? I guess I'll let you wrap it up. You got 2 minutes.
Sure. Thank you. So, yeah, and in conclusion, this is going to impact the levees in the Delta, and the levees are the backbone of the Delta. Without them, we don't have one. And they do so much. They do water supply reliability. They protect agriculture. They protect ecosystem functions. And then they just make it a great place to live. And B, because you don't flood behind them. This last picture is a picture of that $20 million project, which is really just a erosion repair that we had to self-mitigate for, since we have run out of mitigation credits in our program. And so that just adds to the cost of the project. Although I think it makes it better because it softens that river, that interface between the river and the levee. But work like this can take place, and you have folks out there, these reclamation districts and these farmers that have been doing this for their lives and and generations, and they know what they're doing, and we just would like more support that way. So because the certification doesn't evaluate or the displacement of priority levee investments in RRP1 or floodway encroachments in RRP3 or the impairment of existing Delta land use in DPP2, DWR can't avoid these policies, and we request your council to remand the certification on the Delta Conveyance project. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Moranian.
I have one question for you. At the beginning, you talked about a $3 to $6 billion cost was a specific cost for a specific maintenance?
For the entire Delta.
For
is
the
what
entire
it's been,
Delta.
yeah, estimated to cost $3 billion to $6 billion.
Including
For the levees.
The levees. Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, great.
To repair them, or even better, $6 billion to make them, resist.
It is now.
As it is now, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then I have one question for you. When you talked about the salt coming into the pipes and all, I just was trying to follow that.
So like during the drought, we had less water coming downstream. Well, the influx from the salt water,
Sure.
which would be, Antioch, Pittsburgh, Grizzly Island, we call it brackish water. So as you don't have that flow coming downstream, the salt water starts going
Sure.
upstream.
From the ocean.
Yeah, and we got it. It filtrated all the way up to Egbert, to the deep water channel. We were starting to get at DWR's monitoring station,
Right.
and then we were taking a little further. So as that drought season comes up, that water just keeps coming up. So during a drought time, if we're sucking more water out of the tunnels, that's just it just going to suck it all up. I mean, it's going to keep coming up and up and up,
Right.
and it'll take years to.
40 to go back.
Well, it would go like, say, if you had a heavy rain year,
Right.
okay, the topical water goes off, but the water that has infiltrated the ground, underneath the ground, you have to purge that water out, and it takes years to get that salt back out of that.
Okay, that's
soil.
what my question was, because not going back was questionable, but now I understand what you
Yeah.
said. Okay, thank you.
That.
All right, any other questions from members? Nope. All right, it looks like we have time for a 15-minute break, and so we will take one and come back at 2:55, where we'll start to hear from the Department of Water Resources.
say the staff is having a cheese party upstairs.
Oh my gosh.
It's so good. I feel so lucky that I walked in.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. I see DWR has come up and taken their seats, so thank you very much for doing that. And get the green light from IT, we're good to go. All righty, I think all of our members are seated as well, so let's go ahead and begin with the Department of Water Resources.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Carla Namath. I am the director of the California Department of Water Resources. It's good to see you all here today in person. And I think as most people in the room are aware, I have a lot of history with this project. Thank you. Thanks. I am enthusiastic to be here with you today because time is not on our side, and that's not just about the Delta Conveyance project. It's actually about adaptation writ large. And I want to preface my remarks by saying that the department's intense effort to identify and define and plan around Delta Conveyance is not by any stretch the biggest focus of our work in the Delta. There are critical levee issues that need to be addressed. There's critical water supply and water quality issues that need to be addressed. I saw Councilmember Burgess, I think it was last summer sometime, out at the city of Antioch dedicating a new desalination plant, which is really significant for the region. And there's a lot of work to be done that we need to continue to do, and we need to continue to articulate that to the California legislature. One of the things that I am somewhat struck by is that it has been a long time since we've had a significant policy conversation about the need to adapt the Delta to climate change for the people who live there and for the others in California who depend on that. And I think it's, all of our collective obligation to help educate our legislature on the complexity and the value of the Delta. And I do want to welcome Senator Emeritus Susan Eggman. We worked quite a bit successfully on flooding, and I know her to be someone who represents her constituents very well, and I have a great respect for her. But the fact remains we have a lot to do around adapting in the Delta. So I am going to talk about the State Water Project, which, as you all know, moves water through the Delta to serve many of our communities in the Bay Area and central and Southern California, all the way down to San Diego. It's a project that was born in the 1950s, very different, not only a different ethos in the 50s, but we had a different climate in the 50s. And everything that we were doing at that time to help California accommodate post-World War II population booms, it really did, in many respects, kind of catalyze what we have as sort of modern, urban, developed California. 2 of every 3 Californians today, 27 million people, get some of their drinking water from the State Water Project and as conveyed right now through the Delta. As I mentioned, the supplies really do go everywhere. South of the Delta, over to the Bay Area, and in fact, some of our Bay Area communities are the most reliant on these supplies. The businesses within the State Water Project service area generate about $2.3 trillion in goods and services annually. And if our delivery area in and of itself were its own nation, it would be the 8th largest economy. So I don't know if this is a moment of levity, and I don't mean it to be disrespectful, but I've been around these issues for a while, and maybe contrary to perceptions, I am not a glutton for punishment. I don't enjoy the intensity of the conflict, but it is a very intense conflict, and it's my perspective that as someone who has specific stewardship responsibilities for the State Water Project, I need to look at these issues very carefully. We need to evolve to the world around us, and that's what I'm here to talk to you today about. Climate change, there's no secret, it is profoundly affecting California water in every single corner of the state. Average temperatures are rising, even though our hydrology remains very variable. Temperatures are really only going in one direction, and that rising temperature is producing lots of conditions that we are not yet prepared for. Our daily temperature, average temperature, is expected to rise about 4 to 6 degrees by mid-century, and nearly 9 degrees by the end of the century. And one of the things that guides me in my daily work is that mid-century is now a generation away. And the reality is that many of my younger colleagues in the water management, and I think there's a lot of younger folks here who I've not met in the context of Delta issues over the last 15 years. Many of you I have, so thank you for sticking with it. But there are new, younger voices in it, and we are going to have to deal with these kinds of changes within their career. And I find that to be very sobering, because the decisions are difficult, and managing the totality of the system is challenging. For us Sacramentans, it's going to be even rougher than that. The average number of days over 104 degrees is expected to go from 4 to 40. And what that means when temperatures are rising, it means that that everything is thirstier. Even when we put in drought-tolerant landscape, you know, unless it's rocks, and there's a lot of consideration around what constitutes something that is drought ready. But truly, unless it's rocks, it's going to require more water simply by a factor of our rising temperatures. More rain will come, and our snowmelt will be depleted. That is the single biggest storage system in California, and we have grown accustomed to the way that it melts over the last century, the moderation with which it melts, and then how we essentially regulate it through reservoirs and then move it throughout the state. So all of this is shifting, you know, really all at once. There's high confidence in projections that our drought severity and the number of dry years will actually increase, even as more extreme precipitation events occur. We're starting to experience that within a single water year, really moving from wet conditions to dry conditions. Our state climatologist is fond of saying, when it's not raining, it's drying, and that sounds kind of corny, but what it really means is that just the presence of temperature means that if it is not actively raining, all of our environment is absorbing more water because of rising temperatures. Our current best available science indicates that the state's coastline could experience between roughly 1 and 2 feet of sea level rise by 2050, and between 2.5 to 7 feet by 2100. Even the most gradual expressions of sea level rise will eventually transport more ocean salinity into the Bay Delta. So the trade-off to manage salinity could reduce the amount of water that's available to support people, fish, and wildlife. And that point is why I opened my comments the way that I did. And I have been listening intermittently, not totally, to today's earlier proceedings. And I do understand the grave concerns that folks have about water quality in the Delta and the effects of this project on water quality. My view is that the reality around us with climate is the overwhelming pressure on the system, and we really do need to get to work as quickly as we can for communities in the Delta to be secure against those changes that are brought on by climate. For the State Water Project, these changing conditions essentially demonstrate that the State Water Project will reduce its ability to deliver water by about 22%. Or more in the next 20 years, and that's really under this extreme and rapid climate change. The challenge being that these are foundational supplies that we have many Californians also investing in recycling this water supply. And that starts to help us really understand the interconnectedness of the State Water Project as a foundational supply to not just recycled water, but the ways in which we take care of our groundwater basins. And some of those groundwater basins need to be cleaned up. Some of those groundwater basins themselves suffer from seawater intrusion. And so our ability to use this water to stabilize those groundwater basins is just becoming increasingly important. So in my view, you know, that ethos from the post-World War II, we're going to accommodate this big boom, that is in the rearview mirror. What we are trying to do is secure this supply so that it works in the context of our changing hydrologic cycle, our need to take that surface water, use it more than once, use it more efficiently, store it for when there's a drought, and use it to recharge groundwater basins, I think has never been more important and more clear about the intense need to get that work going as quickly as we can. Local agencies that receive water from the State Water Project and who are proposed funders of the Delta Conveyance Project, they are investing in local supplies, no question, and they're going to need to continue to do that. But the fact remains that this is a supply that is still the most affordable, and the State Water Project itself provides water to about 8 million Californians who are from low-income and disadvantaged communities, and we view this supply as something that is important to overall affordability for California water moving forward. The amount of supplies that the State Water Project moves under any scenario with this project, without this project, will decline over time. That's a function of our changing hydrology. That will also be happening, you know, at the same time when we have even graver conditions on the Colorado River. So we've got today a 73 degree day. There's I think a saying, or if it's not a saying, I'm going to make it a saying for DWR directors. But to quote a double past predecessor, he was fond of saying, well, it's another tragically beautiful day in California. That's what I think of when I think of 73 degrees, bright and sunny in February. And the situation in essentially the next basin over is even more dire, and work is underway to stabilize that supply. Of course, California, Southern California relies on that supply for about 30% of its water needs, and so how we balance all of these things together and how we get them working together with improved efficiency, with recycled water, with desalination where it makes sense. That's the climate resilient picture. The other thing that we think about when we think about what it takes to protect the State Water Project is we think about the event of a failure in the Delta, a levee failure in the Delta. I want to acknowledge that there are strong views on this, especially by folks who have lived in the Delta and have lived in the Delta for a very long time. They have their, you know, historical records of how the levees have performed. They have a very important interest in making sure that those levees continue to be supported and protected and are made to be as resilient as they can in the face of any kind of failure. The last time the department worked on Delta levees was, from a planning perspective, was the DREAMS study, and again, I think a lot of the local folks in the Delta felt that those assumptions were not quite right. But the reality is that was in 2005. And we have been seeing a lot more climate pressure than we anticipated in 2005. And it did make itself manifest just this a summer and a half ago, in the summer of 2024. We had persistent seepage on Victoria Island in the central part of the Delta, and it triggered emergency repairs. In December of 2024, some relatively routine storms caused overtopping, erosion, and breaches on Grizzly, Van Sickle, and Sherman Islands. So we are investigating right now the source of the seepage, what the potential repair options are of that, and that is seepage that's happening under the actual physical levee. So it really is coming an important discussion around the effect of climate on levees. And what we're presenting to you today about the Delta Conveyance Project, I want to acknowledge very publicly, is a solution for only one part of the state that is right now reliant on those deltas to be secure to move water. It is not the total story. It should not be the total story. And we have a next chapter to really investigate and work with local entities to guide the state in terms of that kind of investment. Delta Island subsidence and levee compaction rates are estimated at 0.1 to 0.8 inches a year. It depends on the location. And you combine that with increasing sea level rise, and that starts to be a lot of pressure on the system. We work closely with Delta reclamation districts to help maintain and improve those Delta levees and be ready to respond to flood. Since about 2000, just in those levees alone, we've invested about $1 billion. And of course, other reclamation districts bring their own dollars. So more work is needed to be done there. But the reality is those levees are fragile, and they can experience a seepage problem on a bright sunny day. It does not need to be a big storm event. I am someone who is very much engaged in 2023, watching all 16 atmospheric rivers come into California. We've made a lot of strides in our forecasting of those atmospheric rivers. One of the things that was at the absolute top of my mind was, as those storms came in, did they come through the Golden Gate and spin up the Sacramento Valley, drop their rain, or did they trend southward? And they trended southward, which was why we had 400% snowpack on the central and southern Sierra. Had they gone up the Sacramento Valley, I think we would have seen a very different scenario down in the Delta, just related to big movements of floodwaters coming through the system. Fortunately, we were coming off of 2022. Fortunately, unfortunately, we're coming off of 2022. We had a lot of room in reservoirs to absorb that water. The earth was very dry. It was absorbing a lot of that water. But it does demonstrate that the potential for significant flooding exists, and it is only going to intensify as we move from extreme dry to extreme wet, and warmer temperatures hold more moisture, so we can expect the intensity of those storms to only increase. The other big issue around this kind of weather whiplash that I've just described is how well are our existing facilities equipped to deal with that. And I think with each passing year, we're understanding ways in which they are less and less positioned to deal with that. As we move between requirements on the State Water Project to make sure we're protecting water quality in the Delta and doing the work that we need to do to protect endangered species, I think what is now starting to manifest itself is the State Water Project is even when we have high flow conditions, there's a high degree of rigidity in how we're able to operate the pumps at the southern part of the Delta. And so we have been focused on, when we have these big storm events, if we had the Delta tunnel in place, how much water could we move, and how much water could we move through a tunnel that is 6,000 CFS. And the the information, I think, is very compelling in terms of what's happening elsewhere in our system. And so in early 2020, early 2023, we were looking at a couple of storm events. I think it was in February. We were looking at some storm events that would have moved through, and if we had had Delta Conveyance in place, we would have been in a position to fill San Luis Reservoir really within a 3-day period. And then when our system turns off, which is what happened in February of 2023, our system turned off. Everyone started getting very nervous because we weren't out of the drought yet. And to me, it really just exemplifies the value of a different point of diversion that is really out of the way when we have these high flows, out of the way of fish entrainment, getting salmon caught at the existing pumps, and it allows us to move water in fairly big gulps and get it south of the Delta into San Luis Reservoir as a hedge against dry conditions returning. So I can't emphasize enough really the reality of moving from a 2022 year to a 2023 year. You may recall in 2022, significant parts of Southern California were under water rationing of about 50%. We know that those conditions are going to return, and we know that if 2023 didn't sort of bail us out, if you will, really replenish our reservoirs, we would have had significant damage, not just economic damage, but real challenges to make sure that we were getting water to people who needed it when supplies were drying out. So all of that to say, the State Water Project has a critical role in enabling, this project has a critical role in enabling the State Water Project to move water when it's wet, to move water opportunistically when we have these high flow moments. The reality is the State Water Project also benefits folks beyond just our state water contractors. And I want to say with all sort of earnesty, I know that that is not the view of people. I think at the end of the day, there's a view that the State Water Project is more abusive than it is beneficial, but it does provide critical benefits to not just to the folks we supply water to, but for example, in drought year 2022, we released 2.4% of our water from Oroville. 1% went to water exports. 1%, 24,000 acre feet. Half of that water went to protect water quality in the Delta. We need to keep doing that. That is what the system is intended to do and required to do. But that's the reality of our system. In summer heat emergencies, the Oroville, as it functions, provides electricity to help shore up the western electrical grid, which is subject to forces outside the boundaries of our state. If we have a wildfire in Oregon, it starts to disrupt transmission lines into California. So the way in which we are able to generate electricity in those moments becomes part of how we work with CalISO and our colleagues at the California Energy Commission to survive these heat dome effects and these sorts of extreme conditions. Oroville Dam also helps downstream communities from flooding. And I want to contrast what we were using Oroville for primarily in 2022, that 1% for exports and 50% for Delta water quality, with the story of 2023. What we did in 2023, we released about 5.4 or 5.6 million acre feet from Oroville. The amount that we exported was 15% of that. That's it. So that's how that system behaves when we move from very, very dry to very, very wet. And the folks who have been spending money for decades to make sure that system works, those are the folks that are paying for it. And that's just the reality of it. And so we really view, even though the Delta Conveyance project does not involve reoperation of Oroville, in 2023, when there was water in the system, when I mentioned, there were these 3 days, when we had this big pulse of water, we could have essentially filled San Luis Reservoir much sooner. That really starts to matter when we look at the efficiency of the system overall. So the ability of the Delta Conveyance project to capture these high flow events when there's an overwhelming amount of water in the system enables facilities like Oroville to function the way we need them to function when it's really dry, which is primarily protecting water quality in the Delta and providing flood control to those local communities when it's really, really wet. Maybe lastly, I want to say, it's my view that there's really no doubt that the legislature, when they enacted the Delta Reform Act, called for some form of new and improved conveyance for these Delta supplies. And it really does acknowledge the fact that Delta conveyance is essential to meeting the dual goals of water supply reliability and sustainability and our ecosystem response in the Delta. And those are the co-equal goals. The other part of that is essential is how we preserve Delta as place. And the department, you're going to hear quite a bit more about all of these details from my colleagues here. But operationally, how the DCP, in accordance with the Delta Reform Act, in accordance with the Delta Plan, honors Delta as place, is a discussion we are looking forward to having with you all in the course of this proceeding. But it in no way supplants the climate adaptation work that needs to happen in the Delta to preserve the economies of the Delta, the communities in the Delta, and it's simply essential. The DCP is not going to fix all of that by any stretch, nor should it. But I think the message is clear within the Delta Reform Act and within the Delta Plan that a Delta Conveyance project is something that is necessary to achieve sustainable Delta by the year 2100, but it is not the complete story of the work that needs to be done. We are very mindful of construction impacts in the Delta. I think you're going to get quite a few more details from my colleagues about the work that we've been doing the past 8 years to minimize them as best we can. We do recognize the Delta, of course, as a national heritage area, which is meant to protect the unique cultural heritage of the Delta. And the State Water Board is working with us to do important things to enable, as I mentioned, out at the City of Antioch. We had a great partnership with the Water Board to make sure that we were doing what we need to do to protect the human right to water, which applies to everybody in the state, not to one part of the state over another. And that's the work that, the broad work that the department does in the Delta, and will continue to do under the auspices of the Delta Plan. So thank you very much for the time and attention to the project. I want to see all of this succeed. I want to see the Delta improve across all of those metrics. We have lots of other work underway right now to help through Delta Conveyance to deal with salinity in the South Delta, and that work will proceed unimpeded, independent of this project, because it is critically important for the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Nemeth. Good afternoon. I'm Carrie Buckman. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for Delta Conveyance, and I think I have a big smile on my face because this is a big day we've been working towards for quite some time. So I've been talking to this group for years, and it's exciting to be here to talk about this certification. So I am accompanied by, in addition to Director Namath, oh, there we go, there we go. I have Chris, it apparently does. Maybe it just likes that slide. It's a delay? Okay. I'm accompanied by Chris Butcher. He is our lead attorney for the Delta Conveyance Project, and Catherine Marquez, who is part of the Delta Conveyance Office and leads our compliance with the Delta Plan. Okay. Director Namath highlighted the importance of the State Water Project and the Delta Conveyance Project. I'm just going to reiterate a couple of key points here. The State Water Project really has tremendous value to both the state and the world, and it helps meet this fundamental need for water that we've been talking about. The State Water Project service area is shown on the right side of this figure, perhaps less clear on the screen up there than it is, I think, in the handout, but hopefully people can see it. We provide water for both urban and agricultural uses, and the Delta Conveyance Project would provide water from the South Bay to the south. So the South Bay, Central Coast, San Joaquin Valley, and Southern California, both agricultural and urban supplies, to help address climate change, sea level rise, and a risk of extended disruption due to seismic events. So as Director Namath mentioned, we as water planners have been planning for climate change for quite some time, but really in the past few years we've seen evidence of it. And while we don't exactly know what will happen with runoff, projections vary pretty widely. It could decrease up to 32% or increase up to 47%. All of the different projections show some similarities and other trends. So we expect to see increased precipitation falling as rain instead of snow, more extreme drought and flood cycles, and flashy storm events, increased precipitation events scattered within dry stretches. And we often call that kind of pattern weather whiplash. And this year has been a pretty good example of weather whiplash. You know, at the end of December, early January, it was a really wet period. Then precipitation stopped. We had a very dry period, and then boom, a week and a half ago, it started raining and snowing again. And really, that kind of trend is something we see more often. If you look historically from 1921 to 2000, the first 80 years of records on CDEC, we see weather whiplash in about 6% of years. But if you look at the last 20 years, it's 28% of years. And really, if you look at just the last 5 years, it's 3 out of 5. So this is a trend that we need to plan for moving forward. The State Water Project was not designed to manage water in this changed climate. Historically, winter flows were driven by storm events and spring flows from sustained snowmelt. So we had the sustained flow for much of the winter and spring that we don't expect any longer. Now we expect rivers to fluctuate much more widely because of this weather whiplash instead of sustained flows. So we need to capture water when it's available, understanding it won't be as available for long and steady periods. So this will be worsened by sea level rise. The more sea level rise there is, the more we need to release water from reservoirs to keep that salinity out in the bay, and that limits water and storage available for water supply or fishery protection. Also, seismic events could cause concerns. Multiple levee failures would cause salinity intrusion, and some of our modeling shows that we could be months or years without being able to divert in the South Delta at all. And so the Delta Conveyance Project would help by creating a dual conveyance system. We would continue to divert at the South Delta facilities, then divert high flows in the North Delta when they're available, and continue to meet water quality and species protections in the Delta. And also importantly, as Director Namath mentioned, continue DWR's role on levee maintenance and flood protection in the Delta. That would not change with or without Delta Conveyance. We understand the importance of those roles. So looking forward, the State Water Project, our latest modeling from the State Water Project Adaptation Strategy shows that currently we are able to deliver about 2.4 million acre feet average annual of water supply through the State Water Project. But as we look forward with climate change and sea level rise in 2085, that decreases significantly. With the Delta Conveyance Project, it increases back not all the way to where we are now, but it's able to stabilize the state water project and increases by about 350,000 acre feet or 3.5 million people, or sorry, 3.8 million people. And that provides water supply reliability and water quality benefits to those within the state water project service area. It provides seismic reliability. It allows agencies to fill storage more frequently, enter drought periods with higher reserve, impose fewer periods of mandatory rationing, and reduce severity and frequency of shortages. The Delta Plan does specifically mention Delta conveyance or conveyance through the Delta. The Delta Reform Act recognizes that providing a more reliable water supply involves new Delta conveyance facilities, and it does include improving water conveyance system as part of the objectives inherent in the co-equal goals. Additionally, Delta Plan WR R12A recommends DWR pursue a dual conveyance option for the Delta, which is what we are pursuing here. And as amended, the Delta Plan concludes that a dual conveyance system with new screened intakes in the North Delta is the promoted approach to reducing environmental conflicts while addressing the risk to the amount and quality of Delta exports from levee failure and climate change. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about what the Delta Conveyance Project is. So it includes 2 intakes in the North Delta, one north and one south of Hood, totaling 6,000 cubic feet per second. Each intake is 3,000 cubic feet per second, or CFS. They involve state-of-the-art fish screens that are, we call them T-screens, they're cylindrical screens, and they have a total length, the total intake length is about 1,500 feet long, and all of the cleaning for that is below the water surface. So those 2 intakes connect through a tunnel to the South Delta. That conveyance tunnel has 11 shafts. That includes launch shafts where the tunnel boring machines would start, maintenance shafts and reception shafts where the boring machines would be removed. That results in about 45 miles of 36-foot inner diameter single tunnel, and that's approximately 100 to 130 feet deep to the top of the tunnel. It's earthquake resilient, much more so than surface features, for a couple of reasons. One of them is that there's less ground motion at depth, and the other is that we are engineering this to a very high standard of seismic resiliency. And one thing, people often look at the alignment and think there are land use conflicts along the entire alignment, but really the tunnel is below ground, and so the land use conflicts are really focused around the surface features, and that's really where we focused our efforts to reduce effects. So the tunnel connects in the South Delta to a new pumping plant. There are aqueducts and a discharge structure that connects directly to the existing Bethany Reservoir. And just as a note, the construction of the physical features will not convert more than about 0.5% of important farmland in the Delta. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of the features, and we're going to start with the intakes in the north. Both intakes would look like this figure. We would have state-of-the-art fish screens. As I mentioned, there's cylindrical T-screens. There is a noted manufacturer of those screens in the Delta. The project levee would be realigned around the outside of the facility. So currently it's along Highway 160, but it would sort of turn and go around the back of the levee and come around the other side. The sedimentation basins, which are just on the other side of the intake screens, are where the water sort of moves slowly and allows any of the settlement to settle out before it enters the tunnel, so it doesn't create sort of a crust on the bottom of the tunnel. The water moves slowly through the basin and flows down the outlet shaft into the tunnel. The tunnel will always be full, so there isn't sort of a waterfall in back. It just sort of moves gently down into the tunnel. And there are no pumps here. That was something that was decided early on to try to avoid some of the effects that might be felt within this part of the Delta. So the pumps are in the South Delta. This is all a gravity facility. So the sediment from the sedimentation basin is dredged annually, dried in drying basins, then tested and trucked off for off-site disposal. All access for construction and maintenance is from an access road along the back of the intake facilities. There is no access for construction from Highway 160. And the intake sites were selected based on a set of criteria to reduce conflicts with existing uses. Those criteria included bathymetry and river encroachment, property impacts, built environment impacts, proximity to existing development, geotechnical concerns, environmental and habitat disruption, roads and traffic impacts. And then those criteria led to some additional considerations that included avoiding high concentrations of fish in the water column, positioning upstream to avoid delta smelt, and and avoiding cultural and historic resources. I did want to just note earlier, there was a comment about the number of structures near the intakes. And just to clarify, there are 20 structures that would be within the footprint of the intakes. There are 71 total. So I think there was some confusion about the facilities that are near the intakes versus the facilities overall. And I did just want to highlight that those structures are a variety of types of facilities. They could include homes, recreational facilities, storage or other support facilities, which is really the bulk of the facilities, and other types of facilities. We also saw some concerns about the visual impacts on Hood from the intakes. So we wanted to show a few renderings. These are from the final environmental impact report. So you can see what this facility would look like after construction. So on the left side, you can see an existing view of the intake site looking northeast from Highway 160. And on the right, you see the same area after construction where you can see the levee around the intake site and landscaping on the outside of that levee. Intake B is about a mile north of Hood, and Intake C is over a mile south, so they would not be visible from the town of Hood. This is the Twin Cities tunnel launch shaft site. This is a rendering of what it would look like after construction. So the tunnel boring machines would be launched from 2 double launch shaft sites, one here at Twin Cities and one on Lower Roberts Island. And these shaft sites, along with the maintenance and reception shafts, were selected based on a variety of criteria. That included construction considerations such as proximity to transportation corridors, geotechnical considerations, property and land use, including avoiding conservation areas and refuges, and avoidance of existing infrastructure. So this figure is after construction. So the tunnel boring machines will launch from those tunnel shafts as shown on the figure, one in each direction. One will go north and one will go south. But a lot of the construction activity will be focused at this launch shaft site because this is where the access is to the tunnel. So all of the construction workers will come in through this area. The material deliveries will be here. The tunnel liner segments will go into the tunnel here, and the reusable tunnel material, or RTM, that is excavated from the tunnel will come out here. So the RTM will be tested and stored in holding bins while we wait for test results. The holding bins, the purpose is that if you get a test result that is not desirable, you know where that sediment is. It's not sort of spread around the site. So if portions of the RTM are found to be hazardous, that material will be transported in trucks that are licensed to handle hazardous materials to a disposal location that is licensed to receive those hazardous materials. If the material meets the criteria for reuse, it would be moved via a conveyor to the drying area. Water that is drained from that drying area will be collected, treated, and reused on site. After the RTM is dry, it will be moved to the stockpile that's shown on this figure in the southeast part of the site, and it will be about 15 feet high. DWR would restore the remaining construction areas to return as much area as possible to prior land uses. The activities to restore that land and the potential impacts are captured within the final environmental impact report. And there was a mention earlier of the batch plant that is just north of this site. It's on Lambert Road near Franklin. And I just wanted to highlight there was a mention that it would operate 24/7. And that's only during a very short time. It's intermittent operation. The only time that it would operate continuously is during continuous concrete pours. And so that's a few days at a time, up to 1 month at each intake. So again, I wanted to show a rendering of this site. So this is the Twin Cities site looking north-northwest from Twin Cities Road. And the existing view on the left shows the agricultural area that is currently there. The right figure on the top shows the rendered view during construction. There would be a ring levee around the site and then a fence around the ring levee. And then after construction on the bottom, you can see the RTM stockpile and that would be planted with native grasses. And that would be surrounded by a fence and plantings. The tunnel boring machines, there would be 4 of them operating concurrently during construction. As I mentioned, each of those double launch shafts has a tunnel boring machine moving in the opposite direction. So the top of the tunnel would be about 100 to 130 feet below ground. And the same technology has been proven and used throughout the world to construct tunnels, including urban areas where there are people living immediately over those tunnels. So minor vibrations may be felt at the ground surface for a short period as the tunnel is passing immediately below. It's typically less than 2 weeks. And again, people in urban areas live on top of these on a regular basis. So tunnel boring machines have advanced such that most maintenance and construction activities occur underground inside the tunnel. But we do include maintenance shafts every 4 to 6 miles for regular maintenance to the cutter head that's better performed in open air. At the southern end of the tunnel is the Bethany complex, and this includes a pumping plant in the South Delta to pump water from the tunnel up into Bethany Reservoir. The bottom of the pumping plant is about 150 feet below ground, and Bethany Reservoir is about 200 feet above ground, so the total lift is about 350 feet. So the water would move directly into the Bethany Reservoir, which is not really a water storage reservoir, but rather a wide spot on the California Aqueduct that functions as an afterbay for Banks Pumping Plant and a forebay for the South Bay Pumping Plant. And this site will also include a surge basin in case the pumping plant shuts down during an emergency due to power loss, and that causes a hydraulic surge in the tunnel. In that case, the surge basin will capture any excess surge water and then slowly drain it back into the tunnel. So much of this site is underground. So looking at this facility, this is a rendering from the EIR again. On the left, you see the existing view. This site is very close to existing Central Valley Project facilities, as well as power facilities owned by the Western Area Power Administration. So you see some of those large transmission lines in the picture. On the right side, you see the rendered view. Most of the facilities are underground, so you see mostly the plantings that are around the facilities. So I'd like to talk a little bit about how the project would be operated. As I mentioned previously, the DCP would be part of a dual conveyance system where the new North Delta facilities are operated jointly with the existing State Water Project facilities in the South Delta. So during winter and spring, the State Water Project would first divert from the South Delta up to its permitted capacity, and then opportunistically capture water in the North Delta when flows are high. And then in the summer and fall, DWR may shift diversions from the south to the north to better manage water quality, but there would be no changes to releases and storage from Oroville compared to existing conditions. And these operational criteria are documented within the commitments particularly are documented within our environmental impact report, and we have proposed those as terms and conditions as part of our water rate process. So the North Delta operations are further governed by operational criteria that have been developed through a number of phases. First, DWR worked as part of our environmental impact report to develop criteria that would avoid or reduce impacts to fish and water quality, and we assessed those in the final EIR. Then, as we were moving into our compliance with the California Endangered Species Act, we worked with DFW to refine those criteria to further reduce impacts to fish. And then as DFW worked on finalizing the ITP, they further refined those criteria. So the current operational criteria represent a series of refinements to really try to limit effects to fish and water quality. So looking at these criteria, from December through February, we're really focusing on listed species protection. So high flow diversions only. So if the Sacramento River flow going past the intakes is less than 10,000 CFS, we would not be able to divert any water at all, and that is an instantaneous criterion. And then over 10,000 CFS, we could divert somewhere between 6 and 12% of the Sacramento River flows. That percentage gets higher as the river flow gets higher, and it's also based on risk assessments that document real-time fish conditions. March through May, we're looking at further enhanced fish protection. So the Sacramento River flows, we can only divert when flows are greater than 20,000 CFS, as opposed to 10,000 CFS in the December through February period. So once flows exceed 20,000 CFS in the Sacramento River, we can divert between 3 and 12% of the Sacramento River flow, again, increasing percentages as the Sacramento River flow increases and based on risk assessments based on fish conditions. So the remaining months reflect transitional periods where the criteria allow higher percentage diversions if risk assessments indicate that the diversion is acceptable. Next, we're going to talk about the missed opportunities that Director Namath started talking about. We track this weekly during the wet season to understand if the Delta Conveyance Project had been in place, what would have happened during real-time conditions, so you can really connect the operations to what we're seeing in real life. So in 2022, you see that we did not capture a lot, we would not have captured a lot of water, and that's expected because it was a critical year. But during that critical year, there was a record-setting storm in October of 2021 and a really wet period between Christmas and New Year's. So if we had been able to capture some of those flashy storm events, we would have been able to capture about 110,000 acre-feet, which would have been just incredibly valuable during the very dry conditions that we had in 2022. In 2023, we had the opposite. We had a very wet year, and that 186,000 feet we would have captured during the dry period in between January and February storms, and that would have helped us better manage storage. And Director Namath spent some time talking about 2023, so that's connected to the earlier discussion. 2024 was an above normal year, and I will say this is where the Delta Conveyance Project shines. These are the conditions where it really would be helpful. And 2024 had further unusual conditions where the Delta Conveyance Project would have been very valuable because of the way that fish were behaving that year in the Delta. So in that year, fish were congregated, steelhead particularly had congregated near the South Delta diversion facilities, and that really limited the State Water Project's ability to divert much more than we see in most years. So at that time, if we had had a different diversion location that would have been able to divert away from those fish, it really would have helped us manage the State Water Project and be able to capture water when it's available, recognizing that it's not always there. And then during 2025, that was near average conditions. So we would have been able to capture almost 1 million acre-feet of water with the Delta Conveyance Project to capture and move those flows to replenish groundwater storage. Additionally, in addition to the last 4 years, this year we would have been able to capture over 375,000 acre-feet. And that's still in flux, going up and down. Obviously, we had a period where there was 0 diversions, but then it increased again last week. So we're tracking that as we move forward. I'm going to talk a little next about outreach and engagement. There were some questions earlier about logs of our outreach and engagement, and I did want to highlight that we have those in our certification of consistency. They start on page 22 of our certification of consistency. And those logs reflect the outreach that we did where we had an event, a meeting, a discussion. They do not capture just where we tried to meet with someone. And so that's why the paraphare isn't on there. We did try to meet with them, but they responded that they did not want to talk. So some of the key things that we did in design, some of the key things that we did for design and construction, we had a stakeholder engagement committee, which was a forum for input on the preliminary design of the Delta Conveyance Project. It included Delta residents, business owners, tribal representatives, environmental representatives, and other interested parties. We worked through project facilities to identify if there were ways to site or design the facilities to avoid, reduce, or mitigate for project effects. And that resulted in a lot of changes to the project design that I'll talk about on the next slide. We had a Delta focus, so we did interviews, workshops, follow-up, and we provided review opportunities to help develop a community benefits program that we'll talk about later. We wanted that community benefits program to really be based on input from the community rather than our ideas of what the communities may be interested in. Additionally, we did something somewhat different on this project than many projects where we tried to notify people about what was going on the project in different ways. So we posted notifications in post offices, stores, libraries, and other regularly visited locations in the Delta so that people would know about upcoming engagement or review opportunities. Tribal engagement was a major focus for us. We started off by sending 121 letters to tribes for consultation under the AB 52 guidelines or DWR's tribal engagement policy. That resulted in 13 tribes consulting with DWR and about 5 to 7 that consulted actively. We had over 150 government-to-government consultation meetings. Each of those meetings, because it was government-to-government, had to have individuals with delegated authority, both on the DWR side and on the tribal side. So it wasn't just a meeting with someone from the tribe, it was someone with delegated authority from their council. We also had information meetings and general updates where all tribal representatives were welcome. We understand that tribes are opposed to the project and we respect their position. We consulted with the understanding that they would oppose. And this is similar to a lot of our other efforts, including the Stakeholder Engagement Committee and the Community Benefits Program. We appreciate that interested parties are willing to come talk to us, and we do not try to display that as an endorsement for the project. Specifically, particularly in the Community Benefits Program, we're very clear that it does not indicate endorsement of the project. And for tribal outreach particularly, they wanted us to be very clear in the Tribal Cultural Resources chapter of the EIR that they do not endorse the project. So we did. We do have some summaries in the record if people want to take a look. DCP AA5 116 to 19 in the certification admin record speak to meaningful consultation, particularly 16. That really has an internal discussion of what we considered as we were deciding on approving the project. We did have to redact some confidential pieces, but we were able to share things to show the meaningful consultation that we went through. We also have a high-level overview in DCP D6 312 if people want to take a look. So through that consultation, we understood from the tribes that they did not want us to look at individual resources alone, but that we really needed to consider the interconnections between the resources. And that led us to the consideration of the entire Delta as a tribal cultural landscape and a tribal cultural resource. And we worked with Delta tribes to try to think about ways to mitigate, understanding that the value of the Delta was something that is so valuable to the tribes it cannot be fully mitigated. But the tribes understood, or they expressed to us that the most important thing was to avoid resources whenever possible, and they worked directly with our engineers to understand when avoidance was possible and when it might not be fully feasible because it would not allow us to meet our project objectives. While the formal AB 52 consultation is complete, DWR has committed to continuing coordination with the tribes through construction, and we have continued up to now from 2023 when we finished our EIR. For environmental justice outreach, we consulted with statewide experts on the best ways to reach environmental justice communities. We had early and extensive outreach through a variety of approaches. And again, we were trying to implement some creative approaches here because we understand that EJ community members often can't come to our meetings. So we wanted to really try to meet them where they are. So we had tabling at community events, radio ads, flyers, and food bank packages. We also, as was discussed earlier, conducted the Our Delta, Our Voice survey. We wanted to have some information about how to better understand how the environmental justice communities in the Delta rely on Delta resources. We worked to reach out to the State Water Project service area through a variety of information that was made widely available to the public. And we continue to make efforts to reach the public through a variety of different engagement tools. We understand that everyone receives information differently, so we include emails. We have an email list of over 11,000 people that we e-blast on a regular basis. We have a website, fact sheets, blogs, and videos. During project development, we continually focused on ways to avoid or reduce impacts to the environment and local community. The preliminary design, we worked with the Stakeholder Engagement Committee to minimize impacts from the very beginning. Then we analyzed the remaining impacts in the final environmental impact report and incorporated mitigation measures to avoid or reduce impacts whenever possible. We also created a community benefits program that, in recognition that the prescriptive nature of CEQA and other permitting means that there may be some impacts felt by communities that aren't fully addressed through our permitting requirements. So the Stakeholder Engagement Committee met 19 times, typically for 3 to 4 hours. The purpose was to provide a forum for Delta interested parties to provide input and feedback on technical issues. The development of facilities and concepts for additional study were the main focus, and it was an opportunity to identify engineering and design considerations that would avoid or minimize effects from construction and facility siting. Through our engagement efforts during project development, we heard a lot of the concerns that are part of the appeals and were presented today. We take these considerations and concerns very seriously. We work to avoid or reduce those concerns where feasible while meeting our project objectives. These efforts led to meaningful changes from our initial concepts. We heard today about a lot of long-held concerns that are driven, I'd say, by a real love of the Delta as a place. And they're really regarding effects that a long-term project could have in the Delta. But I wanted to highlight that sometimes they did not reflect an understanding of the current project and the changes that we have made, as well as the mitigation and commitments that we have included. So talking about a few of the things that we changed as we further developed this project. we minimized the footprint of the facilities. We received a lot of feedback that the best thing we could do is to make them smaller. So we tried wherever we could to reduce the physical footprint of these facilities. And one example of how we were able to do that was incorporating these T-screens. The T-screens are cylinders rather than flat plates, so there is more surface area of exposure, so we're able to have a shorter facility. And so that's a shorter facility compared to more standard, I'd say, vertical plate screens. Much of the surface facilities is at the launch shafts. As I mentioned, it's a large construction area, a lot of material deliveries. So rather having a tunnel launch shaft at the intakes, we put those, we co-located them at just 2 sites and tried to locate them in areas where we could have major transportation hubs so that we didn't have as much traffic and transportation into the heart of the Delta. We heard a lot of concerns about construction traffic in the Delta, so we limited traffic on Delta roads. We improved the few of the roads that will see increased traffic. We did a traffic analysis and we tried to improve anything that we were going to be using, including widening shoulders on the roads that we're using. The major sites are located with highway access where possible. The construction traffic cannot use State Route 160. Only if someone lives on State Route 160 can they use it to get to the construction site. And there are several other local roadways where we are prohibiting construction traffic from traveling. Workers must use park and ride facilities. They can't drive straight to the intakes. They have to park at the park and ride on Hood Franklin and take the electric bus over to the intake facility. And we would enforce these requirements through construction specifications and monitoring to make sure that the construction contractors are meeting those requirements. And as I mentioned earlier, we sometimes hear people thinking that there are community and land use effects along the whole tunnel, but really the sites are at surface features. We are incorporating a tunnel because it doesn't affect the land uses above. So having a tunnel rather than a surface feature like a canal is able to avoid land use effects. To avoid bird strikes, power lines are primarily undergrounded or co-located with existing lines. During the stakeholder engagement committee process, the concerns about noise at the intakes led to changing the intake design to reduce pile driving and the associated noise of pile driving. We were able to eliminate 4 bays from this project. There are no barge landings, and the only barging is limited to placing riprap at the intakes near the end of construction. That's the last 4 months of construction at each intake, so it's a relatively short period, and there would be no more than 2 trips per day. The Bethany Reservoir alternative also substantially reduced impacts to wetlands and waters compared to the other alternatives analyzed in the final environmental impact report, largely because it eliminated the southern forebay and the associated emergency spillway into Italian Slough. We appreciate the extensive coordination that we've had with the Delta Stewardship Council. We worked to consider the goals, policies, and recommendations of the Delta Plan throughout early project development, preliminary design, and planning. We wanted to include the Delta Plan as part of our overall planning process, so it was fully integrated into the planning that we've been doing for the Delta Conveyance project. I've attended council meetings to provide updates, usually quarterly, since I started in this position in 2019. We collaborated with Delta Stewardship Council staff on WRP1 implementation to help develop technical guidance to incorporate in water management plans that would result in information that could be appropriate to include in certifications of consistency, not just for Delta Conveyance, but for covered actions in general. And we started early consultation with the Delta Stewardship Council staff in 2019 and continued just before completion of the Delta Conveyance project certification of consistency. We worked with staff to understand the details of the Delta Plan policies. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to Chris.
Good afternoon. Before we discuss the Delta Plan policies, it's important to discuss the substantial evidence standard review. The substantial evidence standard review is a highly deferential standard. Appellant's burden is to show that the department's certification is not supported by any substantial evidence in the record. Under this standard, appellants had the burden to cite all the evidence supporting the department's determination and explain why none of the evidence constitutes substantial evidence. Where an appellant raises an issue without complying with the requirement to cite and confront all the evidence supporting the department, the issue is waived. The department's written submission identifies when an appellant's arguments should be rejected because the appellant failed to meet this burden. Nevertheless, even where appellants failed to meet this burden, our written submission discusses the substantial evidence in the record supporting the department's determination. Now, what is substantial evidence? Well, substantial evidence is facts, reasonable assumptions, and expert opinions based on facts. Today, Sacramento County suggested that case law states that substantial evidence does not support an agency if there is contrary evidence. This is incorrect. The cases cited in their written submission state that where an agency relies on logic rather than evidence, then the logic is inadequate if the logic is flawed or the evidence is contrary to the logic. Here, our certification demonstrates that the department relied on extensive evidence in the administrative record. Now, what case law does establish is that appellants cannot prevail under the substantial evidence standard of review by demonstrating alternative conclusions could have been reached or identifying expert opinions that differ from those relied on by the department, or arguing that additional or alternative tests or methodologies would have been better than those relied on by the department. Because under the substantial evidence standard of review, this council does not weigh the evidence to determine who has the better argument. All conflicts in evidence and any reasonable doubts must be resolved in favor of the department's findings. Therefore, under the substantial evidence standard review, this council should consider all the evidence in the administrative record in the light most favorable to the department and uphold the findings unless no reasonable person could have reached the conclusions reached by the department. Lastly, appellants have raised a number of arguments concerning the adequacy of the Delta Conveyance Project final EIR. As this council explained in its 2022 Lookout Slough determination, the council does not adjudicate the adequacy of an environmental impact report under CEQA. The question is only whether substantial evidence supports the department's determination on the appealed issues. Now, appellants have argued that the certification is premature for a few reasons. This is incorrect. With respect to geotechnical activities, as this council is aware, several appellants previously argued to this council that the Delta Reform Act prohibited the department from conducting additional geotechnical activities until after this certification of consistency was completed. Now appellants argue that the department cannot file its certification because it has not completed additional geotechnical activities. These positions are necessarily in conflict. More importantly, while the department has always maintained that additional geotechnical activities would be beneficial, as demonstrated in the department's certification and written submission, the administrative record includes substantial evidence supporting the department's certification. Nothing more is required. Furthermore, neither the substantial evidence standard review nor the council's best available science policy requires an agency to conduct new tests or to rely on information that does not exist when the certification was filed. Thus, the claim that the department was required to perform additional geotechnical activities prior to filing its certification is incorrect. Next, with respect to the change in point of diversion process, the Delta Reform Act requires the department to obtain a change in point of diversion before it constructs the Delta Conveyance project. However, neither the Delta Reform Act nor this council's regulations prohibit the department from filing its certification before the completion of CPOD. Additionally, the department has completed its case-in-chief in the CPOD hearing, and the CPOD case-in-chief testimony and supporting evidence is included in the administrative record and was considered by the department in reaching its findings on the certification. Finally, with respect to the department's time extension application, the department's decision to file the application does not demonstrate that the scope of the Delta Conveyance Project's operations have or will change. The department filed its time extension application because climate change is causing the need for the State Water Project to divert more water in wet conditions, whether or not the Delta Conveyance Project is implemented. The Delta Conveyance Project final EIR assessed the potential effects of the project based on the assumption that the Water Board would issue the department's time extension application. Therefore, the department's time extension application neither requires nor implies that the department will operate the project any differently than described and analyzed in the administrative record. Now, if the State Water Board does not grant the department's time extension application, the project's diversions may be less in some wet conditions, but impacts from the project would remain equal to or less than those disclosed in the administrative record before you today. Therefore, the department had all of the information necessary when it completed its certification of consistency. The sole question for this council is whether the department's findings at issue in the appeals are supported by substantial evidence. Now I'll pass it to Ms. Marquez.
All right. So this slide lists the applicable policies that were appealed. Generally, for each of these policies, Mr. Butcher will provide a legal background, and as the technical lead in preparing the certification, I will highlight some responses from the appeals on that policy. We appreciate the time and effort appellants took in preparing their appeals and presenting real concerns that they have and participating in this process. That said, several appeals did not consider the specific requirements of the Delta Plan policies or the substantial evidence presented in the certification supporting consistency with applicable policies, and instead relied on documents from other regulatory processes, like the CPOD hearings, which has very different standards and requirements. Additionally, in that process, witnesses were cross-examined and lacked fundamental understanding of the project or the mitigation that we committed to. However, even if the initial response was that the issue was not relevant to the Delta Plan policy cited, we have provided point-by-point responses to all appeals and appellant written submissions in our written submission. Additionally, while most tribal issues are not specifically relevant to Delta Plan policies, we recognize their importance and have included evidence in the record of extensive efforts DWR undertook to consult with tribes.
The best available science policy requires that a certifying agency document, based on substantial evidence, that it used best available science in consideration of Delta Plan Appendix 1A. Best available science consists of scientific information available at the time the decision was made. As explained in San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority versus Locke, a decision this council has relied on in prior determinations, the best available science policy does not require an agency to conduct new tests or to rely on information that did not exist at the time of certification. And as further explained in that decision, the purpose of the best available science standard is to ensure that a certifying agency does not rely on speculation or unsupported assumptions. Additionally, as stated by this council in the Smith Canal Gate determination, what constitutes best available science at the time of certification is itself a scientific determination for which the certifying agency is owed deference, provided its conclusions are fairly traceable in the record. Finally, appellants have argued that the department has not satisfied the best available science criteria because not all of the scientific information relied on by the department was peer-reviewed. This is incorrect. Delta Plan Appendix 1A explains that best available science may come in many forms, including non-peer-reviewed publications, expert opinions, and traditional knowledge.
The certification documented substantial evidence for use of best available science by evaluating each of the 6 best available science criteria for the project in its entirety. These include relevance, inclusiveness, objectivity, transparency and openness, timeliness, and peer review. Then we identified specific resources or topic areas and evaluated them each by criterion. Also, we identified new scientific information from processes that happened after the CEQA analysis was completed, including the CPOD testimony. A number of specific concerns were brought up in appeals. These include the Delta Independent Science Board, or Delta ISB, comments, modeling methods, water quality, cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms, or CHABs, golden mussel, consideration of tribal ecological knowledge, and wastewater management plan population projections. So starting with the Delta ISB comments, we recognize that the Delta ISB provides a broad range of expertise in their charge of oversight of scientific research, monitoring, and assessment programs in the Delta. DWR adequately considered comments from the Delta ISB, both during the CEQA process, as demonstrated by responses to comments in the final EIR, and after the CEQA process, as demonstrated within the certification's best available science consideration of new information. Appellants do not make the connection between the assertions regarding the Delta ISB letters and the 6 criteria in the Delta Plan that define best available science or the new information contained in the certification. Moving on to best available science modeling. CalSim 3 is the best available hydrologic modeling tool. It has been developed by and used by federal, state, and regional water resources and natural resource management agencies throughout California. Regulatory agencies frequently base their decisions to permit water resource development projects and existing projects proposing changes in operations, in part, on operational models such as CalSim 3 and secondary models using CalSim 3 as input. For a long-term project like DCP, seasonal and monthly water quality trends are more informative than rare single-day or hourly shifts. Monthly assessment has less uncertainty than finer time steps for long-term consistency and decision-relevant comparisons. However, certain CalSim 3 components are downscaled to daily using day-weighted averages where appropriate. DWR continually updates climate data, tools, and reflects regulatory and operational rule changes in its models. Major advancements were implemented in the 2025 State Water Project Adaptation Strategy. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, determines the state of knowledge on climate change. The updated modeling includes new IPCC Earth system models, downscaling methods, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and Ocean Protection Council sea level rise data, updated scenario selection, and a new adjusted historical hydrology dataset reflecting already observed climate changes. Lastly, independent review preceded implementation of these changes. Next, we will discuss the water quality analysis. The evaluation of reverse flows, chloride, and bromide was based on widely accepted methodologies using DSM-2 based on the 94-year CalSim 3 simulation of existing conditions against project conditions. It is important to note that reverse flows, chloride, and bromide occur naturally in the Sacramento River. DWR's modeling results demonstrate that the frequency of reverse flows in the Sacramento River upstream of the intakes will increase slightly during intake operation. But these increased reverse flows are both very small in duration and distance, and results show that there is no increase in the frequency of stronger reverse flow events caused by project operations. DWR's modeling results also demonstrate that implementation of the DCP will not cause chloride to exceed the applicable regulatory objectives more frequently, and will not increase bromide at the City of Stockton's intake in a way that would impact municipal supply. Regarding CHABs, the analysis evaluated project effects on the 5 primary environmental factors that are known to provide favorable conditions for microcystis. These include water temperature, water velocity, and associated turbulence and mixing, water residence time, nutrients, and water clarity. The delta's hydrodynamics are inherently dominated by bidirectional tidal exchange, and the modeling framework in DSM-2 simulates these tidal processes. The residence time metric used in the DCP analysis captures the integrated influence of tidal oscillations on transport and flushing
without the need to explicitly track each tidal excursion. The DSM-2 modeled residence time provides a general indication of whether the project would be expected to increase or decrease residence times within these open water bodies. While there may be alternate methods for analyzing residence time, in consideration of HAB growth, best available science and biological peer-reviewed literature supports the approach of reviewing residence time by region. The analysis clearly characterizes the uncertainties that relate to the current scientific understanding of CHABs in the Delta, which is incomplete. The certification also documents current direction from the DSC on addressing this uncertainty in the DSC's 2024 Cyanobacteria Harmful Algal Bloom Monitoring Strategy for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, which provided updated information on collaboration and monitoring approach, but did not change the analysis or the less than significant impact determination stated in the final EAR. Regarding golden mussel, DWR is using best available science on several fronts to address invasive species, and the golden mussel in particular, through monitoring and data collection and methods for prevention, containment, and population suppression and eradication methods. In addition, specific measures and commitments equal to or more effective than Delta Plan measures include that DWR will inspect and maintain cylindrical T-screen systems on a regular basis to preserve functionality while managing for biofouling, and DWR actively participates in various multi-agency and statewide efforts with the same goals of managing treatment of invasive species as threats develop, like the Golden Mussel Task Force. Additionally, DWR is required per the DCP incidental take permit to inspect all equipment, including marine vessels, used for construction and habitat creation, enhancement, and management for invasive terrestrial and aquatic plant and animal species prior to entering work areas, when moving from one work area to another, and when entering covered species, terrestrial and aquatic habitats, which is also consistent with the Golden Mussel Response Framework. In consideration of tribal ecological knowledge, DWR has been committed to the consideration of tribal cultural resources and respectful government-to-government consultation with tribes. As described in policy documents, CEQA documents, and plans developed per commitments in the Mitigation, Monitoring, and Reporting Program. This consultation and consideration of tribal ecological knowledge led to the identification of the Delta as a tribal cultural landscape. DWR's commitments include procedures for continuing to develop design-based avoidances for impacts on tribal cultural resources and for developing appropriate mitigative treatments with engaged tribes regarding impacts that may not feasibly be avoided, both with consideration of tribal values regarding the Delta's tribal cultural landscapes, indigenous archaeological features. Additional commitments include tribal representation and compensatory mitigation plan implementation, co-development of mitigation and treatments, incorporation of tribal knowledge into planning and adaptive management, and facilitating tribes' access to cultural heritage places. DWR has conducted extensive and ongoing consultation and engagement with tribes, including ongoing consideration of tribal ecological knowledge. Lastly, in consideration of water management plan population projections, urban water management plans and agricultural water management plans are developed per the standards set forth in the Urban Water Management Planning Act and the Water Conservation Act of 2009, respectively. DWR does not have the authority over water supplier approaches to forecasting future demand in their plans, and different agencies take different approaches. Demand and conservation forecasts in those plans are based on various economic, demographic, and climatic characteristics and produced following best management practices under consultation with local communities and in consideration of each supplier's own local drivers of water demands. In addition, water suppliers' plans are required to undergo public review and a public hearing for adoption, where local water agencies present their updated plan, including water supply, demand, and conservation measures, for public review, feedback, and formal approval by their governing board. In recognition of this, WRP1 specifically identifies urban water management plans and agricultural water management plans as sources of data used for quantifications. Also, in response to comments brought up earlier, we wanted to mention that the North Delta Water Agency contract is in our record, and substantial evidence shows modeled frequency of exceeding the contract criteria is the same under existing conditions as it would be under the Delta Conveyance project. And that is on pages 88 through 89 of our written submission. Additionally, there was a mention of noise in Hood being at the level of a vacuum 10 feet away. I think that was incorrect citation of something in the EIR. The EIR mentioned that a vacuum 10 feet away is what 70 dBA sounds like. It does not say that that's what would be heard at Hood. I think the main concern with noise would be impact pile driving, which would be 2 minutes per pile for a total of 18 hours within a 5-month work window and would only occur during the day. And then as far as the town of Hood is concerned, 70 dBA is not predicted to occur within the population center of Hood. And Chris, you want to go to, oh, sorry.
That's okay. GP1B2 states the covered action must include all applicable feasible Delta Plan mitigation measures or substitute mitigation measures that the project proponent finds are equally or more effective. The plain language of the policy only requires the covered action to consider applicable mitigation measures from the Delta Plan Program EIR. This limitation is logical because the mitigation measures included in the Delta Plan Program EIR were designed to address a wide range of projects throughout the entire region. And in the 2021 Lookout Slough determination, this council explained that when the environmental impact report for a covered action concludes that the project will not result in a significant impact, then the related mitigation measures from the Delta Plan Program EIR are not applicable. And as also stated in the 2021 Lookout Slough determination, this council does not review mitigation measures for adequacy under CEQA. The sole question is whether substantial evidence demonstrates that the measures adopted by the certifying agency are equally or more effective than the applicable Delta Plan mitigation measures. Finally, appellants have argued that because the Department of Water Resources found that some impacts, such as agricultural and cultural impacts, are significant and unavoidable, that this demonstrates that the department's measures necessarily are not equal to or better than the Delta Plan mitigation measures. This is incorrect. The policy includes no such standard. Moreover, the Delta Plan Program EIR itself concludes that several environmental impacts, including agricultural and cultural impacts addressed by the Delta Plan mitigation measures raised in these appeals, remain significant and unavoidable. Thus, the department's conclusion that some impacts remain significant and unavoidable after mitigation is consistent with the conclusions in the Delta Plan Program EIR and is not relevant to the question whether substantial evidence supports the department's consistency determination pursuant to GP1B2.
All right. I will briefly touch on some of the Delta Plan measures brought up in appeals regarding landfills, recreation, agriculture, and sensitive natural communities and habitats. However, the certification documented substantial evidence that applicable Delta Conveyance Project mitigation measures are equal to or better than those of the Delta Plan Program EIR in a detailed measure-by-measure crosswalk table. I'll start with Delta Plan and Mitigation Measure 20-1, which is regarding impacts associated with exceeding the permitted capacity of local landfills. While permanent stockpiles of reusable tunnel material have been identified and additives used to facilitate tunneling will be non-toxic and biodegradable, it is possible that some quantity of reusable tunnel materials will be deemed unsuitable for reuse and will be disposed of at a site approved for disposal of such material. This is expected to be approximately 1% to 5% of the total volume of excavated material. As such, the CEQA analysis determined that the project will not result in a significant impact and no mitigation measures are required. Therefore, this Delta Plan mitigation measure is not applicable. While not required to demonstrate consistency with GP 1B2, DCP commitments that are the same as, equal to, or more effective than elements in Delta Plan Mitigation Measure 20-1 include reusing non-hazardous excavated material, spoils, and RTM on site, and development of a construction debris recycling and diversion program to manage waste that cannot be reused on site. Next, we will discuss Delta Plan Mitigation Measures 18-1 and 18-2, which are regarding impacts to recreational facilities. As explained in the 2021 Lookout Slough determination, Delta Plan Mitigation Measures 18-1 and 18-2 only apply to impacts to existing recreation facilities. The mitigation measures do not apply to recreational uses in areas without recreation facilities. The CEQA analysis determined that the project will result in less than significant impacts to recreational facilities and no mitigation measures are required. Therefore, these Delta Plan mitigation measures are not applicable. While not required to demonstrate consistency with GP 1B2, DCP commitments that are the same as, equal to, or more effective than elements in Delta Plan Mitigation Measure 18-1 and 18-2 include that construction activities will not generally occur on weekends, avoidance of community events and festivals, installation of visual barriers, implementation of a site-specific construction transportation demand management plan and transportation management plans, and implementation of a noise control plan. Regarding recreation activities near Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge and Consumnes River Preserve, in addition to the measures previously cited regarding visual, traffic, and noise measures, biological commitments and mitigation measures will avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts on wildlife. Delta Plan Mitigation Measure 7-1 regarding impacts associated with the conversion of farmland, land zoned for agriculture, and land subject to Williamson Act contract to non-agricultural uses was also cited in appeals. As demonstrated in the certification, DCP commitments are the same as, equal to, or more effective than Delta Plan Mitigation Measure 7-1. Specific elements of Delta Plan Mitigation Measure 7-1 brought up by appellants include 7-1C, which calls for mitigation at a minimum target ratio of 1:1. Per DCP mitigation measure AG1, permanent DCP impacts to AG will be mitigated at a ratio of 1:1. DWR has also committed to post-construction land reclamation to return temporary construction areas exceeding 5 acres to productive uses. The impact analysis included these acres as permanently impacted. If those lands are returned to agriculture as anticipated, the final mitigation ratio will be higher than the 1:1 ratio. In addition, other measures require project design features to be modified to avoid impacts on irrigation or drainage features for agricultural lands beyond the project footprint if feasible. Appellants also noted that 7-1H calls for establishment of non-disturbance buffers during construction between the project and adjacent agricultural lands to protect and maintain land capability and agricultural operation. It should be noted that the roads that roads are included in this Delta Plan mitigation measure as an example of a type of buffer rather than an activity that would require a buffer itself. That said, buffer types are not limited to the examples provided in the measure. If owners of important farmland parcels that will be bisected by the construction footprint choose to sell to DWR rather than continue operating, those remnant parcels would essentially expand the buffer between the project construction and nearest adjacent agricultural use. In addition, the compensatory mitigation plan commitment to good neighbor policies will include the creation of buffer zones between habitat preserves and farmlands, which will help reduce or eliminate exposure to pests and disease on neighboring lands, prevent overspray of chemicals onto habitat lands, and assist with successful transition between different land uses. Lastly, buffers are not the only way to minimize or mitigate some of the potential impacts that appellants raise as concerns. The DCP includes additional measures to reduce impacts related to traffic, noise, and dust. The final set of Delta Plan mitigation measures that I'm going to discuss are Delta Plan Mitigation Measure 4-1 and Delta Plan Mitigation Measure 4-2 regarding sensitive natural communities and habitats. As demonstrated in the certification, DCP commitments are the same as, equal to, or more effective than Delta Plan Mitigation Measure 4-1 and 4-2. While 4-1A and 4-2A and F specifically call for avoidance of sensitive natural communities and habitats, 4-1 and 4-2 also include elements regarding minimization of impacts and mitigation of impacts if avoidance is not feasible. For example, 4-1B describes measures to minimize effects if a covered action cannot avoid, as do 4-2B through D and 4-2G through K. If a covered action cannot avoid and minimize effects, 4-1D and 4-2E and 4-2L discuss compensatory mitigation. Additionally, 4-1E requires the development and implementation of an invasive species management plan to ensure that invasive plant species and populations are kept below pre-construction abundance and distribution levels. DCP fully considered invasive species with commitments including but not limited to the development of an invasive plant species management plan, along with several other measures to avoid introduction and spread of invasive species. Appellants noted this element of Delta Plan Mitigation Measure 4-1 with relation to golden mussel, which was already specifically discussed in Best Available Science.
Based on the plain language of DPP2, a certifying agency can demonstrate consistency with the policy by finding, based on substantial evidence, that one of the following is true: that conflicts with existing uses caused by the project siting have been avoided, or that conflicts with existing uses caused by the project siting have been reduced, or that it is infeasible to site the project to avoid or reduce conflicts with existing uses. Here, given the nature of the covered action, it cannot be cited to avoid all conflicts with existing uses. The question, therefore, is whether, when feasible, the department cited the project to reduce land use conflicts. Importantly, in undertaking this evaluation, DPP2 does not require a certifying agency to pursue an entirely different project than the covered action. So arguments, for example, regarding armoring delta levees or adopting the no project alternative are not relevant to DPP2. And the policy does not require a certifying agency to maintain all existing qualities of an existing use. So arguments that land uses will be inconvenienced by the project are not relevant to DPP2. And the policy does not require a certifying agency to achieve a specific level of reduction of a conflict to satisfy DPP2's reduction criteria. So arguments that conflicts have not been reduced as much as some may desire is not evidence that the project is inconsistent with DPP2. And finally, the policy does not require a certifying agency to adopt particular design features or mitigation measures to reduce a siting conflict. While no specific design features or mitigation measures are required by the policy, design features or mitigation measures adopted by a certifying agency may constitute substantial evidence supporting the conclusion that the covered action was cited to avoid or reduce land use conflicts. For example, the decision by the department to develop the Delta Conveyance project as a tunnel rather than a canal by itself is substantial evidence supporting the conclusion that the department substantially reduced land use conflicts associated with its siting decisions. Similarly, the fact that the Delta Conveyance project, as approved by the department, results in fewer land use conflicts than the other alignments evaluated in the Delta Conveyance project final EIR is also, by itself, substantial evidence supporting the conclusion that the department reduced land use conflicts through its siting decisions. While nothing more should be required to comply with the policy, the department's efforts to cite the project to avoid and reduce land use conflicts did not end there. The certification and written submission include extensive discussion of additional substantial evidence demonstrating that the department cited the project to avoid or reduce land use conflicts.
So the certification documented substantial evidence of consistency with DPP2 by evaluating siting constraints and planning considerations, and identifying local land uses, which included consideration of general plans, which represent how areas are intended to be used in the future. We also had a consideration of existing uses and review of extensive public outreach with consideration of comments from the Delta Protection Commission and local agencies and CPOD testimony. All identified conflicts have either been avoided or reduced by siting, and while not required by the policy, reduced with application of mitigation measures. While not required, DCP also includes a commitment to a community benefits program that would provide opportunities to protect and enhance the Delta as a place. Appeals brought up concerns regarding at least 3 topic areas that are not land uses. These include environmental justice, the National Heritage Area, or NHA designation, and wells. First, while effects on environmental justice communities are important considerations in the context of DPP2, the DSC itself has determined in the 2021 Lookout Slough determination that environmental justice is not an appealable issue within the DSC's jurisdiction. However, there certainly is substantial evidence in the record that DWR did consider the DCP's effects on environmental justice communities. Second, the NHA designation functions to support historic preservation, natural resource conservation, recreation, heritage tourism, and educational projects through public-private partnerships. But the NHA designation in itself does not create a new land use. As a local contribution, Community Benefits Program funding could support applications for matching federal funds for NHA projects, furthering the objectives of the NHA management plan. Additionally, the DCP does not interfere with the NHA designation as it is located away from main tourist areas. For example, the intakes are located about a mile or more from the Delta Legacy community of Hood. It does not remove or change recreation utility of river channels. Effects on recreational economics are minimal, and the approved DCP alternative affected the fewest eligible built environmental historical resources of all the alternatives analyzed in the final EIR. Finally, the NHA designation states that it shall not be interpreted or implemented in a manner that directly or indirectly has a negative effect on the operations of the Central Valley Project, the State Water Project, or any water supply facilities within the Bay Delta watershed. Third, regarding consideration of wells. Wells are infrastructure that support a land use, but are not a land use in and of themselves. The final EAR analysis indicated that effects on wells would be small, but mitigation was incorporated into the project to verify this during implementation. I wanted to note that earlier it was mentioned that the project would have 0 to 5 feet of impacts on groundwater, and I think that was a misrepresentation of what was in the final EAR. The final EAR used a threshold of significance of less than 5 feet, so that was not the impact, that was the threshold that was used for considering significance of the impact. When modeled, most impacts to, when they were seen, impacts were less than 2 feet. And during construction, there would be slurry walls in place to minimize that potential impact. Additionally, per DCP mitigation measure GW1, prior to construction, the location of existing wells within a half-mile of project sites at which dewatering will occur during construction or maintenance will be identified. Using field and desktop review, the depth to groundwater in these wells will be determined. Monitoring will be used to determine whether supplemental reinjection and/or extraction wells are needed to maintain groundwater supplies in affected areas. And if supplemental wells or modification of wells are needed, DWR will bring in temporary potable supplies during construction of those efforts. Furthermore, per DCP mitigation measure AG3, DWR will consult with neighboring landowners and agricultural operators so that construction of the project facilities adequately avoids impacts on agricultural infrastructure, like groundwater wells, servicing their properties, through a redesign of local project design elements. If avoidance is not feasible, DWR will either provide new water wells until diversion connection is reestablished, or relocate and/or replace wells, pipelines, power lines, drainage systems, and other infrastructure needed to support ongoing agricultural uses. Appeals also raised issues concerning Echo Water, Stockton's Delta Water Supply Project, and Stockton's Regional Wastewater Control Facility, which are a matter of operations and maintenance and not physical siting, and technically outside the DSC's jurisdiction under DPP2. However, I will touch on each of these briefly. Starting with Echo Water, the claim raised by the appellant that their CPOD expert testimony indicated that reverse flow events would occur more frequently under operations and maintenance of the DCP is irrelevant. Under best available science, there can be differing opinions among experts. Just pointing to different modeling outcomes does not meet the standard of review, which requires consideration of the substantial evidence that DWR used to find that use of the North Delta diversions would not increase frequency of stronger reverse flow event conditions at the Echo Water facility. With regards to Stockton's Delta Water Supply Project, the detailed modeling DWR did for the final EIR, as well as following the issuance of the incidental take permit for DCP, shows that operation of the project will not cause chloride or bromide to exceed applicable regulatory standards more frequently. The appellant does not acknowledge that at certain times of year, concentrations of certain water quality constituents, such as chloride, occur at elevated levels due to natural conditions. These exceedances are occurring regardless of whether or not the project is operational. The appellant also does not address the substantial evidence that DCP will not alter water quality in a manner which would impact City of Stockton's municipal water supply. Additionally, the DCP will have minimal effects on CHABs. Any changes in residence time from project operations would not be of sufficient magnitude to change microcystis dynamics. With regards to Stockton's Regional Wastewater Control Facility, nutrient concentrations are anticipated to remain similar under project operations. The DCP will not introduce new sources of nitrogen or phosphorus. In fact, there may be a decrease in total nitrogen and possibly phosphorus as lands used for agriculture are converted for project facilities and reduce the need for fertilizer application. the DCP, including consideration of its compensatory mitigation plan activities, was found to have minimal to no effects on dissolved oxygen concentration in the delta. Appeals also raised concerns regarding potential DCP conflicts with Consumnes River Preserve and harvest water. The certification and DWR's written submission provide substantial evidence that siting conflicts, if any, are avoided or reduced. As Ms. Buckman described in her overview of project facilities, DWR considered a wide variety of variables to site project facilities and conducted extensive outreach using various forms of media and approaches. Siting studies included evaluation of alternative siting locations, and siting screening criteria are included in the concept engineering report, technical memoranda for major facilities. This includes the actions of the Stakeholder Engagement Committee during early planning processes to design the DCP to avoid and minimize conflicts with local land uses whenever feasible, and in consideration of sensitive habitat for special status species in coordination with regulatory agencies. Furthermore, DPP2 Attachment 1 included extensive analysis of potential conflicts with local land uses, including input from local and regional entities, tribes, and local landowners and users of delta resources. While it is inevitable that any project of the magnitude of DCP will conflict with local land uses, significant efforts have been made during the planning process to reduce conflicts. With regards to Consumnes River Preserve, no DCP facilities are located in the preserve. The Twin Cities complex is separated from ponds related to the preserve by over 1 mile. DWR recognizes that the preserve supports wildlife such as sandhill cranes. DWR commits to measures such as DCP mitigation measure Bio 33, avoid and minimize disturbances to sandhill cranes. And the GP1B2 mitigation measure crosswalk table also identifies mitigation measures and environmental commitments designed to avoid other special status species habitat. Additionally, DWR will install temporary visual barriers at construction sites with direct line of sight with sensitive receptors, such as the preserve, to support and protect aesthetic and visual resources. Lastly, in consideration of harvest water, DWR considered harvest water in the DCP planning, and all of the CPOD exhibits have been incorporated into the record up to the point of submitting our certification. At that point in time, there was a lack of any site-specific harvest water land use planning designations, parcel-level permits, executed participation agreements, or site-specific ecological plans or analysis for any of the areas where DCP facilities would be sited, including the Twin Cities complex. DCP facilities, such as the Twin Cities complex, occupy only a small fraction of the approximately 22,000-acre harvest water delivery area, which is an area that can be served, but it's not clear exactly which parcels would have specific agreements on. DWR understands that harvest water is intended to provide potential ecological benefits to sandhill crane across a broad geographic area. As previously described, DWR is implementing measures to protect this species. Per mitigation measure AG-3, DWR would avoid pipelines supporting harvest water. If they cannot be avoided, DWR will relocate and/or replace affected sections of pipelines servicing farmland. Finally, DWR has committed to continued engagement with Sac Sewer.
ERP1 states that the State Water Board's Bay Delta Plan flow objectives shall be used to evaluate the Delta Plan's consistency until the flow objectives are revised by the State Water Board. As explained by the court in the State Water Resources Control Board cases, a flow objective is a water quality objective based on the amount of water measured in cubic feet per second flowing in a watercourse at a given time. With the exception of X2 requirements, which can be met either using flow or salinity standards, salinity-related objectives do not include similar flow standards, and as such, salinity-related water quality objectives are not flow objectives pursuant to ERP1. Consistent with the plain language of the policy, the department's ERP1 analysis properly evaluates consistency with the state water board's Bay Delta Plan flow objectives as set forth in D1641. This quantitative analysis constitutes substantial evidence. Nothing more is required to demonstrate consistency with ERP1. However, as explained in Bus Riders Union versus the Los Angeles County Metro Transportation Agency, a legal commitment by an agency alone is sufficient to satisfy the substantial evidence test because courts may not speculate on the future intentions of a public agency, and all presumptions in law are in favor of good faith of public officials. Here, the department has committed to comply with the Bay Delta Plan's flow objectives, and the Delta Reform Act prohibits construction of the project until the State Water Board issues an order approving the change in point of diversion, which requires the State Water Board to find that the project is consistent with the Bay Delta Plan's flow objectives. Thus, the department has committed and is legally required to operate the project consistent with the Bay Delta Plan's flow objectives. This commitment and associated statutory requirements constitutes additional substantial evidence demonstrating that the project, as approved by the department, is consistent with ERP1.
The certification documented substantial evidence of consistency with ERP1 by showing modeling of operations that shows D1641 will be met. While not required, we also included historical compliance as additional substantial evidence. Additionally, DCP is legally obligated to comply with flow objectives identified in the current or any future Bay Delta Plan. ERP1 does not prescribe how to demonstrate consistency. Contrary to issues raised in appeals, ERP1 does not require 2070 modeling or modeling of alternative conditions that are speculative. Baykeeper mentioned a letter from the administrative hearing officer from the change of point of diversion process, which was specific to a request for modeling with unimpaired flow, which is a potential future consideration for standards, but not a current existing standard under ERP1 or under the Bay Delta Plan. While calcium modeling for ERP1 in the certification was run over an extended period of record to capture changes in operations over a range of hydrologic conditions, it did not include modeling under the 2070 future condition scenario. Nothing in ERP1 requires modeling at future climate conditions, and therefore the allegations related to 2070 are not an appealable issue. Defining water supply and water management conditions approximately 50 years in the future is highly speculative. While not relevant to DWR's ERP1 analysis, DWR conducted modeling of 2070 future condition scenario in the final EAR and updated modeling of a 2085 future conditions in the 2025 State Water Project Adaptation Strategy. The 2070 and 2085 scenarios are not predictive and should not be construed as much. While the modeling and the certification provide substantial evidence that the project will be able to meet D1641, in the face of catastrophic scenarios, temporary urgency change orders may be issued. Temporary urgency change orders do not violate water right conditions and historically are accompanied by legal actions preventing inconsistency with existing water quality control plan. The Delta flow objectives, as set forth in D1641, are premised on the current configuration of rivers and sloughs in the Delta, which are bounded by the existing levees and do not contemplate flow criteria or responsibility for meeting flow criteria in the wake of catastrophic levee failure and salinity intrusion. There is no way to address this issue without undue speculation about the circumstances and the results of such a failure. Furthermore, DCP has an approved operations plan, and DCP must operate consistent with it and all incidental take permit conditions. Speculation concerning changes in operations under various catastrophic scenarios is not required by ERP1.
Chair Lee, we wanted to just do a quick housekeeping check. We are about to launch into WRP1, and we probably have about 20 to 30 minutes left. Is this a good break point? Do you want to keep going?
I think we should push on through. We were planning to go till 6 anyways,
Oh,
and it looks
okay.
like you guys could be completely done. Your time will run out by 6:17.
We'll be done.
I think we'll need the time tomorrow for member questions, to be honest, so I'd rather
Okay.
just keep going if nobody.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely, we can have a restroom break. Do you want to, should we take one now and then start back up? Okay, let's take a quick 5 or 10 minute break. When everybody gets back in the room, we'll just start up again. No longer than 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, I think that we are just about all back. I see Senator Eggman coming back in, so why don't we go ahead and get seated and let DWR proceed. Thank you very much. You can go when you're ready, y'all.
All right, I have one more thing to say on this slide, actually. Oh, sorry. I have one more thing to say on this slide before we move on to the next one. So it was mentioned earlier that there was a 1 to 2 feet reduction in water level downstream of the intakes. That's not accurate. That reduction would not be more than 6 inches immediately downstream of the intakes at maximum operations, which only happens during high flow events and dissipates downstream. The Steamboat Resort is roughly about 6 miles downstream of the intakes.
WRP1 provides that water shall not be exported from, transferred through, or used in the delta if all of the 3 conditions shown in the middle of this diagram apply. In other words, a certifying agency must only demonstrate, based on substantial evidence, that one of the 3 conditions do not apply to determine that a covered action is consistent with WRP1. Change the slide, please. So DWR first considered whether A1 applies. A1 asks if one or more suppliers that will receive water from the covered action failed to contribute to reduced reliance on the delta and improvement in regional self-reliance. Appellants argue that WRP1A1 requires the department to demonstrate that the total volume of delta water used by each of the water suppliers has decreased. This is incorrect. The plain language of WRP1C1C states that the reduction in delta reliance and improvement in regional self-reliance shall be reported either as a reduction in the amount of water used or in the percentage of water used from the delta watershed. For this reason, reduced reliance and improved regional self-reliance are 2 sides of the same coin. In other words, by increasing regional self-reliance, either by volume or percentage, suppliers are reducing reliance on the delta. Similarly, reduced reliance on the delta, either by volume or percentage, is evidence that a supplier is improving regional self-reliance, either through water use efficiency or other programs or projects. Under WRP1A1, using data available from urban and agricultural water management plans as required by the policy, the department concluded that 8 of the 257 water suppliers that may receive water from the State Water Project lacked documentation necessary to demonstrate reduced reliance on the delta. Thus, the department concluded that WRP1 applies. Next slide, please. As we determined that A1 applies, the department next considered whether A2 applies. Unlike A1, WRP1 does not specify the methodology that must be used under A2. to determine whether the failure identified in A1 significantly caused the need for the covered action. Thus, the sole question for this council is whether substantial evidence supports the department's determination under A2. The department's certification provides two separate bases for concluding that A2 does not apply. First, DWR undertook an extensive quantitative analysis of reduced reliance. The certification thoroughly evaluates reduced reliance and increased regional self-reliance for both water suppliers that directly receive water from the State Water Project and retail water suppliers that receive wholesale water from multiple sources, including the Delta. A conservative estimate of the maximum potential failure to demonstrate reduced reliance totaled 40,198 acre-feet. In comparison to total Table A allocations, 40,198 acre-feet is not significant. Additionally, from a regional perspective, the certification demonstrates that by 2030, suppliers in total will reduce reliance on the Delta by 520,000 acre-feet and improve regional self-reliance by more than 1.2 million acre-feet, so a combined 1.7 million acre-feet. The department concluded that the total maximum failure of 40,198 acre-feet was not significant in comparison to this 1.7 million acre-feet of regional level reduced reliance and increased regional self-reliance. This analysis constitutes substantial evidence supporting the department's determination that the failure to demonstrate reduced reliance in A1 did not significantly cause the need for the Delta Conveyance project. Second, the department also concluded that other factors caused the need for the Delta Conveyance project. In enacting the Delta Reform Act, the legislature expressly confirmed the need for new Delta Conveyance infrastructure, and the Delta Plan, in turn, promotes dual conveyance to improve flexibility and water supply reliability. And as explained in detail in our certification, the department approved the project to address reduced state water project reliability caused by numerous factors, including subsidence, seismic risk, climate change, and sea level rise. This alone constitutes substantial evidence that the failure to demonstrate reduced reliance did not significantly cause the need for the project. The need was caused by these other factors. Each of these two separate bases are supported by substantial evidence, and either alone demonstrates that the project does not trigger WRP1A2. The plain language of WRP1 asks only whether a water supplier has failed to reduce reliance. It does not ask whether the covered action will reduce reliance. This approach is logical because the purpose of a water supply reliability project is necessarily to improve reliability and not by itself to reduce reliance. Appellant's interpretation of WRP1 would mean that no water supply reliability project could ever demonstrate consistency with WRP1. Such an outcome would conflict with both the plain language of the policy and the co-equal goal of providing a more reliable water supply. It would also be inconsistent with the Delta Plan Program EIR. In Common Response 5 in the Delta Plan Program EIR, this council explained that it is likely that WRP1 would prevent very few, if any, covered actions, even if an agency had failed to prepare a water management plan and/or implement a feasible alternative supply. The proposed covered action would only be inconsistent with WRP1 if the failure to do so caused the need for the action. No covered action has ever documented compliance with WRP1 as extensively as the department has done here. While the department understands that appellants disagree with the department's conclusions, the department's WRP1 consistency determination is supported by substantial evidence. With respect to adaptive management, appellants have argued that the department has not demonstrated that it has funding for adaptive management plans. GP1B4B does require that project proponents document access to adequate resources, and the certification does that here. It describes the department's resources and its authority to implement adaptive management plans. The department incorporated adaptive management into the project description, as well as into mitigation measures and environmental commitments included in the final EIR. And in certifying the final EIR, the department incorporated these commitments into conditions of approval, as well as the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. Thus, the department is authorized and legally required to implement the adaptive management plans described in the certification. The Third District Court of Appeals' recent validation action decision does not conclude that the department lacks the authority to borrow funds for the project. Rather, the court found that the description of the action in DWR's 2020 validation case was overly broad. Moreover, here, pursuant to the Delta Reform Act, the department may not construct the project unless the contractors enter into contracts to pay for the project as well as the cost of mitigation. Thus, as a matter of law, the department will have the resources necessary to implement adaptive management plans before the project can move forward.
The approach in the certification for adaptive management was to identify where adaptive management would be appropriate, while the program level detail of each adaptive management plan will be refined and expanded as design of the covered action and the permitting processes progress. Adaptive management plans were developed that include a detailed crosswalk showing how each plan is consistent with the 3 phases and the 9 steps outlined in Appendix 1B of the Delta Plan. I know this graphic is very hard to read, but this is an example from our adaptive management framework for habitat connectivity, showing how we crosswalked in each of these plans the specific requirements of Delta Plan Appendix 1B. Additionally, as previously discussed by Mr. Butcher, DWR has adequate resources and delineated authority to implement its adaptive management processes. With regards to ERP 1 through ERP 4, appellants did not identify any specific conflicts with these policies. Rather, their claims are more in line with their general claim that the DCP conflicts with the ecosystem restoration co-equal goal. For ERP 2, restore habitats at appropriate elevations, the certification demonstrates that establishment and enhancement of habitats as part of the compensatory mitigation plan for DCP will occur at appropriate elevations as identified in the Delta Plan. For ERP 3, protect opportunities to restore habitat, the DCP has no significant adverse impacts on the potential for habitat restoration in the specific priority habitat restoration areas identified in the policy. For ERP 4, expand floodplains and riparian habitats and levee projects, DCP is not a levee project, although it will alter sections of levees identified in the policy. Where levees are affected, setback levees are not feasible because intakes require contact with the water. While not required, DCP includes measures that would fully mitigate the impacts on floodplain and riparian habitat. For ERP 5, substantial evidence demonstrates that DCP fully considered the potential for new introductions of or improved habitat conditions for non-native invasive species. Consideration includes avoiding or mitigating in a way that appropriately protects the ecosystem through design features, mitigation measures, environmental commitments, the compensatory mitigation plan, an adaptive management and monitoring program paired with permit requirements and DWR's department-wide invasive species programs. As previously discussed under Delta Plan policies related to best available science and mitigation measures, DWR is committed to managing invasive aquatic species, and golden mussel has been fully considered.
The department has demonstrated consistency with each policy, and therefore pursuant to GP1B1, the certification is not required to demonstrate consistency with the Delta Plan based on a showing that on a whole, the covered action is consistent with the co-equal goals. Nevertheless, if any policy is interpreted in a manner that makes it infeasible for the department to demonstrate consistency, The certification also establishes, based on substantial evidence, that the project on a whole is consistent with the co-equal goals. Additionally, the fact that the department conservatively concluded that 16 of the 175 impacts analyzed in the environmental impact report are significant and unavoidable pursuant to CEQA does not mean that the project is, not on a whole, consistent with the co-equal goals. For example, the Delta Plan Program EIR finds that after mitigation, covered actions may result in numerous significant and unavoidable impacts. This finding is only possible if a covered action can both be consistent with the Delta Plan and have significant and unavoidable impacts. Finally, evaluation of consistency with the co-equal goals does not require consideration of alternatives to the Delta Conveyance project. This conclusion was confirmed by the 3rd District Court of Appeal last year in the Tulare Lake Basin Water Storage District versus Department of Water Resources case, where the court stated that the certification of consistency does not serve as an informational document to select among project alternatives.
While not required by the Delta Reform Act, DWR considered many alternatives as part of the development of the environmental impact report. As part of that effort, we went through a scoping process and we considered alternatives that were raised by the public during scoping, by other technical experts, past projects, and our technical team coming up with sort of ideas that would meet our objectives. And as part of that process, we went through a screening effort where we looked at all of the alternatives and evaluated the potential to meet the project objectives, and those that move forward into detailed evaluation in the EIR were the alternatives that we've discussed. A lot of the alternatives that have been discussed today, including diverting into the Deepwater Ship Channel and at Sherman Island, did not meet our project objectives. A covered action by itself does not need to further both of the co-equal goals in order to be consistent with the co-equal goals, but should avoid conflicting with either goal. DCP is focused on supporting water supply reliability in the face of climate change, sea level rise, and seismic risk. DWR has completed a SWP adaptation strategy to evaluate how to prepare the State Water Project for upcoming climate change and sea level rise. Not only did the Delta Conveyance project help adapt by maintaining some of the deliveries lost to climate change, but it also helped the other adaptation strategies to function better. DCP does not conflict with the achievement of the Delta ecosystem goal. While it is not an ecosystem protection, restoration, or enhancement project, it includes objectives related to the Delta ecosystem and includes mitigation that will protect and restore the Delta ecosystem. The DCP will develop 2 new intakes in the North Delta, allowing the State Water Project to operate from an alternate location to better manage fish and water quality conditions in the Delta. I provided an example earlier about 2024 conditions where the steelhead were congregated near the South Delta, and this example is an example of how we could apply that objective within the operational parameters. An additional diversion would have been extremely helpful. Significant impact findings under CEQA are not inconsistent with achieving the co-equal goals. No significant and unavoidable impacts on any fish or wildlife species or their habitat remained in the EIR after mitigation. For the California Endangered Species Act, the incidental take permit demonstrates that the Delta Conveyance project fully mitigates impacts to sensitive species. The final environmental impact report and the incidental take permit include legally enforceable measures to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts on the Delta ecosystem. We will also have accountability that we are fulfilling those requirements through our Accountability Action Plan, which we'll talk about on the next slide. We developed the Accountability Action Plan to provide transparency around our commitments to avoid, minimize, and offset local effects. So there are a number of components. On the top left, we have the Ombudsman Office, and we've heard from communities that it could be hard to figure out who to talk to, so we have one single point of contact during construction. If someone sees something and they're worried about a construction impact, they know who to go to and how to proceed. So it is a a fair, impartial entity that will help make sure that construction-related concerns are efficiently and fairly addressed. The Community Benefits Program is a fully integrated project component described as part of the project in the final EIR and included in the 2024 cost estimate. It includes community benefits agreements, a community benefit fund to fund projects within the Delta, and integrated benefits where there are things like local hiring targets, job training, and potentially leave behind, such as if a neighborhood would like us to leave a park and ride, we can negotiate with the local community to do so rather than removing it, which is our current plan. So there were a few notes in the appellant's presentations on the community benefits program that I did want to bring up. There were a couple of errors in the table with the total value that we've identified for community benefits agreements. One had an extra zero, and then one other one had the total project value rather than the portion that we will fund. So just as a note, the total value of the community benefits agreements that we have been contemplating at this point is $45 million, which is around the range of the $50 million that we included in our guidelines for the community benefits program. Also, the table has a location, which is typically citing the headquarters of the entity that we're working with, not the location of the project. When we're looking at locations, we're not trying to have a direct mitigation as part of the community benefits program. We've already included direct mitigation in the environmental impact report and the permitting process. This is more to account for sort of the additional, more, I'd say sometimes nebulous impacts. And so we are trying to focus in areas where there is construction. So there are generally two areas that we have specific community benefits agreements, areas near the intake and areas near the Bethany complex. And then the remaining agreements are spread throughout the Delta, a lot of education types of efforts. Then we have the regulatory mitigation, where we are going to fulfill our regulatory mitigation requirements and be transparent about their completion, and continued project communication and outreach. Next slide.
Substantial evidence in the administrative record demonstrates that the project is consistent with each of the policies at issue in these appeals. While not required, because the project is consistent with all the applicable policies, the certification also demonstrates that the project is, on a whole, consistent with the co-equal goals. Appellants have not met their burden to identify all the evidence supporting the department in the administrative record and demonstrate that when viewing that evidence in the light most favorable to the department, that no reasonable person could have reached the conclusion reached by the department. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the council deny the appeals, and we thank you for your time and consideration.
And with that, the presentation is over. I'm sure everyone is happy.
Thank you
We're
very
happy to
much.
answer questions.
Yes, I think what we'll do is, since we have time, I think we should offer it up to the members for any clarifying questions, and then we can save our substantive questions still for the panel tomorrow. But if we have something specific to DWR today that we'd like to clarify, we certainly have time to do that. Yeah, yes. Diane?
I thought we were going to go tomorrow, so I was kind of,
I was thinking we were going to go later
Yeah.
too, so I was
So
more
I-
prepared for tomorrow, but
I'm going to kind of wing it.
we have a little time.
Clarifying.
Clarifying.
Can we clarify a little? Well, I guess we can ask more questions tomorrow.
Yeah.
So one of the things I'm really confused about from just the way it was discussed about the adaptive management, and you said it wasn't really clear on how it was going to be paid for, because I understand there was a court case that said, no, you can't do bonds. Clarify, how would adaptive management be paid for?
The recent decision did not say that the department cannot use bonds to fund the project or to fund adaptive management. The case said that the validation action filed in 2020 included a project description that was too broad. That project description was not drafted just to cover the Delta Conveyance project. So the decision does not say the department lacks the authority to obtain bonds for the Delta Conveyance project.
But do you have to show that you have the funds to pay for adaptive management in this consistency hearing?
No.
You don't, okay. Does anybody else have questions? Because I was really kind of preparing for clarification.
Yeah, Ann and Daniel have questions, so. Do you want them to go, Diane? Okay, okay.
Could filibuster for you a little bit.
Go ahead, Ann.
I think this came up a little bit earlier when we were talking about the cement and the batch site. What I heard you say was that that those batch sites will operate intermittently only, and will only be 24/7 for 3 days at a time for a total of about 1 month. Did you mean, so like 3 days at a time and like in aggregate, that would end up being a month for the whole, can you help me
I
understand
think what I was
that?
trying to say
Yeah,
is
uh-huh.
that they would operate a few days at a time, but up to 1 month. So there would be some different points. So up to 1 month consistently is the maximum that it would
Okay, got
operate
it, got it.
24/7.
So most of the time, it would be 3 days at a time, but there would be potentially situations in which it could be a month.
Yes.
And it's when they're continuously pouring the cement effectively?
Yes.
Okay. That's helpful. And then I think the other question I had is, on the tunnel boring, which was also at around the same time, I heard you sort of say that the way that tunnel boring works is that people would essentially feel the vibration, if it's like literally operating and boring right underneath your property, that would be the time that you might feel the vibration. And that was like, it's like 2 weeks, so that's how long it takes for that to kind of move on beyond your property?
Yes.
So essentially
and-
for any one property, you're gonna have those vibrations for about 2 weeks for the kind of whole time, is your understanding?
Yes,
or is
and I
what
do
you're
want to
saying? Okay.
just be clear also that it's pretty small vibrations. Like
Mhm.
this isn't like a big shaking like an earthquake. It's just, if you really
Right.
focus, you can feel some small vibrations.
Got it. That's very helpful. And then I had a question about, I apologize, I was trying to track this, and if you could help and sort of restate the part about when we were talking about GP1B3, the Delta ISB. If you could just sort of restate a little bit to clarify that piece of it, because I kind of lost the thread, and I know that felt like something I wanted to understand.
Sure. We received several comment letters from the Delta ISB, and appellants brought up all of those comment letters in the appeals. And so what I was mentioning was that the ones that we received prior to the final EIR were responded to in our final EIR in our response to comments. We did receive a comment letter from the Delta ISB after the EIR process was completed. And so we do have that letter in our record, and we did consider that letter when we were developing the certification itself, and where that would be recorded, I guess, would be within the best available science appendix of the certification, where we considered new information that we received after the CEQA process.
Thank you. Thanks so much for clarifying that.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate particularly your continuity and coming back so often. It helps with an ongoing narrative. So I think I heard you guys say that that you agree with what we heard in the morning, that traditional ecological knowledge does constitute best available science. Is that right?
Yes, so pursuant to Delta Plan Appendix 1A, there isn't any one document that's best available science. Best available science is a process of considering the scientific information that an agency relies on before they choose to rely on it. And pursuant to Appendix 1A, best available science can include non-peer-reviewed journals, expert opinions, as well as tribal ecological knowledge.
It's specified in there that it can.
Correct.
Tribal ecological knowledge. And did you guys incorporate tribal ecological knowledge in the plan?
Yes, as Ms. Buckman mentioned earlier, we went through detailed consultation with tribes and incorporated their comments throughout the process of developing the environmental impact report, as well as continuing to develop mitigation measures with their feedback.
And some of that made its way into the plan.
So the final EIR, well, the EIR in general had a chapter on tribal cultural resources, and that was where the bulk of the tribal-related feedback was incorporated. We did consider it related to a few other resources, but that was the bulk. And it did, one of the, I think I mentioned this earlier, I'd say that the main thing that we really heard as feedback, I mean, we heard a lot of feedback about how to mitigate for impacts, but the specific thing is avoidance is the most important. The first thing we should do is avoid if at all possible. So that's really where a lot of our focus was in relation to the project.
Kind of like a principle of avoidance across.
Yes.
So if I asked you, where did you incorporate TEK in fish and wildlife part of the plan, or impact on harmful algal blooms, would you have specific examples of how you incorporated traditional knowledge, or would it be more just like you did it with the principle of avoidance?
That's, I'll try to answer, but maybe Catherine can help me.
We could talk about it tomorrow too. I might
Yeah.
be getting a little off of the clarification.
Yeah, we do.
I guess I'm,
Oh, go
can I
ahead.
ask for a clarification here? When you say the plan, are you talking about the final EIR? Are you
Yeah.
talking about the certification?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about the final EIR?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's talk about that.
So I guess that clarifies things a little bit. So when we're talking about tribal ecological knowledge, there was a consideration of those other resources that you're mentioning, like fish and wildlife and things like that, and water quality. Those were considered as part of the Delta tribal cultural landscape. And so that's how the tribal ecological knowledge was considered with those resources in mind. And that analysis is included in the tribal cultural resources chapter of the final EIR.
Okay. I think tomorrow I might talk more about, like, is it in the plan? That's, I get the process, but I'm looking for like examples of where it actually showed up and what you're doing and how you're doing it. But we can talk about that tomorrow. The other thing I was interested in is I think you guys mentioned that there were 8 million lower income Californians who depend on the State Water Project now. And then separately, I think I heard you say that climate change could negatively impact the ability of the State Water Project to serve people by 20%, up to 20%, something like that?
That's about right, yeah.
Okay. And so I'm just wondering if we could extrapolate from that there could be a 20% negative impact on those 8 million lower income people, or not necessarily, because it's hard to say how the 20%.
I don't know that I would want to make it that directly, because especially within Southern California, the way that water is allocated gets a little complicated. So I think in aggregate, but not in specific.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks again.
Okay, oh, yep, Ann, go ahead.
Okay. You also had mentioned on the outreach and engagement, which we said was on page 62 of your submission, that so you are logging only those people where you had conversations. So I guess my question is, is there anything in the record that talks about the people that you reached out to? You had mentioned that the Pear Fair, you did reach out, but they said they did not want to participate in a conversation. Is there anywhere in the record where it has the list of the people where you said, hey, do you want to talk? And so you sort of kind of part of that process of outreach where you didn't really end up having a conversation?
I'm not sure that we do. We have an internal reference, but
Okay.
we do have the email from the Pear Fair, so that is in our record. That
Okay,
indicates
that's
that they
helpful.
do not want to participate.
And so what it was essentially, if somebody responded, that became what got logged, is somebody who
Yes.
actually.
So
you had a
we
meaningful-
wanted to be a part of the Pear Fair and have a table there, and they said, no, thank you. And so that's part of our record.
Okay, that's very helpful. And then you also had mentioned that the tribal engagement, where you reached out originally to 185 tribes, and then I think there were some smaller number that you had some conversation and then meaningful conversation with a smaller number. That is all listed at, I have DCP, like AA5, 116 through 118. That's where I can find that in the record.
Okay, so it's 121 tribes. I know
Oh,
I
okay.
spouted a lot
Sorry.
of numbers really
Okay, I
fast.
wrote the wrong number down.
So, yeah, that was the number that we initially reached out to. We had over 150 government-to-government meetings.
Yep, okay.
There is a lot of the information within the EIR, and we can provide that specific citation in the record. What I mentioned, it was DCP AA5 100016 to 00019. And those are, the first 16 is a memo that we used internally as part of our decision-making process, where it was a summary of all of the information we'd received during tribal consultation and how we were recommending essentially to incorporate it. So there are sections that are redacted because we can't share confidential information, but that's in the record.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, I have a super quick question, and then I'll head back down that way. I was trying to capture the information about the pile driving numbers, and I wrote something down that now that I'm looking at it makes no sense. So could you just reiterate something about 18 hours and 5 months, and I want to make sure I get that right.
Yeah, that was me, I think. Let me find that really quick.
I wrote down 18 hours a day over 5 months, and I don't think that's exactly.
I know it's 18 hours total.
Okay, total.
So, yeah,
That sounds better.
That's a different number, yeah.
Exactly. So the numbers were that, so there will be different types of noise. I was focusing specifically on impact pile driving, which would be the loudest noise. And that impact pile driving would only be about 2 minutes per pile. And that would be for a total of 18 hours within a 5-month work window. So over the course of 5 months, that would total up to 18 hours.
Much better. Thank you. All right, and then we'll go Diane, Gail you have, and then Maria. And Susan?
So on page 16, when I was looking at operational criteria, it was based on, it looked like fish. Is that the only water quality operational criteria that is looked at? Yeah.
So it's not the only thing that was used, but I will say that when we're talking about the specific requirements of the percentages by month, those percentages are driven by fisheries protections, particularly the restrictions December through February and March through June.
Okay, and then on the community benefit, you said 45 million, but then on the slide on page 39, it says 200.
Sorry, I was going too fast. So as part of the community benefits program, we have a series of efforts. One of them is community benefits agreements. And those agreements are sort of advance agreements with specific entities that we can, I'd say, participate with them early, like really help them develop a project, specifically fund that project. And it wouldn't be part of the grant program, it's already funded.
Okay.
And so it's sort of pre-funding, and right now we have about $45 million of agreements that we're working on. They're not all signed, but some are. And then the rest of the funding, so it is 200 million overall for the umbrella of projects, but about 45 to 50 will be in community benefits agreements with specific entities.
Okay, and then on the tribal discussions, was that federally or state recognized tribes?
Any of the above.
Okay. And then the last question for now is related to the golden mussel. It seems like it seems like there should be a lot more in the plan related to this. Can you discuss why it's so limited?
I think there are a number of invasive species already occurring in the Delta. And as far as the certification goes, we did not list out all of the invasive species that are currently existing in the Delta. So we did not name golden mussel individually, other than talk about the golden mussel task force. But, there are other, like zebra mussels, other invasive species in the Delta that DWR is already actively managing for. And so the process was what we really focused on in the certification of how we're identifying invasive species and how we're actively, as a department, coordinating across the state regarding invasive species.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this is just a clarifying question. I'm still struggling on best available science and the documents. Can you please I understand there's various sources, correct? I'm struggling with the documents and how you choose which documents to use. So if you could please just let me know specifically how you choose the inputs that then feed the conclusions.
Are you asking about the Delta Plan appendix itself and the guidance there?
I'm asking
or
about GP1B3?
Yes.
So which documents you use to support your selection of input data?
So I think what I would start with is that the Delta Plan Appendix has several criteria that are considering
Right,
best
yes.
available science. And those criteria are guidance for how you would potentially consider best available science, but it does not say that, one trumps another, or you would have to have all of these things to be considered best available science.
Right.
And
I'm
so-
sorry, maybe can I clarify my
Yeah.
question? And this isn't technical, Madam Chair, so I'll wait until tomorrow. Could we maybe get just a description of the documents that are used to feed then the assumptions you make based on best available science? So it's clear that there's a list of different sources that you used. It's how you then draw on those to document the best available science with a little bit more specificity. So maybe it's a better question for tomorrow. I apologize.
Is there a specific topic that you're referencing? I'm just saying that for best available science in particular, the list of documents that we relied upon would vary by the resource area. In some instances, it might be expert opinion. In some instances, it might be peer-reviewed journal articles. Do you just want examples?
Baseline climate, sea level rise, golden mussel. I can.
So I will also add that our certification has an attachment that goes through this information. It's GP1B3 Attachment 1.
Yes,
Okay.
I think maybe I'll continue this line of questioning tomorrow. I meant for this to be clarifying, so thank you.
Yeah, and it would be good when we do the answers, especially tomorrow, to cite to the record. So if we have a list and you can cite to the record and say, here's the list of documents we used, then that's exactly what we need, if that's helpful.
Yes, I have a few, and some of it might be for tomorrow. One is that, we were talking about a log of who was contacted, and it's important to have it. And the whole idea that I think, this is a project that engaging people at the block-by-block level might have been important, or, so was it done and how you felt about it, and is there a record of it versus they didn't want to come, or we called and they didn't answer. And I'm not saying you said that, but I'm saying we can't take that and think that, okay, it was done. So that's my first question. You don't have to answer right now. I know that these are documents maybe. Going back to the best science again, I was having the same issue listening to it. Was it peer-reviewed after you picked whatever you picked? Was it peer-reviewed by any other scientists or people who might be pros or cons of how you picked your criteria of the best available science?
So you're asking if our selection of best available science in and of itself was peer-reviewed?
After you picked them, was it peer-reviewed?
It was not peer-reviewed, but we did go through quite a bit of review of all of our materials. So like for the EIR to start with, we had a public review period, we got comments, and we did make changes and shifts based on those comments. So we didn't go through a scientific peer review process, but we did get comments through the EIR, as well as when we were working with DFW on the incidental take permit from them as well, on the latest science and any information that should be received.
Thank you. And then on the reduction in reliance and reducing reliance, were you, this came up that, and probably you have covered this, but if you have, I will take my question back, that there were somehow picked and chose, but not very clear of what the logic of it was. So it showed that, yes, it was reduction in reliance, but is it the basis of it solid? That was the question that came up. So if there was any more explanation on that, and again, this could be for tomorrow or now.
Yeah, so there's a fundamental disagreement on how to interpret the policy, which we do strongly believe that the way we analyze WRP1 is consistent with the plain language of both the Delta Reform Act and the policy itself. With respect to the Delta Reform Act, Water Code Section 85021 says that you should try to achieve reduced reliance on the delta through regional self-reliance. They're part of one thing together. But the appellants have argued that you need to separately demonstrate both. If you look at the policy itself, you've got a list of 3 different things that are asked in the negative. The first one, A1, asks if one or more suppliers that will receive water as a result of the project failed to contribute to reduced reliance and improved regional self-reliance. It asks both. So if you don't prove regional self-reliance, you haven't failed to prove both. So you'd have to demonstrate a failure of both to demonstrate a failure of A1.
And that's how you pick, that was the basis of you
Right,
picking
so it's
and
not
choosing.
picking, it's based on the statutory language and the regulatory
Got it.
language that says consider both.
explanation.
And then, as we mentioned earlier, when you consider both, C1C says to consider it either in volume or percentage. So they've said we picked and choose by using volume or percentage, but the regulation itself says to consider it in either way. And that's how our analysis was performed.
Okay, thank you. That was good. Thank you for clarification. And my last question is, the whole 70 years in the future, and I'm struggling with that myself. How accurate is 70 years, and how does this a benchmark, and how more of it or less of it is or is not, and how accurate it could be? Where does this number come from? I mean, I'm asking this about a lot of this scale of, infrastructure projects of how do we know and how do we pick? Is there a logic? It's like, okay, we know very well or relatively well up to 70%, 70 years, but we don't know what after it is. So some kind of a logic and basis for picking this number and how accurate you think you get percentage-wise.
So I can start that, and anyone else can chime in. So in the environmental impact report, we started with looking at 2020 conditions. CEQA asks you to look under existing conditions, so that was the time that we started. That was the main timeline for the analysis. But when we were looking forward, we also wanted to understand, it wasn't a CEQA requirement, but understand how the project would change in the future. So we did a 2040 analysis that I think we felt was pretty solid, that we knew enough looking forward. We looked at a variety of different conditions. We didn't just look at one scenario, we looked at multiple. And we felt like that was a good understanding of what was happening. We looked at 2070 as well, and that one we addressed qualitatively because we knew it was less certain. And so we did not include all of the modeling results in the EIR. We did publish those, so if people wanted to see them, they were available, but we recognized the uncertainty inherent in looking further afield. And at the time, it was, I think, largely just, it was 50 years. So we had sort of looking forward 20 and then 50. There was nothing special about 2070. And then in our climate adaptation strategy for the State Water Project, we've done a more recent, and I'd say it reflects updated science from when we started working in 2020. So that one looks at two times in the future, and it characterizes changes in climate differently. It looks at a level of concern, and so it has multiple scenarios about different levels of concern at several points in the future, and that goes out to 2085. And again, the further you look in the future, the more uncertain it is, and you have to plan for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Go ahead, Susan.
Thank you. Just briefly. On page 5, you talked about with adding the North Delta intakes would increase the amount of users by 3.2 million, more people using the water. Doesn't that inherently increase the reliance then on the Delta water?
So we weren't trying to say it would increase by that many users. It was more that we would be able to continue supplying that many users who already receive the water. It's really just a way for us, as we talk about thousands of acre feet with people in the public who are not water people, thousands of acre feet doesn't mean anything. So we try to characterize it as well for others in terms of the numbers of people that could be served by that many acre feet. So the idea isn't there that we would be expanding the State Water Project service area, but rather that by sort of maintaining that reliability, that's how many people would sort of continue to receive the State Water Project
So it's just a
water.
continuation of
Yes.
what's already
Yes.
available. Okay. And then just back to the best science. So there was not even like another peer review, but there was no outside confirmation of the science that you used. Was like yeah, this makes sense that you use these, you didn't use this, and this is what you came up with.
I know exactly what you're saying, and can I just hop in and try to clarify something real quick? So GP1B3 is an overarching policy that says detailed findings to establish consistency with the Delta Plan as relevant to the purpose and nature of the project. All covered actions must document use of best available science. So it's an overarching broad policy that covers all of the details of what you guys are proposing for your plan. So I think what the members are asking is, for example, maybe we should give more specific examples for the best available science we're asking for, and then that might help you answer our questions. For flow objectives, what specific scientific documents did you look at and were they peer reviewed? For golden mussels or for invasive species, what particular harmful algal blooms? Like, we have all these different topics that encompass your whole project. And I know many, if not all, of the scientific documents you use were likely peer-reviewed. They were likely went through some kind of a rigorous, but I think the members would like to have a better idea of some of those documents that you looked at for some of the specific things that we have concerns about. So members, I think one thing we could do to help answer this question tomorrow might be to think about what specific issue would you like to hear more about from them regarding the scientific research that they relied upon to land where they did for a specific aspect of the project. Is that helpful?
I think you mentioned some of them that came up in the discusses today,
Is
right?
is that getting to what we're asking them? I think
And
we're
then what
asking
we
them a
use and
really
don't
broad
use.
question, and it's stumping them a little bit.
And that is helpful.
I think the confusion here was whether or not our choice of the best available science was peer-reviewed, or whether or not the materials we used were peer-reviewed. And you're correct, the vast majority of the materials we use are peer-reviewed.
It's the methodology. My question was on methodology, was
Yes.
peer-reviewed or not? Yeah.
And yes, there is, and this is what Mr. Butcher mentioned earlier, in the certification, there is an appendix on best available science that does go through specific topic areas. So you could look at the section on climate change, and that would document the main items that we relied on to develop that methodology and describe the peer review of those resources. So it may not cover every single topic that you think of, but it does cover a wide variety of topics that have come up in, processes like these.
Got it.
Yeah, and then to add on that, we'll be ready tomorrow to talk about these areas specifically, because I understand it's helpful to talk through some of them instead of just looking at the documents.
Sorry if I'm speaking for anyone, I just am trying to clarify that a little bit.
And the other related to that was how it counters what the Independent Science Board was making points on. So that's kind of what, yeah.
Okay, and Daniel, did you have another question?
I did. I'm interested, as you may recall, in the community benefits program. It was conceptual when you were here before. Now it's more real. Can you just tell us a little bit more about how you came up with that number? What the criteria is for making those decisions? Do you prioritize environmental justice communities? Are they like given some kind of, advantage in the process? And then I think the other thing I'm interested in is you all are, doing the best you can to make projections about noise levels and impact on communities and all these things. Some of those will hold true, some of them won't. Some of them will be beyond your control. Is there any connection between future community benefits and where we fall short? In a big way, is there some contingency that might say, well, it's 45 million, but if all the noise mitigation we promised didn't come true, maybe we'll go revisit that?
So we want to be really careful to not use the community benefits program to fulfill our mitigation requirements. That is a separate pool of money within the project estimate or project cost estimate. It's a separate requirement. So the idea that we'll have construction impacts that may be different than what we expected, that's really how we see the ombudsperson working, is really one place to go to say this impact isn't what we thought it would be, we think it's greater, and here's why, and that Ombudsman can help address that issue as quickly as possible to alleviate what is being felt by the community.
On the mitigation side.
On the
not
mitigation side,
yeah.
right. So then I'll try to go back and answer all of your questions, but I might have missed some. So first of all, where did the number come from, the 200 million? That was an estimate that we developed. We looked at other community benefits programs. We are not the only project that is thinking about a community benefits program, and we found that they were really pretty all over the board. But the other thing is that many of them included mitigation costs as part of the community benefits program, and we do not see the mitigation as part of the community benefits program. So it was often hard to separate. So after looking at all of those, it felt like we were in the general range to look at a 1% program, and that's 1% of the overall cost. Often it was 1% of the construction costs, which is that would have been a smaller number. So we set that number as a way to move forward, and that's what's in our cost estimate. How do we decide who gets the money? So for the community benefits agreements, it's really who's willing to work with us. So we've done quite a bit of outreach, and as I mentioned earlier, it is a challenge because communities really don't want their engagement to be seen as support of the project, and we try to be super clear that it's not, and if it ever comes up, I try to be very clear that they do not support the project. But that still makes it hard for some people to say, I oppose the project, but also I'm going to work with you on this. That sort of dual approach is challenging. So if people are willing to work with us, we try, and we then try to distribute the costs to keep them spread throughout the Delta in a way that seems appropriate. For the rest of the 150 million of allocation, we have a set of guidelines for implementation. We tried to ask the communities early on how they wanted us to think about those funds, what priority criteria, and it was kind of hard to respond. I think staring at a blank sheet of paper and coming up with ideas was tough. So we developed a draft set of guidelines, we got responses, and we updated them. So I can't remember all of the criteria off the top of my head, Catherine might, but yeah, we have a draft set of criteria that guidelines, the set of guidelines are part of our admin record.
And is that like an open call for proposals process? It's
Yes.
not, you don't have to have called them specifically for them to apply.
Correct.
There's a process where they
Yes.
like a request for proposal.
Yes, and the idea here is that we don't want to only do community benefits agreements because some people may not have projects yet, they may come later. Supervisor Burgess has brought this up repeatedly, that what might be important in the future might not be what's thought of now, and so we want to have continuing rounds of grant funding so that it's not only what's a concern at the beginning of the project, but there is time for those concerns to come out and know what to do. And then also, some entities might at the beginning of the project not have what's needed for a grant application, but see what's happening and there's another round coming and they have time to prepare the information they need for a grant proposal. So we have multiple rounds over the course of the project.
Great, thank you. That actually, it goes back to my first question, that there is kind of a duration as things evolve, because so much, will surprise us if
Right.
this goes forward.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, members, does anyone else have any other questions? Okay, well, we have a couple of options right now. You guys can take your packets with you if you want to use them tonight to think about additional questions, or we can leave them and ask public participation to pick them up and put your name on the front of them, and then we can keep them so you don't have to schlep them back and forth. Up to you guys, whether you want to do that or not. And then I want to be sure that I thank everyone that attended today, all the participants. DWR, thank you for being here. Your presentation's concluded. We appreciate all of your answers, and we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. So for tomorrow, we'll have all of the panelists in person. We'll have a little bit longer table. There's going to be one representative from each of the parties involved. And then we will have the dais available. If the parties want to call up someone else from their party, they can call up someone to use the podium over there. So with that, we'll recess this hearing for the rest of the day today and the council meeting. And this hearing will reconvene tomorrow morning promptly at 9 a.m. And you can reference the meeting notice for information regarding the hearing and the approximate schedule And for members of the public that want to comment, we're anticipating starting that at 10:45. We will start in the morning directly with member questions, and kind of depending on how long that goes. Obviously, you see we have a lot of questions, but we think we're shooting for around 10:45 for the public comments to begin. Okay, thank you. That's it.